Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of Day 11 of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Belgium. It's Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN today. And just before we get things underway, I just want to take a moment on behalf of the European Cricket Network to send our thoughts to all those around the world. Of course, with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II in Great Britain overnight. And of course, many people have been impacted by this event. And on behalf of ECN, we'd like to send our best wishes to all those around the world that have been touched by this significant event in our lifetime. We will continue with the coverage respectfully today, and hopefully you can enjoy what we're bringing to you. But we just wanted to take a moment to begin by acknowledging this event before we start our coverage of Quarterfinal Friday. Joining me in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. Good morning, Charlie. Obviously, it's been a big evening in the world, but we are here in Belgium and we're almost ready to go. 4 big matches ahead here on Quarterfinal Friday.
Yeah, no, it has been one of those nights and evenings that I think everyone will remember exactly where they were. And again, I want to take my very quick moment to express my condolences to everyone around the world and to the royal family, of course. And of course, the whole world is in mourning at the moment. But yeah, no, so of course we quarterfinals Friday now, and it's an interesting day coming up, of course, isn't it? Because there's a couple of interesting matchups on the way.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it's a huge day in the context of this tournament. 8 will become 4, and of course, we did complete Group B yesterday with the 4 matches, 37 through 40. We had some concerns about the weather yesterday, but as it was, it did work out okay. You can see this footage taken a little bit earlier in the week. The ground's looking a lot greener now, I've got to say, than that because of the rain, which is sorely needed here. And once again, there was a fair bit of rain overnight. There was a fairly big thunderstorm. And so, yeah, things looking a bit more lush out there in the middle. As we will start with the quarterfinal number 1. And it will be Antwerp versus Gent here. So Antwerp finished second in Group A. We haven't seen them for around about a week or so. Yeah, they certainly did impress, particularly the form of their captain, Sherry Butt, who was excellent through Group A, hitting one of 2 centuries that we saw in this tournament. Both of those centuries were in Group A, in fact. And looking at the 2 teams for the first quarterfinal, Antwerp versus Gent, of course, Gent finishing third in Group B, but both these teams won 5 of their 8 games, and that's a sign that they are pretty closely matched, I think. Berhan Niaz listed at the top of the order for Antwerp, and we know he's had an exciting week being picked up in the Pakistan Junior League for the Madam Warriors. Jamie Farmelo as well comes in for the first time for Antwerp, and he's listed right up the top of the order. For Gent, though, I think they've relied a lot on Rohan with the bat and the ball. I think he is a key player for them. But also got to say, Ahmed Malik has been batting better and better as this tournament's gone on. Antwerp, 5-run favourites according to the bat versus ball wall. As we get ready for the first ball here, the news from the toss was that Antwerp, they won the toss and they elected to bat. And so we're almost ready to go. So I want to say a very good morning to those of you in the live chat. Once again, if you're just joining us, let's take a moment to acknowledge the events of the last 24 hours and how it's affected lots of people. But the coverage will continue, of course, here on ECN. We are in Belgium and we are almost ready to start quarterfinals Friday. And, well, tell me what you think in this one, Charlie. We've seen both teams seen quite a lot. Haven't seen Antwerp for quite as long. Are you leaning one way or the other in this one? It's
an interesting one, isn't it? Because, of course, as an introduction there for a new player here for Antwerp, which I'm looking forward to seeing him getting involved in the action right away. But yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Gent had moments of pure excellence in Group B, but there were also moments where they just seemed a little bit lackluster, didn't have the motivation at some points, it seemed. But I'm sure with now being on quarterfinals Friday, of course, I'm sure they'll be wanting to go ahead and really push on right from the start here. I'm certainly looking forward to this one. I know you are, Vinny.
Yeah, certainly am. So let's get rolling. It's going to be Saif Rahman to get us started here on quarterfinals Friday, and he's bowling to Berhan Niaz.
And starts pretty decent first ball here into the offside. Top ball there. Yeah, it's a really good start there from Rahman. Right on the money straight away. You need to set the tone pretty early on here. And I think the key here for Gent is if they get any half chances, they need to go and take them pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like you see these 2 teams 5-3 record. They kind of slightly different path there. Bouncer this time.
And it is eventually called a wide.
He doesn't like it, does he? And Rohan dug it in. Probably just going off that. Probably looks a bit high.
Just a little bit just over. It's one of those ones.
It's a borderline one, isn't it? Slightly crouching, but when you roll the dice when you go the short ball, I guess.
Yeah, it certainly does. Of course, Barani has a name to remember as well. Obviously, making moves in cricket all around the world as well.
It's really exciting for Rohan, isn't it?
Certainly is. No, I'm very, very pleased for him. He's a very talented batsman, a talented cricketer, in fact. Of course, with the ball in hand as well. So he'll be hopefully looking forward to cashing in on a serious opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a sign of his talent. So yeah, 8 teams begin today. Only 4 will remain to finals day tomorrow. Bit of a weather update and give you in a second. We've seen the Hours facing up again.
And this is flashed and flashed hard, and it will be the first boundary. Well, it's gone all the way into Adventure Island, and it is that man, Rohan Niaz. He gets us underway, 6 into the offside.
Yeah, well struck this one, targeting that boundary that is probably 10% shorter due to Adventure Island being there. That one flew over the border. And our first one, I'm sure not our last one of quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, it doesn't matter on what angle of the ground you hit that, because that was going to be 6 anywhere. And it's a good start from Niaz here, looking promising early on. And he's going to flash, and it will be over the 6'11" Walid Azhar. Not even he can get a hand on this one, and it will be back-to-back boundaries, this time off the outside edge. 4 more.
Yeah, it was a thick edge, wasn't it? And if it's going to get over Walid, it's going to get over anybody. So 4 more to the total. Yeah, Antwerp, they've got a captain Sherry Butt to bat at 3, and he certainly did impress with the bat in the first half of this series. Also note that Jelt Schoonheim is in there as well, listed at 4. We've seen a lot playing in the Netherlands, and former ACL winner with VOC Rotterdam.
Yeah, I love this sort of cricket. It's knockout cricket. You have to win every game. I love this from here on in. Great delivery up to Niaz, and well, so much so it does the keeper as well. That's Mohinder Deepak Bali back in with the gloves.
Good to see him back, of course. He took 3 stumpings in an innings earlier in the week, which is equals the record in individual innings. This one was just a bit too good for everyone.
Yeah, that did everyone up, didn't it? Early morning here, just gone 8:30 on a chilly Friday morning. Of course, when you're mentioning we had some overnight rain. It's one of the biggest storms I think I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it certainly got our attention, didn't it? But today there is some forecast of rain, but probably not until a little bit later in the day. So hopefully it stays away. A bit like yesterday, we were expecting the rain, but it never came until more or less nightfall just before. Here's Rohan, last ball of first over.
Driven, and it will get through, even though this outfield's looking a little bit greener. It's still electric. And well, Farmelo starts with a pretty nice shot there. 4 into the offside. Good way to end the over.
Yeah, not a bad looking shot first up, is it? And it does take us to the end of the first over. 16 for no loss. Pretty productive one for Antwerp. Looking at the run rates, and now we can compare Group A and Group B. Well, Group B, highest scoring by a whisker, and that is really all to do with the first day, which was setting all kinds of records. 141 per 10 overs on last Saturday's action. But apart from that, they were kind of around the 11 mark, and you can see not too much between them. 11.5 per over in Group A, 11.7 in Group B, 116. Does seem like that's about a par score, Charlie.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that's what we've come to expect, isn't it? We got a little bit excited on the first day, didn't we? That seems like a while ago. But yeah, no, about that 115, 120 mark is bang on par, really. And I think any scores in there, you can sort of back yourselves to go ahead and try and defend it.
Good toss to win, I think, in a knockout game to bat first as well. Here's Ramadzai.
It's wide. It would have been a wide, but it doesn't matter because he's got bat on this one, and it will race away, and it will be another boundary. And well, this one right off the toe of the bat, but still gets enough on it, and it will race away. Yeah,
it's a reasonable shot there, isn't it? And again, you've got no outfielder there, so he knows he just has to get it over the infield, and he's going to get a good result. So Nias has been good in that area.
Yeah, no, certainly does. I'm just looking at Jamie Farmelo at the non-striker zone at the moment. He has represented Belgium a handful of times. Not for a while though. It's been a while. Have a hiatus. This time into the leg side. So I'm looking forward to him, and again, abundance of talent here on show. Once again, it has been talent everywhere for 2 weeks now, hasn't it, here in Belgium?
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we've seen a lot of big hitting. There's been a big diversity of playing group as well, which I think is very healthy. cricket community is thriving here in Belgium. They don't quite have the geographical issues that some countries have, getting their best players together to play, and I think it shows.
And this time, well, they take on the arm of the big man, and well, it could be buzzers. It won't be. It'll just be a single. Again, Marmalade, he's not wanting to face too many dot balls here.
Yeah, it's good though. Big man does well to get down. That would have been out if he hit, but he bounced it over the top. He needs to save his bounces for when he's bowling, I think. Marmalade moves to 5.
Ramadzai continuing pretty tidy over. Wow, this is into the leg side, and it's been dropped. And that's a big drop from Majid Ali, who really has been one of the best fielders we've seen in this tournament, and it's a rare drop for him.
Oh, Majid seems to catch the really tough ones and drop the easy ones sometimes. This one's straight down his throat, isn't it? First opportunity for the day. And yeah, it's a pretty fresh morning, but yeah, Majid, he holds that 99 times out of 100, I think. A let off for Burhan Niaz.
Driven nicely, straight to the man at cover. Well, he was getting going, but I think a direct hit could have been close. It's another dot ball though. This has actually been a tidy over for Ramadzai. He's obviously got hit for the boundary, but however, it's a missed opportunity. And well, only time will tell as to how expensive that's going to be after dropping Burhan Niaz. And this one plays around the complete wrong line. Again, another good delivery, and that will bring us to the end of the second. Antwerp 23 for none after 2.
Yeah, pretty good over from Ramadzai, who only concedes 7, so 2 overs down, 23 without loss. And Antwerp certainly made a bit of an impression on their ECN debut. They actually beat the Ostend Exiles on their first morning of play, splitting that series in the opening doubleheader of the tournament. They end up finishing second in Group A with a 5-3 record. That was a pretty common record, actually, the 5-3. There are a couple of teams also in Group B with that record. So I suppose if rain was to intervene, hopefully it doesn't, and forecast is okay for this game. Antwerp, as the high-ranked team, would progress to the finals, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Going to continue now with the third over. Last over of the power play with Saif Rahman. He's going to bowl to Niaz.
Driven nicely, and it does get through Faisal Khalik, and he lets this one go. And it's a rare mistake from the skipper, the leader for Gent. Gets this one all wrong, goes straight through him. And well, that drop is already proving costly. 4 more.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And so, one thing about finals cricket, you don't want to miss opportunities. It was a fairly simple one that Majid put down. We'll be thinking about that, I'm sure. Every run that Burhan Niaz scores will be on his mind.
Yeah, this is, again, not something you want to see here, because for Gent, you want to set the standards so early on, especially in the first game of the day, on what could be a restricted day. You just don't know, of course. But you just need to, every single delivery counts. Continuing here, Rahman. It's a bit of a swipe inside edge. And Majid Ali will collect this for just a single. And just having a look at Farmelo, and he had a good year last year, averaged around 42 in domestic games. Averaged 32 so far this year.
Yeah, looks a good player, looks organised, doesn't he? And look, one thing to come into the side at this stage of the tournament, to get that responsibility at top of the order is something. Having said that, I think they often did struggle to find the right opening combination. Sherry Butt often likes to bat in that 3 position.
And this is a leg side. Good take from Hindadeep Ali. Is what we've often seen Amin Malik Kal take the gloves shoot whenever Bali is unavailable. But good to see him back in the lineup, because he is a crew. The wicketkeeper's one of the most important aspects of a cricket team.
Yeah,
as I'm sure Vinny will tell you.
Yeah. Preaching to the choir there.
Needs to continue this strong over. This time mistimed leg side, and he gets through Majid Ali again. Well, Burhan Niaz wasn't paying attention, because there was certainly an opportunity of a second, but he'd gone about 20 yards past. And it will just be a single, so lucky for Majid Ali, who's just struggling early on here.
Yeah, you're right, but he's got plenty of time. Not too much time, though, because as opposed to the other days where teams get 2 games, they've just got the 1 game here. It's progress or go home.
And again, it's another sort of wild swipe, really. And well, there could be an opportunity of a second yet again. Will just be a single. It's good running, though, from these two. Good understanding. There's bat involved, and I think they just sort of went, right, we're going straight away. But also really good work from Deepak Bali.
Yeah, scrambling through. So, yeah, we talked a lot, really. That opening morning, actually, that involved Antwerp, we were talking about what we thought was a pass score. We were getting a bit carried away, but when it comes down to it, even with the slightly shorter boundary on the left-hand side, we've seen around that 115, 120 be part, not the kind of 140, 150 we might have thought.
And this time offside yet again. They take on the arm. It's a very good arm as well, but it will be another single. Yeah, not dealing in many boundaries at the moment. It's got sort of just dried up over the last couple of deliveries here. Final couple of balls of the power play as well.
I think a lot of this innings may be down to how and if Sherry Butt clicks. I just think they've got some good players around him, no doubt, but if he goes off, he could really, really make it tough for Gent.
A really good delivery and a really good end to the power play for Rohan. He concedes just 8 off the third. And at the end of 3, Antwerp 32 for none. No, I think you're right there because Sherry Butt is a crucial element. I also think, you know, Wahidullah Jabbarkar, who we've seen opening as well. He's in the lineup as well, and he's also, I think he's going to be crucial in the field.
Yeah, he's such a good fielder, and you're right. You know, he's a man that we have seen opening, but he's listed at 6 today. There's the power play, 32 without loss. I just want to say hello to a few people in the chat. Good morning to Silva and to Tala as well, to Simon, to Yuvraj. Got a few questions in there I'll come to in a second. Anisha was asking me, am I off to Khartoum after this? Yes, I'll be travelling on Sunday. Rico will be with me, of course. Corey will be there coaching Spain in the first week, but then he'll join the commentary coverage as well. Have a few questions about Peacock Friday in the chat as well. Look, when it came down to it, I think we made a decision that probably wasn't in good taste to do that today. We are continuing the coverage, obviously, for quarterfinals Friday, but we're obviously trying to be very respectful. To some people around the world, it may not mean so much, but I think to a lot it does with the events of the last 24 hours. So we'll continue the coverage, but Peacock Friday, we're going to give it a miss today. Here's the start of the 4th over.
Ramadzai continuing here into his second over. So the openers will bowl out their allotment in the first 4 overs. And, well, Farmelo tries to get inventive, gets this one all wrong, ends up on his backside.
Yeah, well, here's the thing with Farmelo. He's a good player, but I mean, now he needs to go hard or get out of the way, doesn't he? At the end of the power play, you've got Sherry Butt waiting in the wing, so he knows that he's really got the license to go here.
He tries to do so. He's going to try and accelerate things here. Just clipped leg side. Again, another single. Yeah, Farmelo's a interesting one because it's one of those questions you ask because you have someone new come into the frame of things. Do you chuck them right into the deep end? He hasn't faced much T10 bowling. So
yeah, it's a different mindset, isn't it? I've seen a few examples of this. I'll come back to it in a second.
Driven him. Well, this one could be close here. They're asking the question, and I think this could be closer than we first anticipate here. This is interesting.
I reckon this is gone. I've got to say, first it's dropped by Ramador. But watch this. Drops the catch. I just don't think he gets back. Nope. Watch this.
He's gone.
Yep.
He is gone.
Yeah, Farmelo, well, said he's got to go hard or get out of the way. I don't think that's the way he intended to do it. I think he knows he's in a bit of trouble here as well. And there's the decision. So Farmelo will get run out for 8. And well, a bit disappointing for him. He played his role, got them through the power play, going at a decent rate. Probably not a barnstorming start. Unfortunately for him, the drop catch works out as a blessing in disguise, perhaps, as Ramadzai affects the run out, and that's the first wicket of the day, 33 for 1.
Yeah, he was sort of an innocent bystander in all that, really, was Farmelo. He's sort of expecting to have to come through for a single. But yeah, no, this is the big man. It's the skipper for Antwerp, Sherry Butt coming in at number 3. And, well, this is the big partnership, isn't it?
You don't want to have who's been your best batter sitting on the pine for too long in such a big game. I think Farmelo, again, there's nothing against him at all. He's an organised player, a good player. You talked about whether you throw players that are coming to the series for various reasons, sometimes work-related, sometimes various other reasons. They'll come in at the end of a tournament. I think more often than not doesn't work out that well, just based on what I've seen. It's very hard to catch up, even if you are a good player.
This is down the ground. It's actually well watched in the end by Simalik Kelp because it's a difficult one. I think if he committed early, he could have made that ground. It could have been another catching opportunity, but it's a single nonetheless.
Pardon me, Charles, I meant to cut you off. I was going to say, one of the reasons I think it might not work that well is because I think there's an added pressure on someone to prove something, whereas probably you bat best in this form of the game when you're a bit uninhibited, right? So the people that have kind of had a few games generally more comfortable batting that way.
And this time, this is cut away, and well, they're taking on the arm, and this one, he wasn't even close. He was nowhere near getting home. and it could have been another opportunity, but it goes astray. He's off the mark straight away. He's back eventually.
Yeah, they decide to go straight away, but again, it's one of those ones, direct hit, had him. And sometimes it's worth taking those on in a 10-over game. Inside on, you're not going to get too many direct hits. Rolls the dice and gets away with it. Niaz on 23.
Last ball of the fourth. Driven, again, hasn't found the middle of the bat, but it will be a single to eventually, well, it won't be a single. They're going to take on the misfield, and they will get home. That's good running. Really good intent. A little bit sloppy once more here from Gent. And at the end of the fourth, it's eventually 2 more to the total. 37 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, so you can see the aggression there in the run between the wickets. And they get away with it. 2 runs in the end. And, well, on behalf, once again, of everyone at the European Cricket Network, if you just joined us, we did want to pay our respects with regards to the events of the last 24 hours or so. I'm sure a lot of people out there in the world are still in a little bit of a state of shock, and it's certainly an event that we want to acknowledge and respectfully continue with our coverage today of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Belgium. But we did want to just acknowledge that and obviously respectfully continue. And Charlie, obviously, it's a day that's affected a lot of people, not just in the UK and the Commonwealth, but all around the world. I think it's something that's quite obvious. One of the things that we talked about yesterday is that we're on the air so much here on ECN that there are significant events that can impact our coverage, and nevertheless we'll carry on. But we do just want to say our thoughts are with all those that are obviously dealing with that today. Anyway, here is Rohan Fires, who's a very good series with his off spinners, and the one thing I would say is that his ability to actually spin the ball has been a real weapon. Sometimes we see guys coming up and just rolling the arm over with quote-unquote slow bowling, but he really does put some revolutions on it. Yeah, no, he does. And it's nice to see, because spin bowling is such a fine art. And if you can get it right, it's so difficult to negotiate. But I think he's on the cusp of really getting it right. Well, this one, it's a wider delivery and is given. I think that's a good call, touching the line there. Abdul Rahman, the umpire. The officials today. By spinning it so much, he also gets good bounce. Watch this one take off, and it actually beats the bat for height. But yeah, I think it just grabs a little bit of the tram line. And watch out for Mahinda Deepak Bali behind the stumps. He is a cat back there. This is Fuller, driven nicely, and it will sail all the way. 6 more. Well, we've had to wait a while for that second 6, but it's a lovely shot. Offside, lofted drive, 6 more. Yeah, really nice shot. Really nice shot. He's taken on that offside a couple of times and won. That one flies away from Maximo. And the other thing here with Fires, sometimes he struggled with set batters. I think once he takes a wicket, he often takes a clump because the new batters can struggle to deal with him. But I think the battle between Fires and Sherry Butt should be a good one. This time leg side on the sweep. Should just be a single. Majid Ali again fumbles, and I think he knows the yips at the moment. Yeah, he's just not his day at the moment. Yeah, the umpires, Abdul Rahman and Syed Moiz Ali, they've been all the umpires have been very, very good. This is the battle I want to see, though. This is Rohan Fires versus Sherry Button. So see how aggressive Sherry wants to be and how quickly, because he does play spin well. He's not afraid to use his feet. Let's go. 2 off 2. Well, he goes hard straight away down the ground. And Sir Malik Ali will just keep it to a single. He was happy to stay at home that time rather than actually come down the wicket. So it will just be a single. Yeah, they're still going at a decent rate, aren't they, at the moment? They're, just over 100 off for striking at just over 10. So a couple of big overs will change. And well, this has gone high in the air. It will be an opportunity. And it's been put over the bar. And it's that man yet again, Majid Ali. And I think it's an opportunity that you only see successful about 10% of the time. I actually think probably this has gone over the boundary. He probably takes off from over the boundary here. I mean, I thought it was holding up as well. I was a bit like you, but you have a look here. Well, he actually takes off from inside, but I don't know how he was going to Houdini that one back into the field. So, Majid, don't think we can pin that one on him. 6 more, and well, this could be more boundary, and it'll be another 4. And Niaz, he's looking like a man who's in fine form, because he moves on to 36. It's a lovely shot. Yeah, what a shot this is, and against about the placement, isn't it, Paul Majid? He was chasing that one, but he was chasing his tail. So 6 and 4, hungry for more, and Antwerp at the halfway point of the first innings of the first quarter-final. They're 57 for 1. Yeah, Fires gets a bit of treatment there. The over goes magical, 20 off it, and that's what they needed. They just needed a big over or two just to get that run rate creeping up a little bit more. So, yeah, finishing at 57 for 1 at the halfway stage. They're going around that 115 pace at the moment. But these two are crucial. They need to keep momentum building, and they can look to
really explode over the last couple of overs. I think that should be their plan.
There's some talk about Rohan being a good player in the chat. Oh, no doubt about that. I mean, he's had a really exciting day or two, hasn't he, as well? He has been selected by the Mardan Warriors in the Pakistan Junior League 2022. I think it was just yesterday that was announced. So it's just a handful of players that will get that opportunity. So big congratulations to Rohan. He's obviously showing everyone what he can do this morning. And if you're going to play professional cricket, you can occasionally face some tall timber. And that's what he's going to get here, because Walid Azhar is going to be the new bowler. He's the tallest man to ever play an ECN match.
I love that stat.
At about 210 centimetres.
Pretty tall.
Pretty tall. You can slam dunk, doesn't even have to jump.
Bit greedy though, isn't it? Could have given some to the rest of it.
I know what you're saying.
Anyway.
Here we go, over number 6.
He starts with a shorter delivery, and that's just evidence of his extra bit of bounce there, because that really got high on Sherry Butt there.
Yeah, so more or less a par run rate so far. 11.4 through the first 5 overs. So just remember that 57 off the first half. Let's see if they get more or less in the second half. I think if they get more, then they're ahead. If they get less than that in the second half, they're behind in the game.
Good bit of idea.
I like the halves. I like the splits.
Again, there's half of an appeal. I think a couple of players just sort of getting involved right at the last second, see if they can force something.
I think the 5 over splits are actually a really useful stat, because traditionally in limited overs cricket, say through a 50 over game, especially the way it was first played, things would definitely accelerate. They would say you double your score after 30 overs, for example. But I think what we're seeing is these guys, when they're going hard all the time, sometimes you have a better first half than a second half, and vice versa. So it just kind of gives you a bit of a barometer about where you're at in the game. Right now, it's about even.
It's another wild swipe from Sherry Buck, struggling early on in his innings here.
Again, the issue is, what took Sherry a bit of time in Group A to get into the swing of it, didn't he? He had signs of what he could do on the opening morning, but he didn't quite click. He seemed better after 2-3 days batting in a row. Just finding that touch, but he doesn't have too much time to find it here. And right now he's struggling, 3 off 6.
Needs to find a rhythm. And well, he's gone for the wild swipe, and it will be an opportunity, and he's gone. Really good catch from Mahbubullah Ramadzai. And it's a big wicket. The skipper, Sherry Butt, he has to go for a small contribution. Just wasn't able to get going.
First shot in anger, really, from Sherry, wasn't it? Didn't get away with it. Tries to go over mid-on, I think, but off the outside of the bat, and they know, don't they, Gent? And that's a huge wicket. Mahbubullah Ramadzai takes a very good catch, and Azhar does the trick, sets him up with a couple of balls, just getting big on the batter. I think that's the case as well. It wasn't a comfortable ball to drive, even at that length. And so, big moment in his first quarter final. The captain is gone. Sherry Butt out for 3. It's 57 for 2.
Yeah, Yildiz Gunaheim is the man that comes out to the crease now at number 4. Joins Baron Niaz. He's 42 off of just 19 deliveries. So I think really, unless Gunaheim's ready to go from the off, all he needs to do is just move on, get Niaz on strike, because he's the one who's been so dangerous here for Antwerp so far.
He's built for power though, Yelta. Don't worry about that. He also has played a fair bit of T10 cricket. These two teammates at VOC Rotterdam as well.
And he starts, pulled into the leg side, will just be a single. Well, this has got to be probably the tallest matchup I've ever seen, I reckon, because Gunaheim's not small, but he looks small compared to us.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they're meeting eye to eye, but Yelt's getting probably closer than most people are.
Oh dear.
Nice to see him on the park as well. Hasn't had too many opportunities during this tournament, but let's see if these two can move the game forward for Antwerp.
Now, that's an excellent delivery, and he's got him. That's a really good bit of bowling, and there's a bit of an emotion come out of there for Walid Azhar, and that's an excellent delivery, and he's on the cusp of a double wicket maiden there, and it's a big wicket. Baron Niaz has to go 58 for 3.
Yeah, well, he doesn't show a lot of emotion, but this is a really good ball. It seams in, and that's what beats Rohan. Again, watch it come back through the gate into the top of leg stump. Just look where this ball pitches versus where it hits the stumps. Just look at the line of it. I think that pitches probably maybe half a stump outside off and ends up hitting leg stump, and that's what does the opener. So again, it's been a good little run here. What an over it's been for Walid Azhar. He's got 2 for 1 in his first over. In fact, that's the end of the 6th over now. It's 58 for 3.
Really good bit of bowling. Just dragging Gent back into this game. 2 fresh batsmen out at the crease now, as it will be Zuccanin tussle up. Again, a man who can certainly hit a long ball. So these two, if they can just steady the ship, they've only got a handful of overs remaining. So
yeah, they're not in wicket trouble or anything like that. I mean, the issue is, I think, again, despite being asked to field first, I think with a couple of exceptions, they've been pretty tight, and I think their bowling has been pretty accurate as well.
Accurate bowling, and well, this is going to get dispatched down the ground. That doesn't quite follow through. That's just pure timing from Jelta Skundheim. It's 6 more.
Yeah, and this is what he can do. You can see he doesn't try to overhit this ball. He's pretty experienced in his format of the game, Jelta. And we saw him winning the championship with VOC Rotterdam in European Cricket League in 2019, the Champions League of European Cricket. And this is the shot of a champion, isn't it? Nice, free, easy swing of the bat, 6 runs.
Pure levers there. That was a lovely shot. Rohan Faiz is getting a bit of the treatment. His first over going for 20, already conceding a 6 in here in his second over.
He's got 2 new batters to bowl at, so it's normally a situation he likes, but you can see Jelta, there's nothing sloggy about that shot, was there?
And lets this one flow through. And well, I think he's just saying there, I know I've got long arms, but I think that was still touching the line.
I think it's wide. I think he's gotten away with one there, but he'll take it, Faiz. Umpire's call, maybe.
This one, signs of spin there because it hits him right on the splice of the bat, cramps him for room, just a single. Yeah, so of course Skundheim is a very campaigned or a veteran in the T10 game, of course. So he's a he brings a wealth of experience to the side for Antwerp, who of course have already got a wealth of experience already. So just adds to a very well-oiled machine. Continuing here, those Faiz, and well, this is a big appeal. Well, it could be close at the non-striker's end, and well, Faiz was just in a few different minds there.
Yeah, I think this is just missing because he is turning the ball, hits him in line, but I think this is missing leg stump. Have a look. Yeah, I'm not confident that's hitting the stumps.
Umpire's call, I think, is...
I'm actually even more confident that's missing, but you're right. It wasn't far away. Jelta back on strike then, and he wanted it.
Driven down the ground, hit this hard, and that's going to be another boundary. He really likes to target over the bowler's head, and this one only goes over his compadre's head, and it's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, that's why you need a helmet at the other end when Skundheim's batting. And so, yeah, he's been pretty composed so far, hasn't he? He's moved to 12 off 5. But again, right now they're on 102 pace, so a little bit behind where they'd want to be. But Jelta is the kind of guy, like you say, plays spin pretty well. Faiz hasn't really worked out too well for Gent in this quarter-final. He's got 31 off his bowling with the ball to go. He's going to try a change of angle now, last ball.
Yeah, look how Skundheim opens up the body. And that's why, because he was going to try and penetrate the leg side. Gets with this one all wrong, but a good end to the over with a dot ball. And at the end of the 7th, Antwerp 70 for 3.
Yeah, moral victory for Faiz. But no actual victories, unfortunately, off his 2 overs. This is what we're going to see today on quarterfinals Friday, starting with Antwerp versus Gent. And then we'll see Beveren versus 12 Stars CC. Well, that'll be a really interesting clash as well. And then later in the day, we'll have Mechelen Eagles, who will take on ICCB, and Liège, who will take on Ostend Exile. So we've got the 2 versus 3 games in the morning session and the 2 1 versus 4 games in the afternoon session. We are constantly looking at the skies above us because there is some rain in the forecast at the moment. It's cloudy, but there's no sign of rain as yet. Hopefully it stays that way as long as possible to allow us to complete the QFF schedule uninterrupted. Now we're going to see Faisal Khalik, the captain for Gent, in over number 8.
Yeah, just need to try and keep things quiet here because they're keeping them to a below par score. This is high in the air. It's also going to race away, and it's going to trickle over the boundary, and it evades on our count 4 more.
Yeah, and you've got no excuse to be conservative now. You've got to be going after every ball with 7 wickets remaining in hand. You've got 3 overs remaining. You've got lots of good batters to come as well, and we haven't even seen someone like Wahidullah Jabbarkal yet. So you got to swing for the fences now. Still can play cricket shots, but you have to be hyper-aggressive. Tassawar gets a bit lucky and gets 4.
Needs a response, though, Khalik. This time, bit of a straighter delivery into the pads, and will come through for a leg bye.
So Skundheim played the spin very well. See how he handles the medium pace of Faisal Khalik. He's had a pretty good series himself.
He certainly has. He needs to come off here, though, especially with bat in the second innings. Well, this has just been chipped up in the air, hasn't got all of this. And it is taken eventually by Ramadzai. He didn't look very confident underneath that ball. He's a pretty decent fielder. But Skonheim has to go, and doesn't quite time this one. Bit of a 9-9, and it's another wicket to fall. 4th wicket down, 75 for 4.
Yeah, gets a bit lucky there, doesn't he? But you make your own luck. Ramadzai, he caught it between the wrists, but he held on. I suppose he took most of the spin out of the ball when he got it in the hands the first time, and luckily it just nestled there towards his chest. So Skonheim, contribution of 12, but can't go any further. And the score now 75 for 4. This brings them out. I just mentioned Waidul at Jabrakel to the crease. And he's a guy we have seen opening. Again, very good attacking batter. This situation, I think, suits him as well. But they're just having a bit of trouble getting an extended run of boundaries here. Right now they're on 10 and over pace. I would say 100 in the final is a pretty good score, batting first in an elimination match. But 100 does seem a bit thin here in Belgium.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially here in the Vryburg Cricket Ground. Continuing here, Khalik, though, good over so far. And add that to the list because that's a really good delivery. Just skids through. Gets a little bit quick on Jabbercow. First delivery faced. Doesn't get off the mark. Yeah, these two, they need to just go now. And it just needs to be ultra aggressive because there's no point wasting time. Otherwise, the game's going to get away from you. And he tries to do so, but still late on this one, and it will just be another single.
Here's what's making it difficult as well. You've got Wally Dazar to bowl the 9th over, then you've got Khalik to bowl the 10th. So he's managed his bowlers pretty cleverly. Khalik's obviously made the decision that he wants to be the death bowling option, and he's held Azhar back for the second half of the innings.
Leg side has hit this quite well, but it will be straight to the man. It's a good bit of work by Omir Malik Kal, and it will bring us to the close of the 8th. So 2 overs remaining, 77 for 4.
I think they've adapted pretty well, Gent, during this series. They did start with 2 losses on Monday morning, but they got a bit of a winning run. And for example, just the flexibility in their plan. So Wally Dazar originally, and he probably is in long forms of the game, a new ball bowler. But he just had some control issues, and he seemed to just take a while to get warmed up and to hit his straps. So by holding him back to the second half, there's a couple of things here. He's already had a bit of a run around, so I think he's already a bit more warmed up just naturally by fielding. But then the other thing is, at this point of the innings, batters, a lot of the time, they like to drive down the ground. They like to go after things straight. But with his bounce, the extra bounce he gets, he's just an awkward customer to do that to. So he's one guy that can maybe get away with not always bowling that block hole kind of length.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think a factor also as well is, of course, Antwerp have had a week off. And it certainly doesn't, you're coming into this almost a little bit cold turkey because, Gent are in good form. And, they're in the run of things. They know what the schedule is. They know they've got to be opening up and start going here. But it's going to be Azhar to continue after promising first over.
Yeah.
And again, another good delivery.
Case in point, that one certainly took off a bit more than the batter thought. Yeah, the wind's picked up here as well. At the moment, you can see you get a little bit of it coming and going at the moment. It does seem a little bit more ominous than when we started this game. Hopefully it does hold off. Waleed doing a very good job. Only 2 for 1 off his 7 balls.
On this one, won't add to the total because it's another great delivery. Just unable to go ahead and get away here.
It's funny, you were talking about Group A versus Group B, right? And there's pros and cons. If you've got some injury concerns, I think if you're in Group A, you can really use that week to recover. But yeah, you do lose a bit of momentum. Having said that, when we were in Germany, in Krefeld in our last series, it was Group A that had the better of Group B in the finals. So it can kind of go both ways, I think.
Continuing here. And again, a wild swing. Clips the pad on the way through. Good running, though. I think there were 2 who were obsessed with the appeal more than anything.
Well, it's called leg bias. It must hit something on the way through. Let's have a look. It's a pretty good heads-up play from Wahidullah. Yeah, it definitely flicks the back pad, doesn't it? Into Deepak Bali. Just concentrates on taking the ball, which is probably smart at this stage.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. We've seen so many runs being leaked behind the stumps, and especially a load of runs going behind square. So just doing his job, really. Just making sure it doesn't flow through. Continuing here, Azhar, though. And this time it will fly. It will be 4 more. And watch out, camera, because you're in the firing line. And it's going to be another boundary.
Yeah, Chabakel does get some bat on this one. And he's one guy I probably would consider having a third man too. I just think a lot of balls are going to fly in this area with the extra bounce he gets. That one does, but there's nobody home. So 4 runs to the total, and Antwerp move up into the 80s. They need this final fling to try and get them towards that 3 figures.
Yeah, they just need to swing. They've got wickets in hand, and it just hasn't come off the middle of the bat. And it's, again, Tasawat, who he comes off every now and then, but it's just not gone his way yet again. He's 5 off 7. And Jabbercow, 5 off 3 at the moment. Could do with a couple more, though. Driven nicely. Will just be straight to Ramadzai, though, who will collect it. And it will just be another single. So, final delivery here in the over. And it will be for Tasawa. And he really needs to get a boundary under his name.
Yeah, he'll be going for it. You can bet that. Anish saying that umpiring has been top class this series. Pretty accurate with the calls. I have to agree. I mean, that's one that we've seen sometimes full umpires. Little flick off the pad. Last ball of the ninth here.
He does swing. Has he got all of this? No is the answer. He picks out the man at long on, Sir Malik Cow, who makes no mistake. And it's another wicket. 5th wicket falls at the end of the 9th. Antwerp, 83 for 5.
Yeah, this is just a case that the batter's just struggling to get anything going here. Maybe slightly heavier ball, first innings of the day. We have seen some pretty big first innings as well, though. End of the 9th over. The score is 83 for 5. Just want to give a quick shout out to Frederic Constant of Geneva, our official timekeeper here in the European Cricket Network and of the FanCode European Cricket Series, and of course also of the ECC, which starts in just 3 days' time. Very good morning in the chat to James Stewart, who's saying it's a bit of a somber walk into work on a decidedly appropriate autumnal day. But what I will say, and we've talked about it a couple of times this morning, that the coverage is a little bit muted today, of course, due to the circumstances. Here's Khalik, though, in the 10th.
Last overtime, and it will start with just a single. Yeah, no, it is just it's a somber mood all around the ground, I think, after the news yesterday, and obviously it'll push all of our thoughts, best wishes from everyone on behalf of the European Cricket Network to the royal family and everyone affected.
Anyway, now or never really for Antwerp.
Big swing, and well, they're going to try and come through for a run, and Jas puts the skates on, and Khalik holds fire.
It's a smart non-throw because you're not actually saving a run. Depends how much you want to get rid of Jabbercow, which is a bit, but not so much that you want to risk giving him the strike either. So he's kind of harmless at this end. If he flicks that, it's going to be run out, but doesn't need to.
This would have been wide, but it's going to be a wicket. It's a really good catch by Nangulai, and Raja, he has to go for a goal, for a duck. And it's another wicket to fall. Antwerp struggling, 84 for 6.
Yeah, pretty good catch low down as well. Got to say, Saklan Raja, he really goes after this, but finds the fielder. Pretty well held there. So it will be the 6th wicket to fall, and it keeps Jabbercow at the wrong end as well, 84 for 6.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, Jabbercow is just sat at the non-strikers and probably getting a little bit frustrated now, because I think he knows that this is a below par total. I think everyone's aware that a par is around 120. So Gent will be pleased with how they've gone on away with things here. So new batsman faces up here. Only 3 deliveries left in the over. Oh, wow, it's a full toss, and that's clever. Smart captaincy from Khalik. He's put a man at a deep third man, and it will only cost them the 1 run.
Yeah, Antwerp, what I will say about them is they have got the best defence so far in this tournament. They defended 94 in match 2 against the Exiles and a couple of Monday mornings ago.
Again, this is lofted, and it will be another wicket. So Jabbercow trying to get on with things, and yet again we're seeing a bit of a collapse here, because it's now the 7th wicket to fall. 85 for 7 now, and it could be an over or a final over that goes boundaryless.
Yeah, and he's not the only one to go this way, is he? It's very similar to the way Sherry Butt went. It's just trying to force the issue, but yes, it's just really tough. The margin of error is so small, and so will be a wicket. Jabbercow going for 7, 85 for 7. Now they'll need a boundary to set something in the 90s.
Yeah, this is proving to be, it really could be a lackluster performance. Dewan Ali, Karab Dewan Ali coming out here, and he's only got a single delivery to face. So last ball, it's going to be Fazal Khalik here. This will be a boundary, so it will be 4 more. It's actually a really nice shot from Dewan Ali. Carves this away over the big man, and it will be 4 more to the total.
What a good shot that is, really. And so it does set a target of 90, so they're going to have to do a little bit better than their best defence so far in the series, which is the best defence in the series. Antwerp defending 89 off their 10 overs. And Gent, well, they'll be pretty happy with their efforts. And Khalik, in the end, even with that boundary, takes 3 for 12 in the death. And I've got to say, Azar with 3 for 6. towards the end of the innings as well. They really shut the gate on Antwerp, who never had too much room to breathe, but that was despite a decent start from Niaz, who got after the first over.
Yeah, we just thought it was going to be an interesting game after being 32 for none after the power play. However, they were really dragged back, mostly due to the bowling of Walid Azhar, who had an excellent spell. He goes for 3 for 6 off only 2 overs, and that's really been the key element there. But it was early signs of worry for Gent. There were some drops, mostly by Majid Ali, who if he's his own self-critique, he'll know that he's had a couple of issues. Also Faisal Khalik as well, right at the start, letting that one flow through him. But then after that, it was a bit of a one-trick pony because that was the first wicket to go.
Yeah, and it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise because it did bring Sherry Butt to the crease at what seemed like a good time. And look, you could see the urgency was there, wasn't it? With the running between the wickets, Rohan Niaz was hitting him crisper than anyone would in the Antwerp team. That was a nice shot over cover as well. And this one lofted high. I thought the fielder had a bit of a play on it. He did a good job, Majid, but couldn't quite pull it back. But yeah, Sherry Butt, I did say it. I did think that this innings would depend a lot about how he went. And unfortunately for Sherry, he just couldn't get too much going, holding out for only 3. And it was really a sign of what was to come as the rest of the Antwerp lineup struggled. Maybe with the exception of Schoenheim, who tried to pick up their slack after Burhan was bowled there in the 40s. He hit a couple of good blows, and he got after Rohan Fayez, but really he was the only one. The rest of the Antwerp middle order couldn't really fire. Yeah,
it was that only over for Rohan Fayez, who went for 20. Apart from that, there was only 2 other overs that went for double figures. So I think, yeah, credit where credit's due. I think Gent bowled really, really well, and that is that's certainly seen in the stats for the bowlers, because there's only 2 economy rates in the double figures. That's the Saif Rahman and Ryan Fayez, of course, who went for 31 off his 2 overs.
Remember at the halfway point, they were 57, which I said was about par. So I said, if they get more than that in the second half, they're ahead. If not, they're behind. Well, they only scored 32 in the second half. So it's really a sign of how well Gent were able to shut this innings down. They did it with good catches as well. They took most of their opportunities. There were a few little fight backs there, but really, they were few and far between. Good finish to the innings, though, as we saw the last ball whacked away by Karab Diwan Ali for 4. That was the exception, not the rule, wasn't it? As they made it to 89. But again, in finals cricket's funny, and we've seen some pretty low scores defended as well. We've seen a lot of low-scoring thrillers in finals. There's a lot more extra pressure on the batters, obviously, to perform. Looking at the scorecard, and Burhan Niaz with 42 off 20 with 3 sixes and 4 fours. He dominated the top order and really kind of compensated for a lot of their other options up the top who couldn't really fire. Sherry Butt, the key wicket, went for just 3. Schoenheim got after fires, but he ended up going for just a dozen. And they ended up with that 89 off their 10 overs. As far as the bowling went, well, it was dominated by bowlers at the death. Walid Azhar with 3 for 6 and Khalik with 3 for 12 were very reliable performers. Got to say, Ramad Zayan bowled well early without taking a wicket. Just pegged things back in the second over. He finished with figures of none for 12 off his 2 overs. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more just around the corner. It'll be 90 for victory. Gent trying to stay alive. It'll be Antwerp defending for their tournament lives. We'll see you shortly for more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to Mechelen in Belgium. It's quarterfinals Friday here in this FanCode European Cricket Series. And we are getting ready for the second half of quarterfinal number 1. Antwerp versus Gent. Antwerp winning the toss and batting here. Match 41, the first quarterfinal. They put 89 on the board for the loss of 7 wickets, mostly thanks to the contribution of Berhan Niaz, who scored 42 off 20 balls. Apart from that, only one batter would reach double figures. Yeltsin Skolnheim, who scored 12 off 7. As far as Gent went, 2 bowlers excelled for them. 3 for 6 for Walid Azhar, the big man. And Faisal Khalik with 3 for 12 at the death. And now we're ready for the second innings. Gent will require 90 for victory and a place in semi-finals tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. And Charlie, well, it's a little bit of an underwhelming performance with the bat from Antwerp, but we know they've defended a similar score before, and I'm sure they'll be leaving it all out there as they would desperately love to make the top 4.
Yeah, they certainly would. I think it's going to be a really interesting chase. A couple of early wickets, they're right into the thick of it. But yeah, this is for Gent. They don't need to play any rash shots. It's 9 and over. It's more than doable. And we're ready to get underway here. And he starts with an out-swinging ball delivery from Saklam Raja.
Yeah, one thing about Gent as well, we know, especially early in the week, they were a little bit disappointing with the bat, but they have certainly improved in this area, and they've had a couple of really dominant performances. Now, I know that we've got a few issues around the ground. I know the weather's always threatening. Is that something else that's pretty threatening at the moment, apparently?
Raja continues, and this one just misses the outside of the off stump.
Now, Andres, who's in the tower, after this, I might have to ask for a thumbs up because I heard that there's some wasp issues. Are you there, Andres? Are you okay? So if the camera's a bit shaky, then you know what's happened. He's got I saw some pictures up there.
Put the camera, not on the camera, put it up and down to make sure you're okay.
Well, let's just say that he's buzzing.
Raja continuing. Another out-swinging delivery, finds the outside edge. Yeltsin Skolnheim will collect it for just a single. So we get the first runs on the board for Gent.
6-3 field. You don't see that often, but it tells me that certainly going to concentrate that off-stump line. Having a look at some of the top performers for Gent. How about Omid Malik Kel now? 235 runs in the series. Been excellent, hasn't he? And then pretty much daylight to Khalik on 112. And Rohan Faiz with 99. As far as the bowlers for Antwerp, I'm going to say that Sherkan Shahzad has been very, very good.
This time, offside. He takes on the arm, and well, a direct hit would have been close, but the arm's very, very wayward. And Malik Kel off the mark straight away. But yeah, no, you talk about there, and of course, well, the top bowler for Gent didn't pay off, did it? It was Faiz who conceded the most runs in that first innings. Didn't quite come off for him there.
Yeah, Jabakel as well with 11 wickets has been pretty important.
Yeah, it's a good outfit, Antwerp, but they're going to need to be on fire here if they're going to defend a below par total. An excellent delivery from Raja, doing him all ends up. Faiz just can't get to the pitch of the ball. He's in 2 minds because this is hooping. It's like he's got it on a string. It's a really good delivery. Nice and full, asking the question. And no surprise that third man's come a little bit finer because this could be a little snick, little outside edge. Is certainly in play. Faiz just needs to take the attack here, counter-attacking batting. And he tries to do so, but this is the quicker delivery, and it will be a single. So, excellent first over from Raja. And at the end of the first, again, 3 for none.
Yeah, so just the kind of start you want when you're defending a lowish score. Well, normally this would be in our Goldilocks zone for a golden ball. Now 89, Grady 80s, sometimes we call it. But in Belgium, 80 seems a bit thin. But, like I said, Antwerp, they defended 94 before against the Exiles, holding them to 69 in Game 2. So they'll believe that they can do this. They certainly have made a good start.
Yeah, they really have. Again, they just need to keep it tight. Try and keep the boundaries down to a minimum, because in the first innings, there was only 4 maximums. So, again, that's what you sort of tend to notice, that on days like this, if you can get a handful of 6s under your belt, you tend to be getting up towards a decent total.
It's the beauty of cricket, though, conditions and how much they can change. We've seen such a large variation in scores here in Belgium. When batters have gotten going and they're almost impossible to bowl to. But also, when they're struggling to find their touch, we've seen wickets fall at regular intervals.
Shekin Jazard, he's asking the question, going down leg for sure. Well, look at that, Raja, he's up for it because he's there to back up the non-striker's end. Good commitment early on. Yeah, they're certainly going down leg.
They're feeling on top here at the moment, Antwerp, and they need to just extend this period of the game as long as they can, because already that required run rate's climbed from 9 to about 9.8, so it's almost like they've got an extra 8 to play with. So, yeah, the longer they can keep this going, and the better for them.
Another wild swing. Faiz just almost crumbling under the pressure of a quarter-final here. And he's now 2 off 7, chewing deliveries, not making the most of the power play restrictions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is a big risk to get blown out of the water in this power play for Antwerp. So far, they've avoided it.
This time it's short, and it's punished into the leg side, and that will be the first boundary here in the chase for Gent. And it's Faiz who cashes in 6 runs.
The first real bad ball, isn't it, of the innings, and it gets punished. You can see it's an attempted off cutter. He rolls his fingers down the right-hand side, but it sits up and asks to be hit. And the batter didn't need a second invitation. That one smacked out of the ground. Fires us away.
Yeah, the thing for me as well, especially with a low total, you need your skipper to be right in your ears and to be leading from the front. And I think Sherry Butt is exactly the man to do it, because he's vocal. He'll be knowing, he knows what's expected. They need to put the pressure on. Oh, and that's a better comeback this time. Pushes in for pace, and it will just be a single.
A better length that time. Same kind of delivery with the off cutter. But Fires gets to the other end. Good morning to Andrew Hogan. Well, good afternoon or late afternoon to you, Andrew, in Tasmania. And also, of course, a very warm welcome to Mrs. Hogan. And also everyone else who's joining us in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network.
Yes, it's an exciting day here for quarterfinals Friday, of course. Weather depending, that is. And this is going to be a wide. And Malik Kell just lets this one through. Yeah, Shahzad, I think I dubbed him the Duracell Bunny of Group A. He's started well, but just leaked a couple in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, come back though. Again, just keep an eye on that run rate required. That'll give you a really good indication about where we're at in this game. The other thing is, I know the rain's always a threat. I mean, Duckworth Lewis will come into effect if we get to 3 overs.
This time on the drive, straight to Ilyas Zahir. And it's a dot ball. Good comeback from Shahzad.
Yes, they haven't lost any wickets, so that's good. I mean, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Obviously, we just got to get through another 8 and a bit overs. But you know, hear the occasional rumble of thunder, and there's a lot of clouds around at the moment. So definitely something to think about. Again, 3 overs is the minimum to constitute a completed match in ECN cricket.
Last delivery here in the second. And it gets through. And it will be a big chase. And he's done excellent, really good work from Jamie Farmerlight. And it will just be the 2 to the total. Really good bit of work.
Yeah, I never thought he was getting here, to be honest. I think that it was Niaz. Originally, he just couldn't deal with the last bounce. I thought this was an impossible chase, to be honest. But, yeah, I think he definitely pulls it back before he goes over the rope. So that's an excellent stop. Everyone's going to be crucial, isn't it, in this game? So that's the end of 2 overs. The score is 13 without loss. We saw Antwerp a little bit earlier, didn't we? And now we're seeing Gent trying to get this 90 runs. 3 days to go until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And I know that a lot of people are looking forward to that. We've seen more and more pictures coming with the lights being tested and a few other things. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people can't wait for that. Let's have a look at Antwerp, who were second in their group. I know that Gent were third in theirs, but they both had 5 and 3 records. So it shows there's not too much between these teams, and a bit of an arm wrestle so far in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2 evenly matched teams so far. Again, run rate 9, just over 9.5 at the moment. And yeah, again, I think what could be a difficult customer is the wind as well. So Dilla Japarkal was almost going to get started, but so much so the wind has blown the bails off. So there we go.
It's not a good sign, is it? Again, we have been a bit lucky with it.
Very lucky
with the weather. If you've been here, I think 4 nights in a row now, it's rained.
Yep.
After play, but it's never actually rained during play.
Ridiculous, crazy.
Well, we've been super lucky. You just hope it doesn't affect play too much here on quarterfinals day.
Jabarkal. And this is down the ground, hasn't got all of this. And it is taken. Good catch in the end from Ilyas Zahir. Watches this all the way. It had snow on it as it made its way back down to earth. and it's the first wicket to go. Rohan Faiz just wasn't really able to get going too early on this one, and the first wicket goes 13 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing shot in the end, wasn't it? Don't know where he was exactly trying to hit it, but yeah, composed catch taken by Ilyas. And so disappointment for Rohan Faiz, who does hit one big shot, can't get too much else going here. And so the third over starts with the wickets, 13 for 1.
Yeah, so Faisal Khalik is the man coming out here, and he's a man who looks like he could be such a good batsman. He's a very good batsman. Just hasn't been able to kick on after a start. He scored 19 yesterday, and it's the one that stands out for me because he really could have gone on and pushed on there, but he didn't do so, and he got out again. So I think this is crucial for me. Coming in at number 3, it's a big opportunity. His highest score is 37, not out. And he's a better batsman than that because he really is capable of great things with the bat in hand.
Yes, good point you make. What a good chance for him to lead his team to a victory. Very achievable target, but they're making hard work of it so far. Take nothing away from Antwerp. They're there to try and hold on in this game.
Starts with a wild drive, and you can just see Antwerp. They're getting a bit of spring in their step. They know every ball is crucial. Every dot ball is going to mean a lot. And that run rate already creeping up towards 10 and over now.
Yeah, it is. This is what I'm talking about. Once it gets up to like 11.5 or so, now you're dealing with just an average run chase. Faisal get off the mark.
And he won't do so there because it will be given as a wide. And again, they need to keep extras down to the bare minimum here, because if they don't, then the game will already get away from them. Good call that from Abdul Rahman, the umpire.
Yep, absolutely spot on. Khalik, I'm sure he's itching to get going. Fairly deep in his crease here.
Oh, wow, it's another wide. And again, well, look, here you go. Hands on head, face is in the hand because he knows this is not what he needs to do, because he gets this one all wrong, drags it. And it's another wide. Good take from Tassawa, who again just wasn't able to get going with the bat as well. There were just a few members that weren't able to really kick on. Faisal Khalik, he's been given a few sighters. Needs to go ahead and dominate with the bat now. And he won't do so. It will be a duck, surprised by the straighter delivery. And Jabal gets his second wicket in the over, and it's the big wicket. Faisal Khalik goes for a duck and getting a 15 for 2.
Yeah, just ran out of patience there, didn't he, Faisal? Got a couple of wides. I think he just was itching to get bat on ball. So he tries to pull this one to leg. It's a long way outside off stump. Little edge and a simple catch for Zulkarnain Tassawa behind the stumps. So double strike for Sadullah Jabal. And right now, this has all the hallmarks of a low-scoring thriller. And it's Gent on the back foot, 15 for 2.
We always say that the lower totals ask a lot more questions about a team, because if you don't chase a big total, you say, well, it was just too many runs on the board, it is what it is. But when you've only got 90 required off of 10 overs, there's a lot of questions to be asked if you don't chase it successfully. Majid Ali, well, what's his confidence going to be like, because he had a bit of a torrid time with it in the field, and he's going to have to come in and almost save his team here, coming in at number 4.
That's the thing, though. I mean, 89 wins you a lot of games in European Cricket Series, but just not in Belgium. That's the thing. I think this is more like something like 70 to 75, I think, on probably an average ground, trying to defend that, which we have kind of seen on occasion, especially in finals. But anyway, let's roll.
Ali facing his first delivery, hits this into the offside, and it's a lovely shot, and it will be another boundary. Really good way to get off the mark for Majid Ali. Punish this is into the 4 for the leg side.
Yeah, so what you really want is just someone to come off well for the batting team here. And Majid, who had a few struggles early in the day, let's just say he didn't get out the right side of the bat, I think, with a drop catch early, but makes a very good start with the bat. Maybe he's the man that can take the steering wheel in this chase and get them to safety.
Yeah, they need a big partnership, and these two are certainly batsmen that are capable of dragging them out of a hole here. Needs a response there, Jabal. Flashes hard, and he gets through again. So back-to-back boundary, and Majid Ali, well, that confidence will now be sky high, because it's another boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, will be. Again, finds the gaps, all placement. This one runs away fairly comfortably to the boundary. So again, trying to make something out of this power play. Again, to be on track, they want to be 27 after this over. They probably won't get quite that many. but still, the run rate heading in the right direction.
Well, a 4 here will get them to exactly 27, so you never know. You never know.
We saw it a bit with Leeds yesterday. They seem to be quite conservative chasing a low target, although they got there in the end. But, yeah, you don't want to go into your shell too much.
The last ball of the over then. Fuller just turns the wrists over this one. And it will be a single to end the over. Ali will keep the strike. 24 for 2 after 3.
So, power play, you would say it's advantage Antwerp, but, again, not too many to play with. And, again, just getting a couple away through the work of Mudgett. But now we head into the middle overs, and this is where the game will be won or lost, really, in overs 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Wickets are key here for Antwerp. It's the only way they're going to take themselves right deep into this game, because you let batsmen settle, then they're just going to take the advance and really push on. So it's crucial that they take wickets almost every over, really, because, well, this is what Gent's situation was after Group B.
Yeah, and they had a bad start, didn't they? Remember, they lost both their first 2 games. So essentially, their last 6 games, they won 5 of them. And certainly hitting a bit of form. But will it hold here? Right now, 2 teams that are walking on eggshells here. Here's Shazad.
This one looked as if he was going to try and pull this, but he adjusts well, and it brings Ahmed Malik out. He's only faced 3 deliveries on strike now, so again, he's a batsman who can certainly punish poor bowling, and he's going to look to really pull his team out of a hole.
So again, rain seems to be staying away, but we have reached the 3 overs now, which is the minimum, so this will be a completed contest. There's no chance for a rain out. If it was, it would have been Antwerp that would have gone through.
This time, rocks in back. Rocks back onto the back foot. Defended into the offside, dot ball. Rain is just kicking about, isn't it? It's in the air, you can feel it.
But, I mean, it's so strange. Sometimes this has happened quite a few times. We keep waiting for it. Sometimes it just doesn't come. Sometimes it does. We've been surprised with some rain earlier in the week during the night that we weren't really expecting. So hopefully we get lucky here.
Another shorter delivery. Missed out again, Malik Kel. Well, there you go. That's why they're behind at the moment. That's why you put Antwerp slightly ahead, is because of the wickets fallen so far. It also runs at this stage, 33 for none. So they're 8 ahead at the moment. So if they can kick on and really provide a bit of a partnership for Gent here, Antwerp, they'll be looking to take another 2 wickets by the 5th over, really. Shazad. This time offside, hits it so well, but finds the man. Good work in the end from the man at backward point.
Yeah, every stop becomes even more crucial in this game. So much on the line here.
Yeah, it's just proving to be every single ball, every dot ball is gold dust for Antwerp. Run rate now up exactly 10 and over. And he's got him. It's the big wicket. Malik Kel plays probably one of the worst shots I think we've seen him in this tournament play. And he has to go. And he goes for just 3. It's the 3rd wicket down. Gent 25 for 3, struggling here in the chase.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a nothing shot, isn't it? He just kind of tries to paddle it away on the leg side, doesn't bounce as much as he wanted, and he knows he's such a good play. It's not worth getting out that way. It was really a shot to nothing, and just flicks the top of the stumps. Omid is ropeable with himself, and he is the 3rd wicket now, 25 for 3.
Big wicket as well, because he's been the top run scorer for Gent. So now questions asked of the middle order, because they're coming in now, and this is it's such a high pressure game. They're either going to sink or swim, because at the moment they're looking like they're going down very, very slowly.
To give you an idea, and hopefully the rain stays away, but I do find the Duckworth-Lewis a good barometer of who's winning the match, because that's basically what it's designed for. And so after 4 overs with 3 wickets down, the par score is 35. That shows they're about 10 runs behind where they should be at this stage. Tells me it's advantage Antwerp, but can it hold? Can someone buck this trend? I mean, Malik Kel uses up 7 balls for his 3 as well. Anyway, he's Nungulate, face last ball, the 4th.
Just pushes into the offside, will be a dot ball. What an over that is from Shazad. He's really kept it tight with just the 1 off it. He also gets the wicket as well. So at the end of the 4th, again, 25 for 3.
Yeah. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Like I said, it is ECC from Monday. And one thing, if you didn't realise, I think will be different is we will be under lights for the first time. So we will be having definitely the last game. The lights will take effect. Fourth game probably a little bit twilight. So starting a little bit later in the day. It starts at 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in the morning in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. And that starts on Monday. So the last game starts 5:30 in the evening GMT, which is 7:30 p.m. in Central Europe and 11 p.m. in India. So flick the switch to prime time. The ECC will be around for the next 5 weeks. And of course, even more cricket coming your way on Saturday and Sunday with the FanCode EC T10. Spain, 9 domestic teams going for glory over 4 weekends. So the middle 4 weekends with the ECC time will also have cricket. 34 matches a week. Going to be huge.
Yeah, it is going to be huge. It's going to be the gala of cricket. I can't wait to be watching that one. But here we go. Burhan Niaz did the job with the bat. Can he do a job with the ball now? Wild swing from Majid Ali into the pad. Starts with the dot ball. Good start for Niaz.
Yeah, Gent just cannot get anything going in this innings. Who will stand up? I mean, I suppose at least Antwerp had Burhan Niaz, who got them off to a bit of a start before they started treading water. Now he's going to try and do a job with the ball. He's had an exciting 24 hours, picked up by Malan Warriors in the Pakistan Junior League. So congratulations to Burhan. Right now I think he's pretty focused on trying to get a 4th and maybe a 5th wicket for his team.
Well, this has gone high in the air, but I tell you what, it's also gone long. And it's going to be a boundary, and it's going to be a maximum 6 runs. It's only the second 6 of the innings.
Well, this is pretty comprehensive. It's that kind of slot length, challenge length, if you like. He got all of this. Maximo time. Important runs for Gent.
Yeah, really nice shot, though, from that man. And Majid Ali looks as if he's going to take the game and take charge here for Gent. He's probably thinking, well, normally I'm pretty solid in the field, and it wasn't my day. And this time, and he's trying to take over with the bat now.
First signs of rain as well, potentially around the ground.
Down the ground this time, hits it well, and it will be another boundary. Evades the diving Sherry Butt, who's been so excellent down at long on, but even he's not able to cut this off. Another power punch from Majid Ali.
Yes, he's been so important here, Majid, and well, in the end, well, let's just say he almost had a situation here where the fielder down at long on. He wasn't able to get the ball and almost lost something else along the way.
Sherry Butt. He won't want to see this again, but we're going to do it anyway.
Well, this is where he does his best work. It's a proper wipeout, isn't it, for Sherry? He made a batter disappear in that part of the ground. And Sherry, don't know if we've got the slow-mo of that one, Andres, but anyway, got it. You can't fault the effort, though, from Sherry Butt there.
Majid Ali quietly 20 off 7 now. A couple big more hits right in the game. This will be a wide. And, well, Niaz did a really good job.
And look, looking at Gent, they only failed to achieve 100 once when they batted their 10 overs. And that was when they couldn't chase 125 against Liège back in their second match of the tournament. Since then, they've been really reliable with the bat. So we'll stand up here under the quarterfinals pressure.
Good delivery, nice and full. And Ali misses out on the drive. Again, obviously the rain slowly starting to pour down here now. So just adds another variable into the equation.
Very slowly. I mean, it will have to be significant before they go off. But yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on.
The thing is, these teams will be really keen to try and play out the overs as well. Outside edge. Again, Jantas he's down at third man, takes this one.
Like the third man fielding position, I think that a lot of balls fly down there. I always think, if he was to get a boundary off that, I feel like the batter hasn't really earned it. I'd rather, if the batter's going to get boundaries, they do it off good shots. And that was an example of a thick edge, which with no fielder down there could have easily gone for 4. This time it's only 1. So Niaz kind of got this over back on track now. He's still got 1 to go. He's conceded 12.
Angela, you had to get off the mark. Not the finish to the over Niaz wanted, because it won't be the end of the over because it's a wide. Yeah, and Angulite yet to get off the mark. That one, that's 2 wide. Actually, really good bit of keeping as well from Taswa to watch that all the way. Takes it cleanly. Yeah, the rain's just stopped a little bit. It's not heavy at all. Just spitting, if anything.
Hopefully we keep getting lucky. Past score at this stage is 42.
Oh,
so
close.
They're 4 behind now on the DLS.
driven nicely. However, it won't be any runs. It's well watched by Zahir, and it's a dot ball to finish at the halfway stage. Gent 38 for 3.
Yeah, game on really here. Required run rates just ticked over 10 for the first time. You can see a lot of cloud around. This has been in the forecast, but it's kind of patchy rain, I suppose it's forecast for most of the day. Maybe chance of a thunderstorm later in the afternoon, but at the moment it's holding up. I want to say a very good morning to Sundori in the chat. Hopefully you're well. And to everyone who's out there, obviously, I hope you're enjoying the action here from Belgium.
This is the story so far for Gent here. Just the top of the order failing completely, really. 9, 3 and 0, the scores for 1, 2 and 3. So leaving it to the middle order. Well, if Majid Ali's got anything to say, he's going to try and do it himself here. 21 off 9 so far.
Yeah, I said someone's going to stand up. So far, it's Majid Ali. Just seems like it's his day. Didn't have a great start with the drop catch, but with the bat, he's been good since he's been there. Here's Jabakel.
Short delivery, slapped hard, but straight to the man up there. Good work by Diwan Ali.
And now you've got Nangule, who has shown a lot of attacking flair with the bat as well. I don't think he's any second fiddle normally. So I suppose he's going to still continue to attack. Again, you don't want to be too defensive. It's already gone over 10 and over required.
This time clips this into the onside. Could be a chance for a run out. Well, that would have been an excellent bit of work off his own bowling from Jabad Kal.
I think this is out if he hits. Again, Nangule, something with his game, it seems that he's got a bit careful, just trying to build a partnership with Majid. So I suppose I can understand that. If this hits, I think he's gone. That was my instinct.
Gone by a long way.
I'm on a hot streak as well.
You are doing well, actually.
I'm on a hot streak.
Get you out there in the middle.
Slow me down.
Get you in the black strip.
Much more comfortable here with the replays, but okay.
Continuing. This is a shorter delivery, and I think he might have done it pretty well.
I think this is in the top corner of what's permissible, if I'm honest. It's a difficult ball to hit. It's not too high, and I don't think it's too wide either. Just check the tram line. Comes back in. Almost the perfect delivery, right? Almost like in the bin, you know, when you're shooting at the football goal, Soccer AM.
Top bins.
Yep, top bins.
This one doesn't get it top bins. Gets down the leg side.
That one's just in the bin, that one. But Andrew Hogan liked my definition of Duckworth Lewis.
It was a very good one, actually.
It's who's winning.
It's very true.
That's why I actually find it useful. I don't normally dig it out if there's no rain chance.
Yeah.
But it's a really, when people say who's winning, that's basically, there's a lot of work's gone into working that out in cricket.
Continuing here again. Shorter, leg side, straight to Niaz, and there could be a run out. Direct hit again. And he survives. Well, Ali living life dangerously because he was on the threat of a run out there.
Big moment. You won't see him in the picture here because had a free shot at the stumps. They couldn't remove him, so he just seems like the cricket gods are with him at the moment, Majid.
He popped a little smile when he was fielding, and I think he had a little smile there as I think he knew he survived a close call. Going to try and cash in. Hits this down the ground. Pretty powerfully struck, straight to Sherry Buck.
I will say this about Duckworth Lewis, and hopefully we don't need it today, because hopefully we don't have any interruptions, but some people, I suppose because I've studied a lot more statistics and stuff, it is a very good system. The people sometimes will take a game in isolation and feel it's unfair one way or another, but I think it's the best system we got.
This time again down the ground. Will just be a single to end the over. Tidy over from Jabad Kal, only goes for 5. And at the end of the 6th, 43 for 3, 47 runs required for victory.
Yeah, leaving this run late. So about 2 a ball required now already. Time to get moving or get out of the way, I think, for Nangule. So looking at systems we had before for rain-reduced matches, they were awful. They were awful. I mean, the first system was just take the run rate of the first team and straight multiply out. So if it was 50 over game and you made, let's say, 200, then that's 4 and over. And so then if it became a 20 over game, you just need 80. And so that didn't really make sense. Then they kind of went too far the other way. The infamous 1992 World Cup, take out the lowest scoring overs. So they realised that, okay, batting second, you need to set the target a bit higher. So what they would do is they would say, okay, we're going to if it's a 47 over game, we're going to take out the 3 lowest scoring overs in the first innings.
Okay.
So this is what happened to England. To South Africa against England in the 92 World Cup, where late in the game they needed 22 off 13, and then there was rain and they lost 2 overs. They said, okay, now you need 22 off 1. And
right.
Unlucky. I mean, I do have a bit of a smirk at the way that South Africa have been eliminated from World Cups. There's a few stories about them, including one Duckworth-Lewis mess-up where they took the pass score as what they needed, and it turned out to be a tie. Anyway, here's the Skonheim, who's going to bowl over number 7.
Wild swing from Nangalai again. Just needs to get Ali on strike because dot balls are crucial.
Yeah, so Duckworth-Lewis, Duckworth-Lewis Stern, as it's called now, very innovative system. It covers all scenarios, and you know, it's easy to see a team win easily and go, well, the target was wrong. No, maybe they just played well.
Shorter again, this time slapped into the offside. Well, it will come through for a single. Well, I think for Duckworth as well, as you worded it, is who's winning.
Yeah.
How many times does someone who's new to cricket will ask you, so who's winning at the moment?
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to answer, isn't it, if you take that system?
And then I just give them the book, 2,000 pages of how Duckworth-Lewis works, and read that, and you'll know. You won't even have to ask them anymore.
Another shorter delivery, bit of an outside edge, but again, they have got a man at deep third man, and that's really good captaincy because we've seen so many runs leaked down towards that area of the field. So just cost them a single here.
Yeah. The other South Africa eliminations, the Alan Donald dropping the bat incident.
Yes.
That game was tight. It's probably one of my favourite games ever, actually, that one.
Slower ball, full toss, and it will be another boundary. And, well, we're going to have to take another look at this one because it's divided opinions on what it should be. It's a boundary. How many is it going to be?
Yeah, it's a big dive, isn't it? Where does this bounce? Does it go all the way? Probably. Yeah, I think, well, guess it does. It's a good effort, but it's going to be Maximo time. Oh, this game's really tightening up. Nangulate, guy they needed to get away. And now he has.
Goes again, leg side. There is a man at deep square leg, so it should just be a single. And that's only the third maximum we've had in this innings. Almost, what's happened there?
Yeah, well, what happens is the throw came in and the keeper uses his legs to try and block it, but then he's got to be careful because if that goes onto the helmet, you're just giving away an extra 5 runs for nothing. Corey would say, why is the helmet on the field?
Time constraints.
Yeah.
Full up, Australia delivery, straight to Niaz. They're going to take on the arm again. And he will get into Abdul Rahman. The umpire gets out of the way.
50's up, action. 50's up in this over as well. Yeah, the other thing is, but you could put their helmet behind the boundary line. It's probably a safer place. But anyway, he was bracing for impact there, wasn't he? So it's the end of 7 overs, 53 for 3. And it has gone over the 2 ball required now. Those of you that are wanting to know exactly what's coming up, I can tell you that the ECS will be in Spain for 5 weeks, like we mentioned, but then we will continue the FanCode European Cricket Series from the 17th of October, and that will be in Croatia for a week before 2 weeks in Malta and 5 weeks in Spain. Barcelona will host the final series of the year, so join us for plenty more action just around the corner right here on ECN. The season plans to run all the way until the 11th of December, so yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's certainly exciting times here on European Cricket Network. Here's Saklam Raja. Leg side. Hasn't got all of this, and it will carry to wider the Japar Cup, forever present on that leg side boundary for Antwerp. Saw that so many times. I reckon he saved about 35 runs in Group A action on that leg side. So many boundaries that most likely would have been boundaries, but he was able to just get a hand and prevent it from going over.
Yeah. Tense stuff, though, at the moment.
Very tense around the ground. And this is going to be a wide called by the umpire.
Grunted slower ball, oldest trick in the book. And when he's playing in front of 50,000 people, and the grunted slower ball loses some of its effect. Raja trying it out anyway.
Raja again. This one gets in the tram lines, and he's I think he was just saying to Nangalai, saying, don't worry, that was in, all good.
Gets a bit of help here because I think it hits the seam and comes back a little bit. So I think he's almost celebrating towards the ball, saying thank you for
look at the smile,
coming back this way.
The grin on his face. Oh dear. So it's another dot ball. Get it in time. Jags in, doesn't it? Back to live action. Slower ball. Swatted leg side. Again, there's so much cover out there. You're just struggling to pierce the field. It's another single. Brings Majid Ali 26 off 16 on strike. Yeah, look at where Antwerp were at this stage. Only 5 for 3. So they're 20 runs behind. Well, they lost a wicket on that ball in the previous innings. So 19 runs behind where Antwerp were at this stage, Gent are. So big over the next 2 overs, really. Majid Ali, this is middled into the leg side, but again, oh, it goes through. It's a mistake from Sadullah Jabarkel, and it goes straight through him, so it will be 4 more. Ali moves on to 30, and well, Gent, that's gonna certainly do their confidence a wealth of good. 4 more.
Yeah, so big moment in the game. Just remember that. I don't think Jabarkel will want to remember it, but yeah, leaks 3 runs that he shouldn't have there.
Needs a response. And it's down the ground, and it's 6. Really big shot from Ali, and he could possibly be getting Gent right back into the thick of things here. It's a slower ball, and he gets punished.
Wow, he's been the one. He's been the one that's clicked, and he's had a bit of luck along the way. I mean, he could have been run out moments ago, but he hits this one really good. And so there's 1 ball to go. This game is right in the balance. 1 ball to go in the 8th over.
Yeah, well, we always say it happens in the 9th, but I think it's all happening here because we had a misfield that went for 4. Very next delivery tried a slower ball, and he went back over his head for a 6. So Raja, after a really good first over, only going for 3. He's already conceded 13 in the over with a single delivery left. So big maximum down the ground. Ali moves on to 36. It's all happening here. Rain. Balls everywhere flying. Final delivery here. And this finds the outside edge. And they will come through for a single. So Ali will keep the strike.
Yeah.
And at the end of the 8th over, Gent a 67 for 3.
Again, it's important. I think they want him to face as many balls as possible. I mean, a 1 right now will get Nangulay on strike, who has struggled a little bit more than Majid. So 8 overs down, 67. So we've got 23 required off the last 2 overs. We are going right down to the wire here.
Ali keeps the strike. And look at the worm. The worm's up and kicking this morning. And of course, wickets were really crucial for Gent in Antwerp's innings. And I think this is what could be the killer for Antwerp, not taking successful or consistent wickets really, just allowing batsmen such as Ali to get in. He's 37 now. Oh well, it was going to be Yurtas Gunheim, but he's got a false start.
Don't think we've got any problems with time or anything like that.
So
for those of you that are considering it.
So many things to think about.
Yeah.
So many different variables. I love it.
Here we go.
Gunheim.
It all happens in the 9th.
And that's down the ground, and it will be 6 more. Lovely shot, and it's another catch, another crowd catch, and a really nice shot from Ali. He moves into the 40s, and well, this game could almost be taken away from Antwerp.
Yeah, he's on the walk there, but still was just a little bit too full trying the Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Comeback ball now from Yelta.
Fuller again, and down the ground. Taken. Sherry Butt gets the big wicket. Majid Ali has to go for 43. A very well-made 43 off of just 21 deliveries. It's the big wicket. And, of course, it's that man, Sherry Butt, who takes the catch. 73 for 4.
Yeah, he batted really well, didn't he? But his luck runs out on 43. 6 and out. I mean, I suppose you'd probably take that at this stage because it's getting so close to the target, but still puts the pressure on the new batter. Still plenty of wickets to play with, though. That is a 4th down now for Gent, and they are 73 for 4.
17 runs for victory off of 10 deliveries. So, I'm getting a tingle.
Yeah.
Might be the
understand
weather.
that.
Might be the weather.
Can understand it. No, I think we're in tingling territory.
Certainly feels like it could be. And again, we've always said that the lower targets cause the most issues, and they struggled at the start, but Ali was able to steady the ship. And well, Rohan joins Nangale, and well, it's these two now or never here in the 9th over. Good delivery from Gunheim. Really good delivery, and he's such a well-oiled machine in terms of T10 cricket because he got dispatched for a 6 and was able to come back and trust his skill set, and he got the big wicket. So Rohan, dot ball to start, and it's a wicket. So it's a 2-ball duck, but most importantly, it's a dot ball as well. But it's also the wicket of Rohan has to go, and Gunheim gets his 2nd in the over, and Gent now 73 for 5. Another twist in the tail.
Yeah, so Gunheim, things turning around pretty quickly for him, hasn't it? After he went for 6 off first ball of the over, he's gone wicket, dot, wicket, and Antwerp, this topsy-turvy game, I think it's still swung back to them now, but Yes, Saif had to do it or get out of the way. It gets out of the way, and it will be a guy that can whack sixes coming in now. See Malik Kell coming in at number 7. So 8 to go, 17 required. This game is toing and froing all over the place right now, and only one of these teams will make it through to finals day.
Yeah, we've seen him. He can certainly hit a long ball. Can see Malik Kell. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind it paying off for him now, because it's now or never. 17 runs required off of just 8 deliveries. So they need a boundary, or at least one boundary in the last 2 deliveries here of the night.
He's going to go straight away, see Malik Kell as well. Just want to say a quick hello to Archie, who's joined us. Hope you're well this morning, Archie. And also James Stewart leaving us for a little bit. I hope we see you soon. Here we go.
He swings across the line, and I think the only thing that saved him here might be impact outside the line.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Plus, he's a long way down the wicket. You see here, it takes a couple of steps. It's a pretty good shout, to be honest, but I think there's just a bit too much doubt there. It's also climbing. I think he saves himself, I think, by getting quite a big distance from the stump. So CM Malik Kell can't get any bat on that, but does get a run. Over to Nangule now. Last ball of the ninth.
Straight down the ground, but right off the toe end of the bat. Niaz will eventually collect it, and it will be a single. So 15 runs for victory off the last over, and at the end of the ninth, Gent 75 for 5.
Yeah, you kind of need 10 in boundaries off this over, I think, if you're going to win. You're going to need definitely 2 boundaries. But, yeah, again, they've made real hard work of this low target. But I've got to say, credit to Antwerp as well. I think their bowling's been pretty good. A bit like Gent in the first half of this game, just didn't give their batters too much room to breathe. Not too many bad balls.
I love this. This is the scene I want to see here. Look at that. There's well, before we get on to that, don't forget, stay up to date on all of our social media channels, especially with the ECC coming up. There's going to be a lot of content being pushed all over the scenes. But yes, this is going to be very, very interesting. 15 runs required off of just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, now or never.
And it's going to be the man with the golden arm. It's going to be Baran Niaz. Wealth of experience. They're going to need it now.
All right, here we go. 15 for a place in the semi-final for Gent. Otherwise, it'll be Antwerp. We'll see you tomorrow.
It starts with a wide. Well. Early signs of pressure on on the bowler, and well, just
feeling it.
Just in case you wanted to forget what's coming up. This is the second quarter final.
These teams are ready to go, but at the moment they're locked on what's happening out there in the middle. 2 teams with a 5-3 record. Beverin versus 12 Stars coming up very, very shortly.
14 off 6, down the ground, hits this well. Will take cutting off. He won't get there, and it will be a boundary. 4 off the bat of Nyangale, who just hasn't really been able to get going. But boy, oh boy, does he connect with this one. 4 more down the ground. Yeah,
and Rohan, he doesn't really have a play on this. Thinks about sticking a foot out, but he trusts that maybe the long on or long off could do the job. They couldn't. It was perfectly placed by Nangule. This game gets even tighter. 10 off 5 now.
Yeah, needs a dot ball here. Needs a dot ball or a wicket, because Nangale's the man who's in at the moment. 16 off 12. Needs a wicket now, Niaz. Well, it's not a wicket, but it's a dot ball. Wild swipe from Nangule there. Just misses out there, trying to overhit it, really.
Runs on the board in the final, even though it's not that many runs. Just a bit of toss news from the second quarter final coming up is that 12 Stars won the toss. They'll bat first, and guess what? Paramjeet Singh is in the lineup for 12 Stars today. They'll be opening up with Sazad Hossain, but Beverin, they've got a galaxy of stars as well. That should be a cracker. And that's starting in around 20 minutes. But right here, 10 off 4 required.
Wide ball bowled. Just keeping Gent in the game here is Niaz, as that's now 9 off 4.
He's just gambling for a dot there. He's thinking if he can get that into tram line. 10 off 3 is pretty tough. He probably feels like doesn't mind giving the odd one away. Doesn't want to go for a boundary here. Knows a boundary really puts Gent on top.
Needs a boundary. Needs to be a boundary. It's an inside edge, and short fine leg will collect it. Not just a single. It brings CM Malik Kell on strike. He's just got to go.
I actually think CM Malik Kell, I'd rather have him on strike than Nangule, even though he hasn't scored a run yet. Just Nangule hasn't found it, and CM Malik Kell has precedent of hitting boundaries off the 10th over. In fact, he went 6-6-6 the other day in a game for Gent as well for the last 3 balls. If he does it here, they'll be through to semi-finals, but he needs one now, and he's got no time to settle. He's got to go. 8 off 3.
Down the ground, and 6! And it goes through the hands of Sherry Butt. And he is distraught with himself. He's taken some incredible catches over the course of this tournament, but he puts a sitter down, and it's 6, and it's that man, Sir Malik Kell.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's a sitter, but it's a challenging one, but he's just mistimes his jump. He's actually on the way down, and the ball's still hanging up there. He can't get more than the fingertips on it, and that is a huge moment in this tournament. So, just like that becomes 2 off 2. Wow. That is a huge, as a bigger momentum swing as you could possibly get in a cricket match.
Needs to be a dot ball, and there's a lot of questions now. Skunheim, the man who's got a wealth of experience, he's saying, get everyone in. Get everyone in, and I like this because there's no, if they hit him over the top, it's fair enough, game over. 2 off 2 now, and look at this one. He just didn't catch it, and he knew straight away.
Wow. Swing and a miss here, then it goes back to, I think, anybody's game. But right now, if you score off both these balls, then you can't lose as the batting team. 2 to win.
Lofted in the air. Has he got enough on this one? Oh, it's been put down, and it's going to go for 4. And Gent will be the eventual winners, and they have made it through to finals day. They will take victory by only 5 wickets here. And, well, commiserations to Antwerp. They will be eliminated here in the first quarter-final.
What a cricket match. What a cricket match. And cricket can be cruel. It can be so cruel. Sherry Butt's had such a fantastic tournament for Antwerp, but that one moment just misjudged it slightly. And I thought he was the man to be on strike, Sir Malik Kell, and it proved that way, although he certainly was living dangerously. Even that last one, Jens Skonheim was the man. He almost got there. It was a really tough opportunity, but it probably was within his range. He couldn't get there. And just like that, it's bang, bang, game over. And Gent pull off the chase of 90. And you can see coming up we'll have Bevan versus 12 Stars, but what a cricket match. I still can't quite believe how that one finished. But it is Gent 92 off 9.5, defeating Antwerp 89 here in the first quarter final. And Gent will progress. Antwerp is the end of their ECS in 2022.
Yeah, it is. And credit where credit's due, because Antwerp have been very, very good here in Group A, and it just wasn't meant to be. But they walk off. They can walk off with their heads held high because they have provided pure entertainment here on a very cold Friday morning here in Mechelen. And we can go ahead, take a look at the highlights of this innings here. Well, it started well with a nice 6 into the leg side, but unfortunately the top order for Gent weren't able to really click, as Ryan Faes was the only man to get a boundary in that top 3. It was that 6 into the leg side. Apart from that, it was 9 off 10 for Faes, 3 off 7 from Malikal, and a 2-ball duck for Faisal Khalik, the skipper. And that's when you thought, well, hang on a minute, Antwerp are still in with a shout. And well, this was it, a little nick behind, and it was a really simple catch for Tazawar. But again, they just managed to keep themselves in the game, did Gent with a couple of boundaries here and there, but it was right at the last minute where they were able to take the game away from Antwerp.
Yeah, I mean, they left their run really late, and I mean really late in this innings. Top order misfired. I think also bit of leash yesterday about this, slow target, and just I think taking it a bit easy. I think you should still approach it like you're chasing 130 or 140. That's some of the best advice I think I've seen utilised in this form of the game, is just because you're chasing a lower target, don't go into your shell too much, because how often do you see a team chasing like 140 and ending up 110, 120 anyway? Here you need 90, and well, they certainly, like I said, left it late, but they needed someone to click, and really it was Majid Ali. But remember, that cost them 3 runs as well. That came to bite them a little bit, but when it came down to it, there were just a couple of moments that would matter, and it would be late in the piece. Sondheim, who started by getting banged in the 9th for 6, but he came back with 2 wickets and 3 balls, and at that stage it was advantage Antwerp.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think we all thought that Majid Ali was going to be the man to do it, but eventually he was caught by Sherry Butt, and well, that man Sherry Butt, he'll be replaying the final moments of this game in his head for a good few weeks. As we take a look here, that was a shot down the ground, really nice bit of batting from Hakimi Nangale, who just sort of played second fiddle to Majid Ali. But that was the big moment. It was the drop from Sherry Butt. It wasn't an easy chance, has to be said, but he knows that he expects himself to take them.
Oh, cricket's such a great leveler, isn't it? And even this one, okay, this is so high. It is reachable, but you've got to judge it perfectly. Sondheim gets fingertips on it in the end. He's certainly the man that might have done it. Didn't matter. They were going to run 2 anyway. Ends up rolling across the boundary for 4. And so, disappointment for Antwerp in a real arm wrestle. Well, let's just say lucky it was Sim Kel. They hit the winning runs, and not while he does that, because it just took one person to pick him up. And you can see what it means to Gent in their first ECS. Well, it's a battle of 2 teams actually here that were playing in the ECS for the first time, but it's Gent that make the final 4. And what a way to do it. Coming up, we have 12 Stars batting first, and they'll be starting in around about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Beveren, I think they probably wanted to chase anyway, so I think both teams get what they want out of the toss. But look at the bottom right-hand corner, Manoj Nag. Well, will he get a bowl here? And how will Beveren approach him? That's the question as well. Certainly a very entertaining person. Look at all those fantasy points for Manoj Nag. As for Beveren, well, Saber Zakil, always a key player, but I mean, the captain's been important, Hakim Kaksar. Abdul Rashid, he has 3 half-centuries in the series, been important as well, and they've got batting all the way down, really. So looking forward to that coming your way in just 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, and can't wait for that one. Paramjit Singh is in the lineup, so get ready for some explosive hitting. And this is the story here in the first quarter-final in Mechelen. Again, that top order failing, but luckily enough, the middle order, well, they turned around and went, don't worry, we'll take over. Majid Ali, 43 off of just 21, 4 fours, 3 sixes. He was joined mostly by Nangale as he went 17 off 14. Not out as well with a 4 and a 6 to his name, but it was Sir Malik Kell who was able to get them over line with a 4 and a 6 to win the game. Successful chase for Gent. They were looking like it was going to come to a disappointing end, but they were able to just tick things over and get over the line right at the last minute.
Yeah, and look, in the end, it was Niaz that went for the runs at the end, but I mean, there were 10 runs he gave up, 2 potentially. Both balls could have been wickets in the end. Look at Jabakel, Sadullah Jabakel with 2 for 16 was very important. Skolnheim, I think he fought pretty well as well with the ball, 2 for 17, despite some issues along the way. I think that Saklan Raja and Shakan Shahzad were very good early. They did very well to try and defend that, but it was just a few runs short in the end of where they needed to be. So that is the story in the first quarter-final. It's Gent that make it through, winning this game with just 1 ball to spare. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you through to the second quarter-final between Beveren and 12 Stars Cricket Club. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Charlie Hunt. We'll see you shortly for more cricket here on Quarterfinals Friday. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. It's quarterfinals Friday here in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And we have seen quite a dramatic day already. Just one quarterfinal done, and it was Gent that got over the line against Antwerp with just one ball to spare. Very memorable quarterfinal number one between two teams that are on debut in this FanCode European Cricket Series. It was Gent that got across the line in a dramatic final over that saw a couple of drop catches result in boundaries that got them to that target of 90. Right here, we had a slight delay due to some unavoidable issues, but we are getting going just 5 minutes behind schedule. And it's the second quarterfinal now, match number 42 between Beveren and 12 Stars. Both these teams boasted a 5-3 record in the group stage. Beveren finishing second in their group. 12 Stars, another team that we're seeing for the first time in the FanCode European Cricket Series. They finished third in Group B, Group A, I should say. And look, I'm really looking forward to seeing quite a few of these players, in particular Paramjit Singh, who makes a return after missing a couple of matches late in the group stage, but he has the highest individual score on ECN this year of 120 not out that he scored earlier in this series. And we are likely to see him first up as 12 Stars. They won the toss in match 42 and they've elected to bat first. Another key player there, Sazed Hassan, the captain. He's likely to bat right up the top of the order as well. Well, not too much between these teams according to the bat versus ball wall. Beveren just 2-run favourites. And you can see 12 Stars after a less than ideal start to their series. They lost both their opening matches, but they went into a winning streak of 5 before dropping their last game. But both these teams have experienced a lot of success so far in this series. And we are almost ready to go. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what transpires here. We got Got two teams that both seem to know how to win. Beveren, I mean, a lot of chat about them going into this series, but I think what we've noticed is that this format is a bit of an evener between all the clubs here, who are all very, very capable of pulling it off in a 10-over match. So, yeah, just looking forward to seeing what this second semi-final holds. You can see that's Rohan Jain, who's out there, and he's out there with Sazad Hassan. So that is the big surprise for me, that Paramjit is not up the top of the order. So a little bit of a curious one. But remember, he did miss the last few matches, the last couple of matches at least, of their group campaign. So we're almost ready to go. You see, Beveren, they're a team that have had a lot of domestic success here in Belgium. Actually won the domestic T20 this year, which means they will be representing this country at the European Cricket League in 2023, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And that's something that I'm sure they're looking forward to. But right now, the eyes are on this prize, the FanCode European Cricket Series. And Beveren, they are defending champions after winning the title in August 2020. We haven't had a series here in Belgium since then. So we're almost ready to go. I want to say a very big welcome to those of you that are watching on FanCode in India, and also those of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. So just waiting for the clock to tick over. I think we're about ready to go now. Should be a highly entertaining game. And if you want to know what we're dealing with today, not just the threat of rain, there's also some threats up in the tower. That was a little bit earlier, but back to the present. And here's Jabba Khel to get us going. Hassan, it's one off the hip, I think. And we sneak through for a leg bye to get us going. And what do you guys think in the chat? Do you favour one or another here? It's going to be potentially another tight contest. Although 12 Stars win the toss and elect to bat, I think Beveren, they seem to like chasing. It hasn't always worked out for them. They seem to like doing that more than other teams. Jain on strike now. Swings and misses at a pull shot. No run off the mat as yet. So Munir Hussain, he was obviously impressed with Gent in the last game, thinks that they'll be champions. Well, that's the thing. Each of the 8 teams here, they are only 3 wins away from the trophy. I suppose the importance of the group stage is it's how smooth or rough your road is to that trophy. These teams in second and third, obviously they're playing teams that finished in a similar position to them on the ladder, whereas the 1 versus 4 games we'll see this afternoon are teams that, that would say there's a clear favourite based on their performance in this series. The other thing is, there's the constant threat of rain. So far, it hasn't really materialised, and hopefully it stays that way. But if this was to not achieve the minimum 3 overs per side, it would be Beveren that would go through as the higher-ranked team. This one really takes off from Jabba Khel. He's a pretty good bowler. He just seems to have a bit of zip about him when he's got his rhythm going. Kind of slings the ball a little bit. Not a proper slinger, but just look at this. The kind of rhythmic catapulting of the ball. Again, left arm is always a bit of a handful, aren't they? Some go across here, some will move back stump to stump. And now he's chopped on. So Jain goes for a duck. They can't get too much going in the first. It's going to be a 4-ball duck, and that's the threat of Jabba Khel. This one bites back, and Rohan Jain couldn't deal with it. The first wicket of the second quarter final, and the score is 1 for 1. Very good ball. Difficult. Look at it come back at him. And he ends up just trying to get some sort of bat on it. Couldn't get out the way of it. Couldn't do anything with it. All he could do was chop it down onto the stumps. He was very late on it as well, Rohan Jain. And Jabba Khel is cock a hoop with that. Why not? Beveren, who haven't always performed to their potential in this series, but they made a very good start here. Haven't seen a single run off the bat yet. And now they have a wicket in the very first over. And so This is Ashveer Singh, who's going to come out at number 3. Again, haven't seen Paramjit yet, but perhaps just waiting for an opportune time to get him to the crease. Last ball of the over. Wow, similar kind of delivery. Well, it's probably one of the more optimistic OEW appeals I've ever seen. But it will be the end of the first over. It'll be all the ones, 1 for 1, off 1. This one's just a little bit high. Maybe with the stumps to it, a metre taller or so. It's still very good first over. Have a look at some of the top performers. We can see the 12 stars. We haven't seen Paramjit yet, but he is their leading run scorer. Hassan in second place. He's out there but hasn't faced a ball yet. And then you've got Ashveer in third place. For Beveren, well, Kaksar has taken the lion's share of the wickets for the teams playing in this team. But with the bat, I've got to say that Abdul Rashid has really performed well with consistency at the top of the order for Beveren in this series. They've got a long batting lineup. They're not afraid to use it. And so, right now, Beveren on top. It's only 1 over in. And here comes Aurangzeb, who's going to bowl the second over. Not a good ball to start, and this should be the first boundary of the game. This high up on the bat, maybe even the glove of the batter here. You can see it just helps it round the corner. So Hassan, the captain, gets off the mark immediately. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network today. And joining me in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. Charlie, mouth-watering matchup here in quarterfinal number 2 after a very, very entertaining finish to quarterfinal 1. A heartbreaking one for Antwerp fans.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think this is just going to be just as exciting here in the second quarterfinal.
We had a low-scoring kind of thriller, didn't we, in that first game? And often in those kind of games, you just need one batter to break out. And Majid did that for Gent. But then he got out at a crucial stage, got down to the last over. Sam Malik Kell would be the hero, but it'll be remembered for the last 2 deliveries, I think, in particular the second last delivery, which was tapped over the boundary for 6. Goes upstairs, and the batter has no problem dealing with it. This is going to go all the way. Maximo Hassan is asked to show the hook shot. He says, no problem at all. And that is classical, especially with the fine leg being up. That one's always flying away for 6.
Yeah, no, he gets enough on it and swings hard. That's exactly what happens. And as well, the wind's helping it along its way there as well. Yeah, no, this is going to be interesting today. As, of course, this matchup is, I think, one of the most exciting matchups I've seen here in Belgium. Again, just abundance of talent in both teams. And well, Shaukat saying we're winning the challenge so far. It's very well off the first game.
Oh, the Group A versus Group B. Yeah, noticed. Anyway, this is an awkward one bouncer, but does knock it down, Jabakel. I think I'd bring him back in the second over because that first one was so good, asking so many questions of the opening bat.
Yeah, no.
So I think I'd bring him back in the third.
Yeah, 100%. I think we saw it work in the last game. Bowl your openers.
This is a beautiful shot and finds the gap this time. So Aurangzeb just a more or less a line and length delivery, but this is leaned on. And despite some of the moisture we've got on the outfield, after some fairly heavy overnight rain, still easily flies away for 4.
Yeah, it's nice to see that this ground is looking nice and green, isn't it?
Yeah.
After what looked like a bit of a desert.
Just takes a bit. That's the thing, when the rain comes in Europe, it can really come, right? So it's been a long, hot, dry summer in most of the Northern Hemisphere, actually, particularly in Europe.
Yeah, no.
So, I mean, the rain's sorely needed. We know that. It's always great if it can work around our schedule, though. Last ball, the over. Pitched up, driven, fielded, and the end of the over. So the score is 16 for 1 after 2. 12 stars. Just managing to get going a little bit better than they could in the first over. So, yeah, Sharkat saying, who am I representing? Group B? I think I was completely neutral. I said, well, what I said is I think it'll be pretty similar. And if you look at maybe we can show the daily run rates, Andrus. This will be case in point. And we'll show that during the over. But there wasn't too much between them. If I look at the standings in Group A, 12 stars, they finished third in Group A with a 5-3 record, identical record to Antwerp, who just bowed out of the tournament. But remember, there was only 0.003 between them. And actually, it came down to the very last match that was played. They do go back to Jabakel, and he gets clipped away for 4. What a good shot that is. Hassan has no problems dealing with it. Gets across and makes, I suppose, a bit of a gamble here because he's a bit of an LBW candidate, but he does get back on it and he gets 4.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And again, he's banking on the angle as well from Jabakel, of course, coming left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hossein. So he's just banking on that angle, being able to abuse the leg side. It's exactly what he does, and it's a very nice shot in the end, and it will be another boundary. So they move on to 20 for 1 now.
Yeah, it's a good shot though, wasn't it? Yeah, risky shot. Yeah, got to have a really good eye to
T10.
catch up with that one. Yeah.
Belgian ball.
Belgian ball. Yeah, where's Belgian ball gone?
It's here. Don't worry, it's here.
Gets crossed again. And this just comes off the inside part of the bat. So again, trying to build a partnership here. Yeah, so I said I thought it'd be pretty even. Everyone was getting carried away. I just tried to keep a level head. And you can see Group A, 115 per 10 overs. Group B, 117 per 10 overs. So I'll stand by what I said. I think it's going to be pretty even. Pros and cons, I think, for Group A teams versus Group B teams. Group B teams come in having more recent playing form. But Group A, obviously, their bodies will be a little bit fresher, you'd imagine. Jawakel. Again, this is one off the middle of the bat of Ashvir Singh, but they'll sneak through for a single.
Yep, collected by a very, very interesting character. Is Mansour Mahboub, of course. He's had actually a really good tournament for Beveren. He's been just sort of chipping away, getting involved when he needs to. Yeah, this is big. This is a big spell here for both teams. Crucial last over of the power play.
Wow, this one gets big on him. Now we've got a half a run out. This would be the best run out ever because he literally throws it before he turns to look at the stumps. He knows he's got next to no time. Well, firstly, this is going to hurt because look at it off the edge, I think, and straight up. Take him in the grill. And I think he's in a bit of bother here. What about the no-look throw, though? But, yeah, let's have a look. That one gets him in the neck. That's a nasty one. That's a really nasty one. Turns on it, and that's one area where the helmet doesn't really provide a lot of protection. And so, yeah, especially at the pace that Jabakel is bowling. That's just a nasty one. I think they're going to have to check out the captain here, Sazad Hassan.
Yeah, just make sure that he's okay. Of course, you never like to see anything like that, especially when it flies off the top edge as well. Just adds momentum to the ball. But, you know, I think he's just taken a moment just to regather himself. I think he's up. He's he's gonna get a bit of water, I think, down the system. Maybe a painkiller or two.
Yeah.
But he's in at the moment. He's 16 off 8. So
yeah, he's been good. I mean, just turned the face on that one slightly, and that's why you can see it just shot straight up off the edge into what looked like the neck region. We know that can be dangerous. We know that. So in the end, he will survive and continue his innings. I don't know if the magic spray will help with that one too much, but yeah, it looks like he's going to be okay, and we'll get going again.
I have a feeling. I reckon Paramjeet might be coming in sort of. I reckon 4. I reckon is where I'm going to put my shout in. You
wouldn't want to bat them any lower. Well,
okay.
You all know what's happening up in the tower. This is what I think it's Andres up there is dealing with. He's got wasps all over him. So if the coverage is a little bit shaky, don't blame us. Blame Mother Nature. You know what they say when wasps gather?
Oh dear, I don't want to know.
Off the pad. Yeah, once again, Jabakel's hunting a run out, but he spends it before he gets it.
What do they say?
It's a sign that there could be something imminent, like a storm. It's a bit biblical, but
it's very biblical.
Get the reference. I wouldn't say it's plague, but yeah, the wasps were following us a little bit in Italy. I know that's something we were all grappling with.
Tariq's jumped the gun. He's gone random question time at 11:15 in the morning.
Hello, Tariq.
It's a good question.
Good morning.
Very good question. Good morning
I think
to
he's
you.
in Australia, so it's probably more like 5 o'clock. Well, sent back quickly. They think about having a pop, but they don't. A few people mentioning Tarakel not in the Beveren lineup, so still a bit of a loss for them. He was very good early in the tournament. We haven't seen him since. End of the power play here. Stars just struggling to get going a little bit here in quarterfinal number 2. It's 23 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, well, there you go. I think we might have got a little.
If you're such a good cameraman, Andres, why don't you give us some shots of the wasps up there?
See what he can do. And as we come to the end of the power play, bit of drizzle coming into the frame of things. Hopefully, isn't going to become anything too dear. It's the fine rain that soaks you through.
Yeah, well, the rain isn't of biblical proportions, put it that way. We've had a little bit of drizzle. I know it keeps going. It's in the forecast, but we've been pretty lucky. Even when there's been rain around, it seems to have missed us here at the Vrybrok Cricket Ground, just outside of Mechelen. Now we're going to see Cuxar coming on to bowl the fourth, and he has been very, very good for Beveren with 11 wickets in the series. So here he is, captain to captain. And first one, we'll just sneak through for a single.
Bit of a mix-up, but it's successful. So change of keeper for Beveren as well. Mohammed Waleed takes over from Naman. Naman was a really good keeper, so Waleed's got a job to do.
No more man in the side at all today. This will be dragged away to the leg side for one. Yeah, so he's got big shoes to fill there, but obviously he's a specialist.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, well.
Bit of the rain. That's really good camera work, by the way.
Well, what I will say is at least we've gotten past 3 overs in this innings. This one is short, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Hassan gets across again, and he deposits this behind square leg. 6 runs, just a little bit too short. And Sazad pounces.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Rocks back, gives himself a bit of time, and it sails over the boundary. 6 more. Good start to the over for the 12 stars.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second, but first, watch this ball, which is pitched up, and no man will handle this down at long off. Just a single. Yeah, so what I will say, because they've reached 3 overs, I mean, if we did have an interruption, it means that first innings is a completed innings.
Okay.
If he went off after 2 overs, then you'd have to have enough time for the first innings to restart and then have a change of innings. So it just makes it a bit more difficult to get a game in. So once you get past the 3 over mark in the first innings, it certainly makes it a lot easier with a window of time you'd need to complete a game. Anyway, hopefully you get lucky like we did in the first game and we can keep playing. Reversage. Well, this one now is probably dead ball. They won't even run. It's not a great shout for LBW. Gets himself in a real muddle here, doesn't he?
Does really get in a bit of a twist. Goes for the reverse hit.
He's like, I wanted to play a left-handed shot, but I can't play this shot with what you bowled me. So I'm just going to stand here. Anyway, it's the end of the over. The score is 33 for 1. Look, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, we have mentioned it this morning a couple of times, but if you have just joined us, on behalf of ECN, we wanted to just take a moment to reflect over the last 24 hours. I know a lot of people have been affected by the news of the passing away of Queen Elizabeth II in the UK, and so everyone obviously that is dealing with that news, our thoughts are with you, and of course the family and everyone in the UK and the Commonwealth and everyone around the world that has been touched by it. So we are continuing our coverage here respectfully, and we will continue into the 5th over. That will start with the ball, which is driven down off the bottom of the bat to Cuxar, who does the fielding.
Yeah, again, pretty tidy over from Cuxar there, just 10 off it. Yeah, so Naman coming into the attack now. Again, he's a really good all-rounder. He can do both bat and ball. He could do with a wicket here, breaking the partnership.
Wow, almost catches it. Had to look first. He's in his follow-through, Naman. Takes a long time to look up.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to sort of realise that it was coming straight back at him.
Yeah, no worries with height there. But yeah, he just freaks out a bit because he has no idea how well it was hit. Because I don't think he was really watching when it got hit. He just knew it was coming back at him. And now, completely loses his radar. Yeah, speaking of the Queen, I mean, I know it was always a highlight when Ashes series, I'm sure most countries that would tour England, to meet the Queen in the Test match, in one of the intervals.
Yeah, very true.
Dennis Lilly famously said "G'day" to her, actually, in one of those moments. Seems like she didn't enjoy her cricket and her sport in general, and everything that I'm hearing from people that did get to kind of peek behind the curtain. She had a pretty good sense of humour. I think it's certainly something that's affected a lot of people today. Anyway, this is up in the air. Should be out of the grasp of the fielder. And going to take 2 on. Wow, good throw. He's going to nail him down here. I think he's gone. What a good piece of fielding this is. They're going to have a look. But Hassan, who's on 24, make that 25. In fact, this is Ashvir, I think. But let's have a look at the replay. It's a quick throw before he's even really set. And he's gone.
Excellent bit of work from Aurangzeb there. But yeah, I think he's gone there. This looks close, but I think he's going to be gone.
Again, good keeping, does everything right, stays low, comes up with the ball, and he is gone by some distance. Had to be a perfect piece of fielding, and it was. So it is going to be Ashmir who's going to be run out for 9. And there's the message now. What a fantastic piece of fielding that is. And Beveren, they find a way to manufacture a second wicket now. It'll be 37 for 2.
Yeah, certainly helps proceedings as 12 Stars will lose another wicket. But here comes the main man, Paramjit Singh. We'll take another look at this one, though. So he has to sail over the head. That's a good camera angle. Collects it cleanly. And it's a really good throw-in as well because it makes life so much easier for the keeper because it's right on the bounce. So
yeah. Again, I'll go back to the keeping. I mean, he's in a really good, ready position to receive that throw. And you never quite know how much it's going to bounce when it's a one-hop throw like that. But he comes up, and he's just very, very well balanced. He takes the ball well. And Waleed whips off the bails. And that is the end of Ashmir Singh. But like you say, it will bring Paramjit. They've held him back to the middle overs. Maybe they just want a final assault. They didn't want to risk him too early. But here we go. Let's see what he can do. A man that scored 120 not out earlier in the series. And he gets Beamer first up. It'll be a no ball. And so we'll get a single. There'll be a free hit coming up.
Yep, brings Hussain on strike, who again, I tell you what, he's also been pretty frequent in the runs for 12 Star CC, especially in that first part of Group A. Yeah, this one just on the hip.
Yeah,
good call.
Maybe just trying York first up. Yeah, I've got to say, though, just going back to that throw, Stanik Zai Aurangzeb, I loved the way he threw it just before he had his feet set, but he got a lot of pace on it. Free hit then, and he will hit it. We'll hit it into the bushes, and Hussain will continue. He moves up to 29, so another full toss, not quite as exorbitant, but it will still go to the boundary.
Yeah, 4 more. Cashes in on the free hit, and Hussain is he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment, isn't he? He's got his partner in Paramjit Singh back in the middle with him now. So these two, this is the big innings, and this is the big partnership really in this innings.
No man needs to find the pitch. Does, and this one clunks off the bat for a single. So again, Paramjit Singh is a guy that a lot of people have enjoyed watching bat during this series. He went missing a little bit towards the end of the group stage, but he's back for this huge game.
Yeah, well, it was that one day, wasn't it, where he hit 200 off of 79 delivery, 78?
Something like that. But yeah, 200 runs in the morning is
incredible.
Something absolutely unprecedented. Now the full toss. This time he gets it wrong. Now someone has to go find it. No man's going to do it himself, and he gets the wicket. A big moment in the game, and it's going to be Paramjit that goes for just one. Well, didn't really want to bounce the ball too much. This is another one. Height-wise, I think this is fine. I think it's below the waist, but he just gets it completely wrong. So, no man. He looked around, didn't get a lot of help. Yeah, that's not going to be an issue with height either. So Paramjit knew he was in trouble straight away, and Beveren pounced on the mistake. Right now, it's 44 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, big wicket. Oh, Paramjit Singh has to go, and he will not be happy because he's made the trip to the ground, and well, he's got to go straight back to the tent because, and he just gets the full toss wrong. Tries to play it with the full face of the bat, which normally you'd argue is the best way to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, I still think he rolls the wrist a little bit on it. I don't think it's a genuine straight drive attempt. He's trying to kind of baseball it a bit to the leg side, but yeah, big moment. And I've got to say that was a very good catch by Noman because he turned around, looked for someone to catch it, saw nobody, and so he decided to go himself and did take it. Anyway, it's going to be Kaksar to continue now in the 6th. He gets driven down the ground. Noman has a bit more practice. He's running hot at the moment. Probably can't wait to get out there, maybe have a second over. I mean, it was a bit lucky, but you make your own luck. He had 3 big full tosses in that over. Paramjit, looks like they wanted to go full to him. Probably not that full.
Zaman is the new batsman.
A reminder to everyone out there, hit the like button if you haven't already on the video. ECN European Cricket Network.
Have you?
I have. Have you?
Yes.
Good. Good chat. It's just, wow, now he's an appeal for a catch. It's pretty close, you know. Tell you what, there's only half a shout, but look how far across he gets here.
The umpire turns it down pretty much straight away, and that looks, I have to say, that looks quite adjacent to me.
He's on the walk, the umpire. Wasn't interested in sticking around, having a look. That was worth a second look. Anyway, this is in the air, and it could be caught. It will be caught. Wow. The University aligns here, because I think the last one was pretty close. But the very next ball, Hassan's going to hold out for 31. It's Jamakel that takes the catch, and spin to win for Kaksa. So captain gets captain, and a fourth wicket has fallen. 12 stars are 46 for 4.
Another wicket for Hakim Kakzad, and it's a big wicket. The skipper who was in has to go for 31. And, well, asking the question here of the 12-star CC, what have you got? What are you made of? We want to see it. And this is a big couple of overs now for both teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. So you can see Rajiv Sharma comes out to bat, and I think he's been a very good player for 12 stars CC. Particularly, I've really enjoyed his fielding. I think he's one of the best fielders we've seen in the tournament. He's a very clever bowler as well that can bowl at either end of the innings, and he's got a very good slow ball that he disguises as well. Yeah, but right now, team's in a bit of a hole here, 46 for 4. Goes after this straight away. What a shot to start his innings. This clatters off the fence. Maximo Rajiv. Another guy that there's a lot of, but he definitely got a lot of this. 6 runs.
Lovely shot. Lofts this over the covers, and it just gets over for a maximum. Well, that'll work. Nice way to get off the mark. Nice way to start the innings. Needs to carry on, though, here.
Brings up the 50 as well for 12 stars. Goes again. Let's go back Cuckside. Not afraid to slow it down, even after getting hit. And that one will just go for a single. Sharma starts with a bang and then retains the strike. The score after 6 overs is 53 for 4.
Yep, Zaman, of course, the return of the dodgy tape on his back. He's yeah, this is good though, isn't it? This is proving to be a really good first morning of quarterfinals Friday. It's been tight so far. Wickets tumbling here in the second quarterfinal, and I'll tell you what, it's not easy out there for the fielding side either, because it is raining. It's not easy to pick up as well.
Jamakel in that first over was actually a maiden, even though it was a leg bite. So he actually finished with 1 for 6 with a maiden off his 2 overs. His second over only went for 7. It's been very, very good. Now, this isn't a very good delivery. The next over, no man. Now, the full toss might have worked once, but it's not going to work a lot of the time. Sharma has no problem swatting this one away for 4.
Yeah, really nice shot. 4 more. That's going to be in the pond. It's going to be another boundary. It's a wicket maiden as well.
Yeah, wicket maiden.
It's a pretty good first over.
Well, we had the most expensive maiden ever earlier in the year. We had an 8-run maiden, all in leg buys and buys. So only in the ECS.
Yeah, only on the
could
European
you get an 8-run maiden.
Network.
But Maiden Waters, I'm sure when she tunes in, she'll be pretty happy. There haven't been too many maidens here. In fact, I don't know if I remember it. A genuine maiden. This is in the air, and again, it's not quite out of the middle, but I think it will be caught. It is, and look at that, it's Mansoor Mahboob that will take it. So Sharma, well, disappointment for him, because he looked good while he was there, but he didn't stick around long. He's gone for 11. Now that's 5 out for 12 stars, 57 for 5.
It's the 4th wicket that's fallen in very, very quick time. A good catch in the end, because that wasn't far away from sailing over the boundary. But yeah, Rajesh Sharma goes for 11 off 4. It's 5th wicket down, and just looking like it's going to be an interesting final couple of overs here in the first innings.
Yeah, well, it was a partnership of 11. All 11 were off the bat with Rajiv Sharma. At the moment, at the other end, they've got Fakhar Zaman, who hasn't been able to do too much. He's been watching most of the time. So Noman has been a good contributor, hasn't he? And he seems, I don't know, seems to have gotten away with some of these full tosses. But well, you talked about it with Majid earlier. I mean, sometimes the gods seem to smile on you. He took a very good catch off his own bowling, which is potentially a game-defining moment. And now he's going to continue over the wicket to Ravindran, the new batter. He works away, just uses the pace. Again, this ball holds up. They're going to go for 2, and they'll get there. And that's probably a sign. There's been fairly heavy rain 4 nights in a row, I think, here in Belgium. And that tells me that this outfield is looking a bit greener, but it's also a little bit slower. That ball, I think, earlier in the week runs away for 4.
I was just thinking the exact same thing before you started talking about that, Vinny. Two great minds think
alike.
On
the same page. On the same page.
Always helps.
No man. 4 to spend here. Ravindran's after him. He punches this into the gap. Zakil comes around. And he's still a little bit bothered by that right shoulder, but they are still fielding him in the infield. I thought maybe you'd try and hide him at short third man or fine leg or something, but obviously feels confident enough to field in that position. I suppose catching's important in that position as well. Over to Zaman. Finally gets to face again, right off the end of the bat. We'll pick up a single here.
Yeah, no, this is good from Beveren. They're proving as to why they're They're going to be the ECL representatives, of course, for Belgium next year. That's looking forward to that one. Shark, just dropping it in there. Time penalty
Don't
question
think so. We
mark.
started 5 minutes after the scheduled play. Maybe that's why you thought so.
Maybe. Very much so.
I'll give you the calculation on that in a minute. But first, I'll tell you that it's the end of the 7th over. And the score is 61 for 5. Yeah, so they've got about 2 overs. We'll start the 10th, so they've got to bowl 2 more overs. Come back to that in a second, because this is where we're at on quarterfinals Friday. Antwerp versus Gent. It was a really close game, but Gent got over the line off the second last ball of the match. And now we're watching Beveren versus 12 Stars. So they're the 2 versus 3 quarterfinals this morning. Later on the day, we'll have Mechelen Eagles versus ICCB and Liege versus Ostend Exiles. Again, with rain a threat, that's why we talked about it a lot during the group stage. You want to finish as high as possible. And if you're 3rd or 4th, you don't have the insurance policy of being protected by the weather. You're at risk. Anyway, we'll start the 8th over. And here's a guy. He's going to start with a wicket. And it is Kaderi Haroon who comes on. And he gets a big outside edge, which Waleed has no problems with behind the stumps. So it will be Fakar Zaman that has to go. And the 8th over starts with a wicket, 61 for 6.
Yeah, really good comeback from the bowler, because he had a torrid time of it with the first over he ever bowled in the tournament. But the last 2 days have been really good from him. And it's another wicket, 61 for 6 now.
Yeah, so just to be clear, because we started at 35 past the hour local time, it means they've got until 15 to bowl their overs. So I don't think there's any problems there at all. They've got about 10 minutes to bowl 2 overs. So I don't foresee any problems there. But yeah, Shaukat asking about Paramjeet batting the middle order. I mean, these guys, they will float with their order, I've got to say. Not super sure about the tactics, but obviously sometimes you've got some of the key bowlers up front with the new ball like Jabarkel. I thought maybe they could try some other options just to see him off a little bit. But yeah, it didn't work. In the end, I don't think it's about the batting order. It's about the fact that he found a way to get out early. Certainly, you know, the issue with him batting later would mean he's not going to bat the full 10 overs. But it's not like a case that, I mean, he had a chance and he got out. So it's kind of not as relevant as you'd think. This is sliced away over point. Zakil will skate around the boundary. You see, he doesn't want to throw over arm unless he absolutely has to. He's a man who will have an important role to play for Belgium, I'm sure, in the ECC.
Well, he will do, but I tell you what, even though he's not got an arm, he's throwing that underarm right from the boundary. It's carried on the full.
Are you a good underarmer?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Rubbish.
You know, one of my party tricks. In a second. Zakil might get a chance to do it again here. Here we go. Watch. That's easy.
Reserved. I
was known for being able to throw really far with my glove on.
Oh, really?
So I could sometimes, for fun, in one-day games, when I was keeping up to a medium pace, I'd take it and throw it to long off on the full on these big Australian
As you do.
This will be a dot ball. That's one of the things that when the international guys would come down and they'd be chatting with their mate on the other team, they'd say, look how far this guy can throw with his glove on. And also, yeah, I'm an okay underarmer.
Oh, what was it you were doing yesterday? Softball?
Oh, yeah, softball. Played with softball. They're crazy.
That was...
the way they weren't that accurate. I was giving yesterday, but softball underarms are nuts.
Again.
So, yeah, ball to finish the over here. Ravindran will get singles. So 12 Stars. This innings being held together, but not by too much. There's a bit of sticky tape and glue about this at the moment. 65 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, again, looks like we're going to be getting a score around 90 once more. So I guess it's just the conditions, because it is windy. There was serious periods of very strong winds and rain falling as well. So it makes it a little bit harder for everyone out in the middle. So, but again, we like to see that the low-scoring games are often the harder ones.
And 90 if they're lucky, though. And that's the thing. I mean, 10 and 10 gets them 85 with 6 out and with some of the bowling to come. You'd wonder maybe they'll struggle to even get that far. Here's the start of a new over number 9. And they have brought back Sanikzai Aurangzeb, who starts with a dot. That one taking off a length.
Very nice delivery. Good start back into the action here. Yeah, this is, again, just hasn't come off with the bat again, which is very unlike Belgian ball.
Big walking waft. Oh, it just occurred to me that we're potentially 3 wickets away from seeing Manoj Nag bat. But,
oh, yes. Oh, please.
I'm going to...
MVP. Give him the trophy.
Pretty neutral, but it's no secret that I'm pro Manoj.
No way can I be neutral on that.
12 stars. I'll hope that he doesn't have to bat. Now he does get some bat on this and we'll get a boundary. So he missed out a couple of times there. Ravindran has had a few struggles getting with the pace, but this time just slashes away. It's a bit of a fake. Step to off, step away. He just had to get bat on it. He does, and he gets 4 runs for his team.
Yeah, well, how many times have we seen in that first quarter-final runs going down towards third man and not going all the way because they had a fielder there? But again, it's the question of what fielder do you lose for that position? So sacrificing it, 4 more.
Same tactic this time. We'll drive straight, and will be handled down there by Kaksar. Yeah, I would have been tempted to maybe have a third man, especially with the lower order coming in. I say lower, it's probably fair to say, with these two. We haven't seen a lot of them with the bat in the series. Tufal Ahmed, though, he's out there. We haven't seen him do a few good things. He's got 2 to come in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Doesn't get anything on that. Aurangzeb wants it, isn't going to get it.
Once again, we're seeing a very dominant display here from the Group B representatives, aren't we? And again, I think it's just that form of carrying, regular cricket for a week. That week off, it does change the circumstances.
Probably 12 stars of all teams in Group A. They were the one that maybe did struggle sometimes with the depth in their batter order. I think we're seeing it here today again. This is clipped away. I'll just get the 1. So at the end of the 9th over, the score is 71 for 6.
Yeah, I do think it's a variable that you have to consider because it's not easy. Of course, 3 days to go now. I know preparations are well underway down in Khartoum. 12th of September is when it all gets started. Vinny, you'll be flying there on Sunday. You excited?
Yeah, very early Sunday, in fact, it will be. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing how that goes. Ireland 11, their first opportunity to play in a European Cricket Championship. They've got a fairly young, exciting squad. Group A for me, it's the kind of less, I suppose, polished cricketers, but with experience of the format versus Ireland 11, who have a good pedigree in the game technically, but to see if they're brave enough, to show those skills and to see how they settle. And also, I don't care who you are. When you're in your early 20s or so, performing under the bright lights and the pressure of millions of people watching, that's got to affect people different ways. This has gone as well, and it's another edge. And I've got to say, I really liked Kaderi Haroon, who had a bit of a tough initiation in the series, but his left armers proven to be a bit of a handful. And this is even smart from Waleed, who's decided to stay back at the moment, thinking he might get a bit of an edge. We have seen some keepers up to the stumps to Kaderi, but he does take that edge, jumps off the bat of Ravindran. So that's 7 wickets out now. And with 4 balls remaining, it's 72 for 7.
It reminds me, and tell me if I'm wrong, and tell me if you think I'm going crazy. It reminds me of Sam Curran.
Yeah, okay.
Does Haroon.
He's got
sort of low, skiddy action.
Yeah. He's bustling.
Low centre of gravity. Yeah.
Yep.
It's quite a good show, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not bad for a Friday morning.
Play a game of pick a current, any current.
3 of them.
Nice catch as well. But even that, I would have been tempted to be up the stumps to him, but that would have flown over my head for 4. Now, we see another ball. It's not going to be scored of. And you can see at the other end, Tufal's pretty keen to try and sneak a single, but he's not going to be able to get there. And again, you don't want to lose a run out at this stage, running out of resources. This is Srikanth Venkata Subramanian, who is batting now with 3 to come. Does get some bat on this, and they'll get a run. But yeah, 12 stars. It was only really their first day of the tournament. They disappointed. After that, they won 5 of 6, including 5 in a row. But they're being put to the test by Beverin here.
Yeah, no, they are. They really are being put under a lot of pressure here. Haroon, bowling really well in the last over.
Edged and dropped. This is a bit of a tougher one. I'd much rather drop these in the 10th over than the first. Put it this way, but still, you can see the lead was extended. It was off the end of the gloves. It's a bit of a jump. Probably, it doesn't have a very kind of low base to launch from there, and he's just kind of reaching. Again, what he does do, though, is he stops the ball flying to the boundary, so it limits the damage. Now, we're almost done, but not before a couple more opportunities. They're going to try for 2 here. They'll get it. They probably may even think of a third, but again, they're stuck. And so it will be the end of the innings. And a bit of a comical one, I've got to say, but they do sneak 2, and they're going to finish 76 for 7. So again, we expect a lot of high scores on this field, but conditions just kind of conspiring against the batters a little bit this morning. You can see they're pushing for every run possible. They couldn't find any possibility of a third here. Some good backing up there at the end, which prevents any attempt of a third run. So 76, again, looking pretty thin on the ground. We saw a spirited defence earlier, and to our 12 stars, they're certainly pushing uphill at the halfway point of quarterfinal number 2. And Beveren, they'll come out needing 77 to win.
Only time will tell how this chase is going to go. But again, really promising from Beveren, especially with ball in hand. I have to say that I thought the likes of Jabberkel right at the top of the innings, going for a wicket maiden, of course, in that first over, certainly helps proceedings and gets your first innings underway in a nice manner. Yeah, but again, I thought it was really good bowling from Jabberkel, who has actually bowled exceptionally well. But again, obviously due to the changes in tactics, so Paramjit Singh only coming in at number 4, and he was only able to face a handful of deliveries. But Sazad Hossain, he hit some really nice shots. That was one of 2 sixes for him in an innings where he made 31 off of 19. He was eventually caught though by Jabberkel. And well, this was a run out, a really good bit of work from Stanik Zayalexab, because Ajmer Singh, who was going at a run of ball 9, well, he had to go because it was a really good bit of work, and actually really good from the keeper as well.
Yeah, it was good fundamentals. I think that's what we saw from Beveren. I mean, it's no mistake that they're domestic champions in the T20 format, and we will see them in ECL 23. I mean, even this, Noman summed up the situation pretty quickly. It wasn't the best ball, but it was a very good catch. And this one, I thought it deserved a second look. But umpire, he was walking away pretty quickly, didn't want to have a look at it. In the end, it wouldn't matter so much, as Hussain fell on his sword. And then there were a couple of moments here. That was one of them when Hussain got out after making a start. And then you had Paramjit Singh there, but he ultimately couldn't move the game along. He got out off of a full toss. You saw it there earlier. And then once again, you see Mahbub taking a good catch out in the deep wicket boundary. And also, I've got to say, Waleed was pretty good behind the stumps. Missed a tough one late, but was pretty solid back there. And really, Beveren, a bit like the first 2 innings of the day, they didn't give the batters too much of a chance to breathe, and not too many got going, not many got starts. That was the one that did go down in the last over. Didn't hurt them too much. I think 76, Beveren very comfortable at the halfway stage. But this is finals cricket. Again, they're one collapse away from elimination, and we have seen occasionally a bit of a collapse from Beveren, and they won't want it to happen here in quarterfinal number 2. So Sazad Hossain is the top scorer. The captain scored 31 off 19. Apart from that, just Rajiv Sharma would make double figures along with Rohan Ravindran towards the end of the innings. We can see the middle order failing, and Paramjit, he came in at 4, but ended up getting 2 filthy full tosses. The first one was a beamer, he knocked for 1. The second one, he knocked up in the air and was caught and bowled by Mohammad Noman. And the other thing about that innings, they were pretty disciplined with the ball. Just that one no ball I mentioned, just the one wide in the innings, so not giving any away for free. The bowlers, a lot of good performers, but it was all started by Jabberkel with a very good over in the first. It was a wicket maiden. He ends up with 1 for 6. Apart from that, Noman with 2 wickets. Harun was good at the end as well, 2 for 9. Kaksa with 1. And even Aurangzeb, who was most expensive of the bowlers, but he didn't do too much wrong, just 21 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, no, he certainly did. I think really the key there is 12 stars. Only 2 batsmen facing more than 10 deliveries. So that just shows that they're just losing wickets at the wrong time. But the scene is set. Beveren will require 77 runs for victory here in the second quarter-final of the FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching on here in Mechlin with myself, Charlie Hunt, here alongside Vinny Sandhu, aka Mr. Maximo. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium.
Hello and welcome back to Mechelen in Belgium. We're at the Vibrant Cricket Ground and it is quarterfinals day in this FanCode European Cricket Series. We are into match number 42, the second quarterfinal between Beveren, who finished second in Group B, and 12 Stars Cricket Club, who finished third in Group A. 12 Stars on their debut in this ECS. They certainly have had plenty of moments to remember, including a great winning streak of 5 after losing their first couple of games. They do find themselves in a bit of a spot of bother against Beveren here after only posting 76 off their 10 overs. They did win the toss, elect to bat, but they just didn't get the kind of production that they were looking for. Beveren just suffocated that innings. And it is Beveren, the ECL 23 representatives from Belgium, who are coming out to knock off 77 runs required for victory. But just like we saw earlier from Antwerp, who tried valiantly to defend a double-digit total, you're going to see all stops out by 12 Stars. And starting with a guy who I think is a very, very clever bowler, Rajiv Sharma, who's going to bowl over number 1. He's got a slow ball that he's not afraid to use in any circumstance and at any time. He disguises it well. And Beveren are a team that will play hashtag Belgian ball, as we've been calling it. They will bat all the way down. They'll be attacking. And I just think that's the way to approach a target like this of 77. I do think trying to defend 76 here, it's a bit like trying to defend something in the low 60s on a regular ground. Anyway, it's been a bowler's day so far. Let's see if it continues. Rajiv Sharma to bowl to Abdul Rashid. 77 to win. And it starts with a dot. Abdul Rashid, he's a guy that has had a magnificent series. Again, they've had a few options they've tried at the top of the order, but Abdul Rashid has done everything right up there with 3 half centuries. They seem hesitant to put Sabres Akil at the top of the order. Seems to like batting at 3. So they've put Rashid out there, and he's batting with the captain, Kaksar. And, well, this has gone very close to being chopped onto the stump. Let's have a look at this. This is Sharma, who just, I think his knee gets in the way, and that's what saves him in the end. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary box. Joining me once again is Charlie Hunt. And, well, I've seen the impossible chase last year by Sweden. Feel like this is a bit of the impossible defence, but still, 12 Stars will be giving it everything.
Yep, it's only going to happen here in Belgium.
Well, this is going to be 4. So, third time lucky for Rashid to get something with a little bit of width, and he picks the bounce very well, and he swats that away behind point for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. And again, if these two get going, then this total is it's not going to take much to go ahead and tackle down, because it's only 7.7 and over. So every boundary they concede is detrimental to their attempt at defending this hit. Well, there he is. There's the main man, Manoj Nag. Look at him. He's not moved.
He wins the game for 12 Stars here. I think I might have to excuse myself from the cube for a moment.
I will run on.
He's a cult figure already, Manoj. Anyway, back to Rajiv. He bowls that slower ball. Rashid picks it in the air. Just nudges it away for 1. So, again, I suppose Gent got themselves into trouble because they were held down early, particularly in the power play. Some of that, I think, was their own doing. Okay, there was some good bowling, but I think you need to be brave enough to take the game on. I can't see Beveren being too conservative in this power play. I think they'll play their natural game.
No, I think you're right there, because I think that's all they need to do. You need to just come out and play the game as you want to.
This is a false shot. It should be caught, and it will be caught. So it's Ashwin Singh that takes the catch, and the captain goes first ball. Kaksar attempts the pull shot, just gets it all wrong. It's down towards the bottom of the bat, and safe hands by Ashvir. And that's the first wicket to fall now, 5 for 1.
Yeah, golden duck for the skipper, and it is always going to be that man, wasn't it? Rajiv Sharma. He really is a serious character for the 12 Star CC. And, well, they need a miracle, don't they, if they're going to defend 77. So they need a couple of wickets in quick succession, and maybe this will be the time to do so.
Yeah, so don't forget as well, the constant threat of rain. Again, it's been threatening, but it hasn't really fallen in any significant way. Remember, 3 overs constitutes the game. Beveren are the higher-ranked team. But if you can have a really good start, takes a few early key wickets, keep the scoring down, that's another way 12 Stars might be able to pull this one off. But here's a guy that I know is a bit of a fan favourite amongst our ECN audience, Sabres Akil, who starred for Belgium last year. Remember, Belgium out of the 15 nations that competed last year, they finished second only behind the England 11. And even then, England 11 had to pull off a monumental chase in the final to take the trophy away from Belgium.
That was really where Belgian ball was born, I guess, wasn't it?
It was. And Saba was a very key component of that. And again, if you're going to defend this, you've got to get him cheaply. You've got to get him single digits. And that's been the case. Apart from one innings in this series, he's struggled to get a start. You can hear just a lot of chat out there. This is sudden death cricket.
This is the type of cricket that really tests your character. And Manoj, he's in the slips.
So there's plenty of time to deflect this away. Again, just make sure that he survives the end of that first over, and the score is 5 for 1 after 1.
Oh, I love it. I do love it. He's only just moved because he's been told to. Getting in the slips, nice to see. But it looks like it's going to be Shrikant Venkata Subramanian. Well, there you go. 23 matches without a goal. We got close.
Yeah, we're getting up. Well, this is the match, actually. If we get through this, it's 24, which is a full week since the second match of last Friday, which was a golden ball between Mechelen Eagles and Ostend CC, which is a bit of a unique one because Ostend CC, to qualify for the finals, they needed to chase down the runs in 6 overs. They didn't, and they still look like they win the game, but then they ended up tying it. Sheikh Shiraz couldn't get bat on the golden ball. And we saw captaining Belgium in the ECC last year. Anyway, time for the second over. And it's going to be Venkata Subramanian to bowl. And we'll start with the ball, which gets just punched out to point for 1.
Subramanian. Well, maybe we're going to see a bit of Subramania. Because it could be, again, they just need one bowler just to have a magical over where they take 2 or 3 in the over and then just changes the concept of the game. And Beverin will have to take a reserved approach if they lose a couple of wickets. But this is a big wicket of Zakil now.
Yeah, it sure is. He gets a low full toss and he pretty much stand-up sweeps that one out of the ground. Maximal. Well, he's got these magical wrists and he can make something out of nothing. And he could have hit this anywhere and he chose to as he goes sideways for 6.
That's a lovely shot. No risk of putting your shoulder out there when you're just going to clip it into the leg side off your ankles and get enough on it. And it goes for 6. Really nice shot from Zakil again. But these two are batsmen that can just take the game away. And you could really see this total being chased with a good handful of overs to spare if they get going.
Yeah, they need to get him early. That's a confidence builder for Zakil. Now gets a slow ball, tries to do something similar, hanging in the air and caught. So they do get him, and it's a subtle change of pace. Venkata Subramanian gets the big wicket, 6 and out for Zakil. And is there drama here in quarterfinal 2 like we had in the first match of the day? Again, tries it. It's always a bit more risky to go across the line. And so Saber has to go. He's the second wicket to fall, 12 for 2.
Well, I'm going to call him Mr. 6 and out now because that's the second time. And look at that. Look at that response from Subramanian. Subramania is here. And Zakil has to go. It was the slower ball, full toss. And he has to go. And he makes the long, slow, dreaded walk back to the hut. And now it's 12 for 2.
But it does just show you something we've talked about a lot. As a bowler, you have to vary what you're doing. And sometimes I think I was a bit critical of some bowlers earlier in the tournament for being, I called them glorified bowling machines. They were coming in bowling the same ball, getting whacked, coming in bowling the same ball, getting whacked. You have to try things. You might still get whacked, but at least, you might get that slight misjudgment. And it was only a slight misjudgment from Saber Zakil, who I think picked the length, but didn't really pick the speed of the ball. And gets it slightly wrong. And a nice catch taken out there as well by Fakar Zaman. So 12 for 2. Should mention, Shrikant Venkata Subramanian goes by Sri. Says that's a lot easier. And,
I like that.
Lovely guy, though.
Can we call him Sri?
It's on his shirt there. Oh, well, it's on his shirt. Of course we can. But you can call whatever you want. He'll be pretty happy if he keeps taking wickets. And now he almost has another one. This is Otman Zai coming in pretty early, actually. Shahidullah Otman Zai. And this is about as close as you can get to 2 and 2.
Watch Paranjit Singh's reaction here. Watch this. Look, puts it down. It's not an easy chance, but he knows how important that would have been. He's off on the walkies. And, well, again, this is a really tight contest already here.
This would be an epic defence. I mean, I even thought 90 was pushing it, which Antwerp almost defended. But to defend 76 in a sudden death matchup against the ECL representatives, that would be huge. Goes for this and gets just enough to get it past the infield. And it's going to be 4. Sazad Hassan threw everything at that, but he couldn't pull it back into the field to play. Ottman's eye off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot down the ground and gets enough on it. It just evades the man at mid-on. And he also had enough on it just to get over the boundary. So 4 more to the total. Ottman's eye off the mark with a nice boundary.
Probably say if you started the day with fingernails, you may not finish the day with too many of them. The way that this quarterfinals Friday's gone so far. Comeback ball, last ball of the over. Ottman's eye, false shot. Goes through to the man who took the critical catch during the over. At the end of 2, it's 17 for 2.
Yeah, 17 for 2 after 2 overs. And again, good start for 12-star CC in a pretty difficult defence here, it has to be said. Go ahead and again we can take a look at what the standings were after the first group. Bit of action. So 12-star did finish 3rd, and again this is a big game for them because of course this is do or die for both teams, isn't it? And they need to ensure that every opportunity is taken as well. Again, Beveren, obviously the ECL representatives for next year. They're going to be looking to really try and establish themselves here on the big stage.
Yeah, I said I don't think you'll see Beveren going into their shells too much. I mean, look at the run rate. That's really what got Gent in trouble in the end, wasn't it? It wasn't the wickets, it was the run rate required going up. Oh, what a ball from Sharma. And he completely bamboozles Ottman's eye, and he is pumped. And why not? That was a slower ball. It was harder to pick than a broken nose. And Ottman's eye has swung all around it. 3 wickets down now. 17 for 3. What a ball that was.
Just does him all ends up. Has not got a single clue as to what was happening there. And well, they're off. The train's going. And it's another wicket to fall. 17 for 4 now.
Wow. How about that? I think it's just the 3rd wicket, but still, I mean, what a good ball that is. And Rajiv, he is a real character. And Ottman's Eye's a very good player. And we've seen him coming in with useful contributions all up and down the order. It's just so hard to pick this one. I think it's more or less an off-cutter, but it's well disguised. I don't know exactly how he does it. And it's so unpickable. But you can see Ottman's Eye got a bit lucky first ball, but he's fresh out of luck. As he's dismissed for 5 now, 17 for 3. Mohamed Noman, he was a contributor with the ball. Let's see what he can do with the bat now at number 5.
Yeah, no, again, we've seen him at all ends of the spectrum for the batting lineup. He's been at the top of the order. He's been down at number 7, coming in at number 5. He's got a big job to do here.
Probably get it first up here. All right, goes pace on first. It's worked around the corner for 4. So Noman is cool in a crisis, and he just helps that one around the corner. And what that is Rajiv basically establishing the base pace. Well, that's his stop ball there. And he's just basically trying to set him up for that slow ball. It's a matter of when, not if he bowls that slow ball.
Yeah, but that's how it should be as well. You don't want to get too predictable because then batsmen are just going to sit deep in the crease and just wait for that slower ball. And
I would have been tempted to bowl it first up, though. I was going to say, I would have been tempted to bowl it first up.
Element of surprise.
Yeah, the batters often are a bit jumpy when they come out and will be kind of, early if anything. Wow, very interesting game. Who would have picked this? There's the slower ball. You can see Noman was ready for it.
Yeah, he picked it, but also restricted himself to not go for the big shot into the leg side because it was a shorter delivery, however. Wasn't able to go for the big shot. But again, just keeping themselves in this game at the moment are 12-star CC. Really, the only way they're going to win this is bowling Beveren out cheaply, aren't they? That's got to be their main hope.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I want to say quick hello to Maiden Waters. Hope you're well. There's that slow ball again. And if you pick it, you can still attack it, but a bit gun-shy at the moment to go after it, not wanting to lose another wicket. I think they're pretty much happy to see off Sharma here, the way they're looking at the moment. Yeah, so Maiden Waters would have been happy. We had what I think is our first maiden in Belgium. I don't remember another one, I've got to say. Maybe we'll get the guys behind the scenes to check on that. But it did have a leg by it, but nonetheless, it was Jabba Jabbakel. First over of this game. Came up with a maiden. 2 more for Sharma then. And once again, gets it slightly wrong. And that pace on delivery, he's just gotten too straight with it. So despite how well he's bowled with those 2 wickets, has gone for a couple of boundaries, which I think it's just about the length and the angle, creating something for Noman. Doesn't have to do too much, just helps it around for 4.
It's the wrong line, complete wrong line. He hasn't got protection out there. The only one he does is he's too square to even protect that fine leg boundary. So he just needs, I mean, how many fielders has he got on that offside?
Probably 3.
6. On the offside?
On the offside, yeah,
6.
Which one's the offside? No, sorry, I know what you're saying. I thought you meant the side that he hit that too. But yeah, you're right. 6-3 field. So yeah.
You've got to hide it on the offside. If it gets to the infield, so be it.
Correct.
You've only got a handful of runs to play with. So you just got to hope it falls in the air to a man. Well, now they do put a fine leg in. It's a short fine leg, though. And there's a few conversations. This is my only concern. I think there's about 8 captains on the field at the moment. All have an input.
I'll tell you what that was about in a minute. But anyway, first, slower ball, I think, last ball. No. Wow, it's pretty close, if he hasn't hit this. And he's gone. He's given him. And it seems like a good decision if there's no bat involved, because it hit him in line with middle and off. And 12 stars believe. Noman gets 2 boundaries, but now he's got to go. And at the end of the power play, it's 25 for 4.
Well, it's all happening here in Mechelen. Take a look at this one, because this is close. I think this is close.
It's not missing.
No, it's not missing. You have to remember again, leg stump is still a stump. If it hits it, it's still out. And I think that's actually a really good call by the umpire there. So he has to go, does Noman. He goes for 8 off 5. Beverin struggling at the end of the power play. 25 for 4.
Yeah, this ball, you can actually see some leg stump behind his leg. I think it's out. I mean, the inside edge is a different conversation, and you can't really tell from that. Rajiv, I mean, there's almost several injuries in the celebration here. They were all running from everywhere. And so the power play does finish with a wicket. Rajiv, he's bowled his heart out here. Just a couple of little errors there. Otherwise, could have had something like 3 for 5. In the end, he finishes 3 for 13 and the score 25 for 4 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good call from the umpire, because, as you said, there's a little peak of leg stump as well. And again, he was really deep in his crease. It hit him quite high up on the pad, but he's so deep in the crease. So I think it's actually a really good call. So there's a bit of a pause in play just due to the bat. But the new batsman is what looks like, I think that's just waiting to confirm as to who that is, I think.
Yeah, probably they'll send in Mansoor Mahbub
yeah,
next.
I think that's what I was assuming.
Abdul Rashid's at the other end, don't forget. He's been a rock.
Yeah, he has. He has been a rock. He's been able to save Beverin in very different situations here. And yeah, it's going to be Mahbub. So this is a big partnership.
Yeah.
Abdul Rashid, who opened the batting, remember, he's only faced 5 deliveries.
Yeah, 5 out of the 18 in the power play. And he will be facing up now because it is the change of over. And Tufail Ahmed is going to be the next bowler in over number 4. Wow, not a good start. He called a wide. This is where, okay, Rajiv's bowled out. He's done everything that he can do. But you're going to need a proper team effort. And that's why Antwerp almost did defend that, because they were bowling as a team and no one really went the treatment. If somebody bowls badly, it's almost impossible to defend this target. It's short as well. He gets away with it. It'll be 1.
Yeah, it's just going to be a single. Good afternoon, good morning to Avinash Pai.
Avi's trolling us here.
I'm just telling him. I'm just telling him.
That's such a baddest thing to say. I would put everything on the fact that ball was going to hit stumps.
100%.
Not missing.
I
had it crashing into middle of leg, actually.
I'll tell you whose opinion I want. I want Andreas's opinion.
Oh, yeah?
I want to know. He's been quite quiet
neutral
today. He's been quite quiet
Andreas,
today.
if you're still awake in the booth, do you think that one was hitting?
Yeah, he says yes.
He said yeah.
Just simple yeah.
If you take the batter out of the way, there's no way that's missing leg stump. Trying to visualise that ball. No way it's missing leg stump.
So Beer's got a good question. We'll come to that after this.
Okay. Needs to fail though. Just a bit of a bunt and run here.
Yeah, so he says runs have dried up considerably. What could be the reason? It's a good question to ask, because to be fair, this is the 2 lowest totals that have been set, or 2 of the lowest that we've seen.
2 reasons.
Go on then.
Conditions and pressure.
Pressure. Thought you were gonna say
Conditions
that.
and pressure.
I
Probably more
agree.
pressure than anything as well. You feel like they're a bit more scared of mistakes than usual. It's a bit wide. Swings away from him. And yeah, but also we have a bit more moisture on the ground, which has slowed it down a little bit. Okay, that the outfield pace is only one factor. But also, it's been swinging around a bit more. I think that the ball, if it gets wet, gets a bit heavier, harder to hit further. Yeah, so conditions and pressure. That's what I think. Wow, this almost carries. It does very well, actually, to make this stop. 12 stars right now. They believe anything's possible.
Really good stop, though, has to be said, because that one, I think it did carry, but it was hit really well.
I want to know why so many people have a problem with this LBW. What is going on?
That's out.
You can actually see the leg stump behind his pad, and he's on the crease. Well, so all of you there.
I'm going to go back and find the replay.
I don't normally react to stuff like that, but it was definitely hitting the stumps. This is in the air. Well, this could be another wicket now. Keeper's after it, and he'll take it. He says, no one's getting this but me. Paramjeet is going to be the man that takes the catch and removes Mahboob as the 5th wicket. Now Bevan are reeling 30 for 5.
Yeah, well, he didn't get the momentum with the bat that he wanted, but he's doing a really good job in rallying his team to here. The keeper is such an important role, and he's taken a really good catch running behind himself. And it's going to be the 5th wicket to fall. 30 for 5, Beveren. And it's Mansoor Mahboob who has to go for just 1.
What a good catch. I mean, really, he wasn't letting anyone else. It wasn't letting anyone else near that one, was he? And he wasn't even put off. He said, look, I don't care if I crash into you. I'm catching this ball. That's pretty much what Param does there. And so, you see, he's pretty determined. Okay, we'll have a look at this one more time. All right, we're as slow as you can. Just look, you can actually see the leg stump. Look. Go back a little bit, Andrus. There's no way. I know it comes back a bit. I get that. No way that's missing. No way. Maybe I'm just now, because I've done like 1,700 matches, I've seen a lot of cricket, and I ain't missing. If you're not giving that out, that's a bad decision. I'm going as far as to say that. If you don't give that out, it's a poor decision, which makes it a good decision. Anyway, everyone relax, including me.
Including Vinny. I was just going to say,
everyone just calm down.
I think Helix is talking to you there mostly. Just chill, just relax. But I tell you who aren't relaxed, and rightly so, it's 12 stars. They are up and alive in the field at the moment. But one man who isn't, is Manoj Nag. He's not moved.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's true. He's the most relaxed guy on the ground. I love his stats as well. Wow, there's a bit of a noise here. I don't think there's any bat in it. It's foul. Comes up with very good over here. 4 overs in. The score is 30 for 5.
Yeah, good end to the over. Very interesting over. Couple of wides in there. That's where most of the runs have come from. Yeah, but the big wicket of Mahboob. And it's now 30 for 5 after 4 overs. Well,
Avi, we can discuss this in person, hopefully, because hopefully I'd love to catch you and Kartma in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. I know that he's planning to watch some of the finals Fridays. So, Avi, we'll have a very good-natured discussion when we see each other. He's one of my favourite cricketers as well from that region. Yeah. Lovely guy. Very talented guy. Oh. Very talented guy. And actually, he was involved in the very first match of the year back in Gibraltar. Yeah, that was a long time ago now.
He was also involved in a record-setting partnership with young Louis Bruce in Malta.
Another guy we saw in ECM for the first time in that series. So, I mean, dates back to then, this season. As, just have a look at this run rate required. It hasn't really moved much. That's the thing. So Gent got into trouble because the run rate started climbing on them. And in fact, at one stage, it got up to around about 2 a ball required. But the needle hasn't really moved for run rate required. And look, you still got Rashid there, who's had just so little of the strike. Pulled away. And this one will be into the gap and it'll be 4. So Rashid, again, he's been a silent partner so far. The strong silent type, and he moves into double figures with a pull shot, again a little bit too short there from the bowler.
Nice shot really from Abdul Rashid, who's just been at the other end and hasn't really, he's just there. Well, there he is. Yeah. Look at it.
Man, just keeping the hands warm. That's smart.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
At what point do you gamble on Manoj?
He's my spirit animal.
Walks down.
Well, they're asking the question.
I don't think he's touched it.
Well, I think you never know. Because sometimes you're not...
He might be in anyway. Because look at... He's not really going anywhere. So it's probably a moot point. So do you want to do a who's winning count on Duckworth Lewis?
Go on then. So who's winning, Vinny?
Do you want to know who's winning? I'll tell you. Well, I can probably read it. 4.2 overs in. The pass score is 36.
Okay.
4.3 now. So 37.
They're behind.
So they're behind by by 3 runs on Duckworth Lewis. Good way of working out who's winning, right? Short, and this one might get him ahead of where they need to be because it's not a good ball from Zaman, who's been a shade too short, and Rashid's ready for it. He moves to 16.
Yeah, you can't bowl these sort of deliveries to a man like Rashid because he is such an explosive batsman. and
Manoj is having to move to go after the ball. This wasn't in his plan. Anyway, no, he's just going to go give a hand to fish the ball out. This is what I'm going to say. Final thoughts on the LBW. Not that one specific one, but it's a 10-over game. If you miss the ball with your bat, you deserve what you get. We'll never know if that ball really hits the stumps or not, but it's the batter's fault for getting in the way.
Okay.
You hit the ball with your bat.
See what you mean.
Hit the ball with your bat.
See what you're
Who
touching
can
on.
you blame? You can't blame anyone else. And that's, like I said, I don't think it was even a marginal one.
I'll find a way.
Cracked it. And this is going to be 4. So Rashid doing what Rashid does. That one goes through the border of Adventure Island. Back-to-back boundaries getting just a little bit too short. This time he goes offside. Executes the shot well. He's had such a good series, Rashid.
Get your tickets out, please. We're arriving at our final destination of Adventure Island. Abdul Rashid's got a first-class express ticket. Lovely shot into the offside. And it's a really nice shot. 4 more.
Good. You got a
I don't know
future
where
ahead
that's
of you
come
there.
from.
Step right up. Step right up.
I don't know where that's come from.
I say some people are ahead of their time. I think you're behind your time.
I'm everywhere.
Anyway, last ball of the over. This one's just knocked away, and guess who? Wow, Manoj Nag. He's got all sorts of tricks. Jonty Rhodes would have been proud of that one.
That was quality. That was incredible.
How much of this is on purpose? Look.
Doink. That's incredible.
Charlie likes it.
Oh, that's incredible.
End of the over.
Look at this. Look.
He even gets an extra replay from Andres.
That's so good. That is incredible. And now his hands in his pockets. He doesn't care.
Stop the 2. It's the end of 5 overs. 43 for 5.
Oh, dear. 43 for 5 after 5. Abdul Rashid still there, having only faced 13 deliveries. Well, I mean, he's faced half of the ball so far, hasn't he?
Looked pretty good when he has faced, hasn't
Yeah,
he? To be fair. Here's Sazad Hassan, who's going to bowl the captain in the 6th. Down leg side for a 1. Final thought on LBWs in general.
Okay.
Sometimes you can be skewed by the shot the batter's playing. Because you're looking at, he's playing a leg, so you kind of assume it's leg stumpish.
Okay.
But what you're discounting is actually he got a long way across.
Mm-hmm. Good delivery, slower ball.
So sometimes, there's batters that think every time they're trying to flick the ball away to leg, that, hey, that's missing leg. But actually, you're just playing the wrong shot to the ball. You're playing a more risky shot to the ball.
Okay. I see what you're,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at.
Goes after this, and this will be another boundary. So Rashid, like I say, he just kind of sat and watched the carnage, watched the house start to catch on fire. But he's come with the hose in the middle of the innings, and right now he's looking very, very good, and Bevan looking good as well.
Need to get him out if they're going to have any chance of defending this. I told you, Abdul Rashid's the main man. He's been the highest run scorer for Bevan in this tournament, and he's proving like he's going to come off again here. But a wicket changes the game.
This one, I think, hits him outside off, and I think there's an edge on it as well. Now Rashid, he really does a number. Well, now there's an appeal at the bowler's end.
Didn't have it in hand.
Well, I thought he might have flicked it onto the stumps here. I was actually looking at the other end because I actually think the Rashid sold well lead up the river here, trying to sneak the strike back. You can see, I don't think it's an LB, but let's just see what happens here towards the end. Nag just threatens the field, but doesn't. And then they end up going to the other end. And what happens to the ball here? I think he's home anyway.
Home when the bell gets dislodged, he's home. Contact with the stumps, but the bell takes a couple of seconds later to be dislodged. So it will not be a wicket.
It's worth a second look for sure. It's a bit of an awkward one because he only just has it in his hands, and then you see he's in, and the bail's
still not being dislodged.
Yeah, it hasn't come off. I think he'll be all right here. But I actually think that Rashid kind of wants to manufacture a second to get back on strike, but yeah, it was never going to be there.
Nope, never. They're still just waiting, I think. Yeah, so they will survive, and will just be the 1 run.
Yeah, a few people liking your voice. Do you do any other voices?
Oh, well.
Down leg side. Bring up the 50 as well. So for all the drama we've had, they're just 27 runs away. I don't really do voices, you know, but there is one voice I do now.
Oh, no,
Cube
don't.
FM.
Oh, gosh.
Easy listening, easy cricket.
I can only apologise. Oh.
Excited wide. Well, that's not making me feel relaxed. I'm a 12 Stars fan. It's what I will say is that hustling to get through these overs. I'm just going to take him 5 wickets already, which will help with time allowances, but still. Hassan gets it right this time. And they don't look for a run here, which surprises me because Rashid was pretty keen to get down the other end. But if you're not running here, if he's just saying, well, I don't think you want to burn a hole over here with 2 balls left.
I think he knows. Just wants to keep himself quiet.
Swing and a miss. And I reckon there's no way Rashid wants a single off this. In fact, he might even just be saying that to Waleed. Especially because he's been starved of the strike for so long in this innings as well. I think it's frustrated him. This one's going down. Avi, would you agree with me? End of the over. And the score is 51 for 5. Rashid will be facing up still. Pretty good finish to the over. But again, you feel like they need those extra wickets to really become competitive in this game because it's down to about a run a ball required.
Yeah, I think you're right because Abdul Rashid is just 26 off 16. It's not the most explosive batting we've seen, especially from him as well. But again, I just feel like if they can get him early this over, it's a different game. But if he stays in, then I think they're just going to tip these off pretty comfortably.
Yeah, wouldn't they love a couple of more overs from Sharma, who was brilliant first up. Can we talk about that slower ball?
Nodge.
All right. We'll give Tafal the second over. He bowled a good first one. This is going to be an uppercut, and this is going to go a long way. That might have gone all the way, you know. It's called 4 on the field. It went so quickly, I don't think anyone could tell. We'll have a look at it on the replay. And, yeah, 4 runs just inside the rope. So, 4 carreras, and Rashid, there's a reason he wanted the strike. He's been smashing them in series, and that one takes him to 30. Yeah,
really nice shot. Just elevates this over the infield. Races away. 1 bounce, 4 more to the total. Archie pointing out the obvious. Is it me or is this close? Yes, it is. Yeah, Rashid again. He's just the crucial man for Beveren.
Yeah, he's just looking very composed. And even this, it's a correct shot. It's well executed. It's going to be 4. He just hit that so hard. And the fielder couldn't get down. It'll be back-to-back boundaries for Abdul Rashid.
Now is when you bring Manoj on. You've got nothing to lose. Because what's that now? That's now 18 off of 22.
Yeah.
So wicket to what you need. Buy a wicket. Buy 3. Manoj is the man of 3-fers.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question.
Do it now.
Well, he's going to have to wait at least 4 more balls. Another pull shot. This one should be handled out there.
Damage has been done this over so far, though.
Again, Tafal just been a little bit too short. I think Rashid, you're allowing him what he wants, which is to wait for the ball and to play the ball square of the wicket. I haven't really seen him lured forward yet. I'd like to see him have to play a shot down the ground. You've got the field set for it. You've got the long on, long off bat. That's a better kind of ball. There's Waleed who's facing it. So he gets off the mark at the 6th opportunity. What action we've seen on quarterfinals Friday so far. Approaching noon. Pitch is up. See, that's what I'm talking about. He hasn't had enough balls that have been that length. Drew the false shadow, Rashid. Anything that bounces short, he seems very, very comfortable. Charlie's got a bit of a chair issue over there. Maybe he'll give us an up-to-date news flash on that. This will be knocked away for one last ball of the over. Rashid always wanted a single and he'll get one. So at the end of the 7th over, the score is 62 for 5. And just 15 required off the last 3 overs. Coming up this afternoon, we have more quarterfinals action starting with the Mechelen Eagles. They're back and they're taking on International CC Brussels. Mechelen were the top of Group A with a 7-1 record. International CC Brussels were 4th in Group B with a 3-5 record. Still, can I see Ambati back for ICCB? I think he's been a very good player. Sundaram's back as well. TP's there. ICCB are a team that set a power play record in ECS last Saturday, and they also have the highest score in the whole series. And Mechelen Eagles, though, they were brilliant, weren't they? And they've got plenty of big hitters as well. So get set for that one. I can tell you, good toss to win for Mechelen Eagles. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first. That game starts in half an hour's time.
Yeah, of course. And I think we're getting through the games pretty well, because I don't think we're going to struggle with the rain. I think we're going to be missing it, which is always good.
Again, the reverse psychology
I think the rain's going to miss us. We're going to see a bit of spin coming into the attack now.
All right, yeah, we're going to see Muparala. Come on, let's see what he can do.
Manoj.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet. It does turn at Muparala.
There's a lot of turn.
Yeah, it does rip it. I remember that from the group stage.
Manoj still hasn't moved though.
Manoj's such a good team
he
guy.
is
though.
my
They
spirit.
love Manoj as well.
Oh, he's my team's. I want to be him.
All right, you got to get Rashid. You got to get him now. That's not a good ball. Gets it slightly wrong, and it's going to go for 4. So you can see this one does turn again. It's the length and the line. It's just slightly off, and someone like Rashid, he's ready and he's waiting. And once again, he gets another boundary square of the wicket.
Yeah, moves into the 40s with that shot. Really nice, nicely placed. Knows he doesn't have to overhit it. And what's that now? That's now currently 11 required now. So 2 hits away.
Yeah, it's getting a bit tough now. 12 stars, and once again we'll see a ball punch square of the wicket for 4. Well, Rashid closing in on another half century. Probably deserves it, because he's the reason that they're going to do this so comfortably, it would seem. He moves to 44, and yet another boundary.
Yeah, really nice shot. Yet again, just playing the ball on its merit. That's all you have to do. I think really that's been the issue for Beveren, is their batsmen haven't applied themselves, and I think that's really where Rashid's been crucial, because he's just been solid. He's faced the majority of the deliveries, and he's got almost most of the runs as well. Parala needs a response, needs to try and make something out of nothing really here.
Yeah, it does. It needs ball to century style delivery, I think, at the moment, to Rashid. Here again, he's pretty intelligent, Rashid. I think, you know, for all the Belgian ball and the bash and crash we've seen a couple of players play some very intelligent innings. I feel like this is one of them. I think Omid Malik also played some good ones for Gent yesterday, but I think this one, given the situation, Rashid has just read the room perfectly.
Real mature innings.
Basically trying to punish the bad ball and not worry too much about the good ball, because he knows he's got plenty of time, plenty of opportunities at this stage to get these winning runs. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away. So this last ball over again, I think he's just looking for a 1 here.
Yeah, just a single. Keep the strike.
If it's a really bad ball, probably go for it. Otherwise, he's happy with a single. There you go. Knocks it away. Gets the 1. Keeps the strike. He's controlling the game at the moment. He moves to 45. 8 overs down. And Beveren just need 6 for victory off the last 2 overs. 71 for 5.
All about Abdul Rashid, isn't it? He came into the squad and he's just proven to be a really strong man at the top of the order. And well, he's actually having some furious words with his team on the sidelines. Obviously a bit of miscommunication of some form. That's the worm at the moment. It was neck and neck pretty much all the way through. However, this time they've just been able to get ahead of the rate. And of course, it's just a single hit away. 6 required off the last 2 overs. It's going to be Manoj time.
All right, well, this will be all time if he can pull it out from here.
I'm standing up. I'm
doing
it. It's Manoj, baby.
No one has been able to move Rashid, who since he's got the strike has been able to do something with it. Pitched up.
Dot ball.
Yeah, hit to the fielder.
Dot ball. Join him.
Somehow take it to the last. 2 elements to this. You've got to get Rashid, and you've got to somehow make it to the last over.
Come on, Manoj.
Wow. Again.
That's not far away. It's so slow that he's played about 5 different shots.
Again,
but it's such a good delivery.
He doesn't want to leave his crease, really. You see, he goes back to a wall that he's gone forward to.
It's not far off.
Manage the clock. He bowls that length really well. Rashid will just get the single here. So this is good. I mean, like I say, don't clap so loud. Charlie's Corey levels of bias going on at the moment. Goes after this. It would have been a wide, but it's going to be a wicket. And it is. Manoj does it. And a ball that he needed the bat extended to reach. But Waleed goes after it anyway. Yeah, the smart money here. You've got to spot that as a wide and just leave it. But it's off the end of the bat. The catch is taken and they stay alive for now. So it breaks the partnership. The lead's gone for 1, and the score is 72 for 6.
Manoj, baby. Come on, Manoj. This is quality. Really good. Actually, credit where credit's due, and coming back actually down to earth and, you know, taking this seriously, of course. It's actually really good bowling. You know, it's on the money.
His accuracy. Is incredible.
Bang
Say
on.
what you like about it, but that's the thing. If he bowls short balls, he knows they're going to get pumped. But he just lures batters forward. It's uncomfortable coming forward to something like this if you don't quite get it on the full, because you feel like you're never quite getting there. The slower it is, the more precise your timing has to be where you execute your shot.
Can I pay for Manoj to go to the ECC?
Okay. All right, here we go. Again, a 6 will win it. They'll get a single here. So they needed, I said, 2 elements. They got to get Rashid. They haven't done that yet. The other one was they got to get through this over, which they haven't done yet either.
Yeah,
Okay, they can win it with a boundary here. So if Rashid sees something he likes, he could just go for it here. He's on 46. A 4 or a 6 will win them the game now.
Yeah, it would be fitting if it was him to do it.
Spots are wide. Yeah, Manoj again, just overdoing it a little bit. The other thing is Rashid, if he doesn't like it to hit at the boundary, he can just get a 1 here and control the strike, have the strike at the start of the 10th. Can't deal with it. Can't deal with it. Unbelievable stuff. So they do go to the last over. Well, it seems a tragedy now that Manoj will only get the 1 over because it's the end of the 9th and the score is 74 for 6. 3 required. We're going to the last over again, Charlie.
Get me out of the cube. I called for this 2 overs ago. And he should have been brought on earlier. An over that goes for only 3, and he also gets the wicket. He just asks questions. And it's that sort of bowling that gets wickets. And it's so frustrating as a batsman, but watching it from the sidelines as we're doing so far right now.
All right, here's the play. Bring everyone up. All right? You got to keep Rashid away from this strike. Just do not let, or you know what Aurangzeb's going to try and do? He's going to try and sneak away from the strike. And so you don't let him. You got to gamble here on losing the game to win the game. And they need dot balls. They need them quick. It's the captain, Hassan, to bowl the last over. 3 to win. And the first one, don't think it quite carries, but it's a dot ball. Yeah, I would rather over gamble and bring infielders in. Maybe keep a couple out. But this one, does it carry? Oh, it did carry. It did carry. I thought maybe it was a bit short. It was obscured. 3 or 5 now. Edged and caught. Caught behind. And so Aurangzeb's going to have to go. He's dropped the ball before, but now he's gone. It makes it 3 of 4. This game has had so many twists. Barely had a pulse, 12 stars a couple of overs ago. But now we're going right down to the wire, 74 for 7.
Another catch, Paramjit Singh. He's actually really good behind the stumps. And again, well, this is just proving to be an interesting state of affairs here. Because what's that now? That's now
3 or 4.
74 for 7.
And Rashid at the wrong end.
Yeah.
And that's why I said you'd rather, I mean, I feel like if Rashid gets back on strike,
game over.
Very hard to win the game.
Game over.
So just gambled to keep him away from the strike. Param, that was not in the middle of the gloves either, but he does hold on. It's a strange one. I remember talking about Pavel Florin when I first commentated him in 2019. And I said, yeah, just to disrupt the rhythm of someone that's going well. Just do something different. And Manoj is different. And he's been pretty effective. So new batter out there. Javakel. Well, he was the hero at the start of the game for Beveren. Right now, again, they can win this game with a boundary. I like this field. In, out. They've got a couple of boundary riders, but they do have a mid-wicket in. They've got cover in. Rashid wants to run. No doubt about it. 3 to win now. And they are going to go. We've got a big mix-up, and it's going to be run out. But I've got to say, it's probably a good result for Beveren because they do get Rashid back on strike. And I suppose, I'll have a look at this on the replay. Could you have got Rashid here? That's the question. Rashid's got the head start.
Though, isn't he?
So they may not have got him. So maybe their only play was to get... Yeah, you see he's already there. So their only play really was to get Javakel, who's pretty unselfish there, runs himself out, but does change the strike. And so I suppose the reason that's good for Stars is it's not a run. So that's why they had to kind of take their medicine and just say, okay, we know Rashid's getting on strike. And so we're going to... See, he does stumble there a little bit, but then the only play was that. And I think both teams get what they want out of that.
Now what do you do? Because you've got a man who realistically can just nurdle it. or he's going to try and finish it in style.
What are we at now? We're at 3 off 3,
where
right?
do you put your field? Where are you putting your field
I
right now?
think that you can concede one to him and still potentially dot up the other batter a couple of times.
Okay.
Anyway, he doesn't want one. He wants more. 3 to win off 3 balls. And this will be game over. For all the drama, it's going to be over, and it will be Beverin that survived. And, well, you say that he's pauses, and I think that's more relief than anything else. It's also his 50, his 4th of this season here in ECS. But you got to say that Beverin owe a big debt of gratitude to Abdul Rashid. And look, credit to 12 Stars. What a series they've had. And they go very, very close to an impossible defence. But it's Rashid that takes away from them. He ends up scoring 50 out of the 78 runs. And it is Beverin who are the second team through to finals day.
Yeah, really has just been crucial. I think realistically, Rashid's actually a little bit annoyed at his team, I think. Because I think he's saying, we shouldn't have been in this position in the first place. It was a simple chase. And really, we've made a right meal of it, but we've still managed to get over the line. You're welcome, I think is what Rashid's saying. I think that's exactly what's happening here. Because
they're all smiles now. This is the shot that got them there. Again, they were on a nice edge, weren't they? They needed everything to go perfectly. Look, credit to 12 Stars Cricket Club as well. I mean, it's the first time we've seen them in the European Cricket Series, but they're a club with a proud history here in Belgium. They were formed in 1989, and they're a team which I think provided a lot of entertainment for us. And viewers all around the world, but unfortunately this is the end of their series. Wishing them the best in their domestic season ahead next year as well before we see them again. But it is Beverin that are the second team through to finals day. They'll join Gent on finals day tomorrow. Coming up, we have the Eagles versus ICCB in about 20 minutes time, and then Liege and Austin Exiles to finish the day. Let's go to the highlights, and well, more than a bit of drama. Another low-scoring thriller here on quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, it really was. It was again a decent start for Beverin in that first over, getting a boundary, but then they lost wickets at real wrong times, really. Again, losing 5 wickets after just 4 overs. They were 30 for 5 after 4. And well, this was a really good delivery to remove the dangerous Sakil. It was a really good catch as well by Zaman as he ended up getting gone. Well, that was very next up. Luckily, it didn't cost them too much, though.
No, it didn't. I mean, had to get through this long batting order, but it's interesting. I mean, Beverin, we're going to see them in ECL next year. This was a taste of the pressure to come, I think. I got to say, though, Rajiv Sharma, that was an absolute banger of a slow ball to get Ottman's eye. And, well, the dance was pretty good as well, wasn't it? And they were pumped, but they knew they had to keep taking wickets. They had to keep restricting. They were on kind of a bit of a tightrope here. I mean, one thing is that there are a lot of boundaries in this area, and they never really plugged the gap. Ultimately, it's where the winning runs would come from as well. That's one that I still can't believe anyone would think that's missing, but I think the umpire gets that absolutely right. Sharma was up, and he was about here. And 12 Stars just shows you anything's possible, and they go so close to pulling this off. Got to say, this is a good catch by Param. Again, he wasn't letting anyone in his way. He was the man with the gloves, and he had no problems taking that. But yeah, it was Rashid who didn't have a lot of the strike early on, but when he did, he certainly used it very, very well.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he was just able to punish the bad balls. That's all you have to do when you've got a total of just 77 runs for victory. Well, there was also a bit of magic from Manoj, and we'll come on to him at some point eventually. But yeah, Abdul Rashid was just able to hit the bad balls and punish them all the way.
Yeah, he was. But, some people mentioning that that team's batting first have lost both games this morning, bucking the trend. I mean, this was a close call for Rashid in that run out, but he did survive. Yeah, but I think it's one thing to bat first, which I think I'd want to do here on quarterfinals Friday, but then you still got to bat well. I mean, the thing is, what we've seen is that if the teams batting first had even hit a normal score, they probably would have won the games comfortably, it would seem. So, yeah, I think you still have that same strategy. I'd be wanting to bat first, but it's just the teams batting first just need to bat better. Now, this is where it all went haywire in the night. They were cruising to victory, 12 Stars, but then Manoj Nag came on, and he took centre stage, kept them in the game, and then it was over to Hassan. Only had a couple to play with. He ended up taking that wicket after dropping a catch. But then this turns out to be a crucial moment. There's a run out, but at least it gets Rashid back on strike.
Yeah, it was really good from Rashid. I think he knew what he had to do, but also selfless from Jabbar Khel because he knew he had to sacrifice himself. And this was the moment, wasn't it? Hussain Well, he had all of the pressure on his shoulders. The captain leading from the front. He said, well, if there's anyone to do it, I'm going to do it for my team. But it was a really nice shot to take victory.
Just angled in a little bit too far. And Abdul Rashid, he's the hero for Beveren as they sneak their way into the semi-finals. And a lot of emotion around there. I think the biggest emotion they'll feel is relief, because they would have been so disappointed to go out unable to chase a score of 77 in that quarterfinal. So coming up next, we have match 43 in around about 15 minutes. It's the third quarterfinal. Mechelen Eagles, well, they'll be hoping to buck the trend because they have won the toss and elected to bat first. I think you've got to bat well, though. Just have a look at some of those options they've got. Tajinder Saran, who is a really explosive player. Also, Michael Yar. And Nasir, very good left-arm spinner and left-hand batter as well. You've got match winners there like Shakarula. You've got someone like Marshall as well. You've got Idris, who's in the lineup as well. But ICCB and Barty's back for them. Sundaram's in but listed at 6. I know he had a bit of an off game last time we saw him. But TP, for me, is also a key. If he can bat an extended length of time, they can make a really big score. You've got other players like Rajasek Goli and Anirudh Podamshetty. And there, Richie George as well in his number 11 position. And he showed that he could swing the bat as well. So they bat all the way down, both teams. Looking forward to that game. Should be a banger in 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, I can't wait for that one. Do make sure you do return to your screens. We can take a look at the scorecard here. When it was only one man, really, because no one else was able to get going whatsoever, as Abdul Rashid at the top of the order. Only face, but I tell you what, this is what you want. We've always said you want your best batsman to face half your deliveries. That's exactly what he did. 50
yeah, but he had to play catch up though, didn't he? Because he didn't face a lot in the first few overs, but when he did, he certainly took the game away from 12 stars pretty quickly. Rajiv Sharma, 3 for 13 off his 2 overs. I thought he was great early. At least, got 12 stars back in the conversation. Apart from that, we had Srikanth Venkata with 1 for 12. We had Tufail with 1 for 16. Hassan couldn't quite hold it in the end, 1 for 12. And Manoj Nag just gets the 1 over. But what an over it was. It turned the game around completely. It got 12 stars right back in it. But he wasn't quite able to get them close enough to finals day. So that's 2 games in a row. We've gone right down to the last couple of balls. In this one, Beveren win 78 off 9.4, defeating 12 stars 76. We will take a break of about 10 minutes. We'll be back with the second half of the day. The rain is staying away, but we don't want you to stay away. We'd love for you to come back and join us after the break. It will be Mechelen Eagles batting first against ICCB when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium at the Vibro Cricket Ground. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the third quarter-final of Quarterfinals Friday. What a day it's been so far. Two very low-scoring but tight games, all of them going into the last over as well. So it just goes to show plenty of tight matchups here. Well, there's the pond that we've been talking about. We lost someone in there earlier. Again, a beautiful game here in a beautiful place to play cricket here in Mechelen. This is what's coming up though in match 43, the third quarter-final. Mechelen Eagles, who topped Group 8, they'll be taking on ICCB in this quarter-final. It's a big matchup, of course. Mechelen Eagles only losing one of their group games, so they'll be looking to really try and motor on here in the third quarter-final. ICCB, though, they've got some big names in their lineup. ITP alongside Sundaram, Potham Shetty as well, and Golly and Barry as well, all making up the top order. So I think they're going to be crucial for ICCB as Mechelen Eagles. They've gone ahead and elected to bat first after winning the toss. So we got an early sign of the Eagles after a bit of after missing out here. But look at this for the ICCB. So they finished fourth in their group after a bit of a severe loss streak with 5 losses to their name after the last few games in Group B. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they come back here. Of course, they're going to be looking to bounce back after 5 losses on the bounce, led by Sinant Deore, the skipper for ICCB. He's got his hands cut out for him here, because I tell you what, this is not going to be an easy chase or an easy match in general, because Mechelen Eagles, of course, top of Group A. Well, both teams from Group B have come out on the better side after the first 2 quarterfinals. As Mikael Jahr will be taking the first delivery for Mechelen Eagles here in match 43. He'll be joined by Tajinder Saran. Again, he can also hit some serious hits all around the ground. But a very good afternoon to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on FanCode in India or on the European Cricket Network. I hope you're all well. And we're going to have to watch this game unfold. It's going to be Sanjit Kumar. He will be taking the first delivery in the first over for ICCB here. And again, it's just going to be a very interesting contest between these two teams. ICCB, well, they gave us a record-breaking power play right at the start of Group B action, scoring 80 for none after the power play. So that's a record on the FanCode European Cricket Series. So we're just about ready to get underway again. The weather, we're battling the weather, but we seem to be coming out on top. And it is going to be Sanjit Kumar. Well, it was going to be, not quite yet. Don't want to jump the gun. We've already done that once this week. And this time we're ready to go. Sanjit Kumar here in the third quarter-final. And Mikael Jahr starts in very ordinary fashion for him. It's 4 into the offside. And he flashes hard. And he gets off the mark with a nice boundary. And well, this is interesting. ITP is the man with the gloves here today for ICCB. Good afternoon to Stephen in the chat, to Archie as well, to Kitty. Hope you're all okay. To Shrug as well. And again, goes offside, and he's got him. Mikael Jahr goes 4 and out. He picks out the man on the offside boundary. Couldn't have picked him out any better than that, really. Doesn't follow through with the shot, just checks it, really. And it's going to be the first wicket to fall. And Mechelen Eagles are 4 for 1. So, again, the batsman, Jahr, has to go. And this is a big wicket. Of course, no Chima for Mechelen Eagles, who was a real source of runs for them in Group A. And that was the first shot, nicely into the offside this time. Bit early on it, so it just stops himself from following through. And it's a really good catch from Potham Shetty, because he'll know how crucial that exact wicket is. So the new man who makes his way out to the creases, he's going to join Tajinder Saran, who's yet to face the delivery, of course. So the story so far, it's been 4 wicket. So both teams have had small amounts of success early on. You'd probably say that ICCB have had more of the success due to the wicket of Mikkel Yar, who again we saw so many times in Group A, was just able to come in and tee off right from the start. But it's going to be the left-handed Ikramullah Nasir coming in at his favoured position of number 3. And well, Sanjit Kumar, he's going to be raring to go here after a good start to the over. Good comeback after getting flashed for 4. And Nasir will be off the mark straight away. Just places this into the leg side. Potham Shetty's busy. Collects this one. For Mechlin Eagles, though, of course, Nasir is the top scorer at 161 runs so far in this tournament. But yeah, missing a man who scored a lot of runs as Karam Chima. He's not here today, so it's an opportunity for the likes of Tajinder Saran, who's still in. He's got 140 to his name. High score of only 39, though, so he'll be hoping that he can push on and possibly put a shift in for his team. Oh, that's a really good delivery from Sanjit Kumar. Gets it right on the money straight away. Yeah, it's again, well, what have we seen so far today? We've seen really low scores being set in the first innings. We had 89 the first time, 77 the second game. Well, this is launched into the leg side, and Tajinder Saran, he's had enough. And that's Shakarullah who takes the catch off his own batting side, and it's going to be 6 into the leg side. Lovely shot. Holds the catch, put his hands up, says I'm here, taking it. There's a few laughs around. Good start though for Tajinder Saran here. Does him all ends up. Excellent comeback delivery from Kumar. So he gets hit for 2 boundaries, but he also picks up the crucial wicket of Mikkel Yard. And at the end of the first, Mechlin Eagles 11 for 1. So this is a story for individuals in both teams. One, as I previously mentioned, Nasir top of the run scorers for the Eagles, and Saran and Yar both reaching 100 as well. And then Nasir, well, he's been the MVP for the Eagles with 11 wickets as well. But looking at ICCB, TP, no surprises, the leading run scorer for them, 188 in this tournament after a really, really promising start in the first couple of games of Group B. They've just fallen off a little bit. Barry Diore sharing the leading wicket takers tag as well. But again, it's it'll be. I'm looking forward to seeing how ICCB go ahead and bat here, because that's really. It's been a story of up and downs for them, because they had such a strong start. Of course, getting that record of 80 for none after 3 overs in the power play. It's going to be Barry to take us into the second over here. And this is going to be a Gundy ball, and it gets a flick off the pad, and Nasir, again, showing his class, gets enough bat on this, and it races away. And it'll be 4 more. So Nasir gets his account underway in quarterfinals Friday. Nice 4 down the leg side. Again, he could have let that go for the extra delivery, but still decides to take it on. I like the approach already from Mechlin Eagles, looking to change the norm. And this time will be a leg side wide. So Barry not quite finding the right line and length, getting in that. I want to see him in that corridor of uncertainty, asking the questions of the left-handed Nasir. And he does, but this one impact outside the line. But a good comeback though from Barry, finally getting a delivery on the money. That's better. Again, that's the corridor of uncertainty right there, just outside the off stump. Good to see that we're winning the battle with the weather. No serious downpour that's forced anyone that needs to take themselves off the field. And again, big step across. We know that Nasir will always favour that leg side, especially as a left-hander due to the sort of the shorter boundary on that leg side due to Adventure Island, of course. Tajinder Saran after hitting a glorious 6 into the leg side. He's got a couple of deliveries to negotiate here from Barry after some early wides. Shorter, slapped down the ground. And at long on, that's Golly. He'll keep it to just a single. He'll have a serious job to do in the second innings, that's for sure. Again, it's Sahith TP is he'll surely open for ICCB. There's no doubt about that. However, if he goes early, it just sets the tone for the chase. That's what his job is. He does him all ends up, and he's got him. And Nasir has to go. Really good delivery from Barry. That's that corridor of uncertainty. He finds the outside edge, and Nasir has to go for just 5. And TP takes the catch cleanly. Second wicket falls here. Mechlin Eagles, 18 for 2. Wild swing, really, from Nasir. And look how far across he is. He's batting on off stump, so that just, shows that Barry has to go even wider to keep him quiet. But he has to go for 5, and it's another batsman who really came off in the first element of Group A. This time, they're failing once more. Good delivery. It's actually an inside edge, so well watched from Sahith TP, man with the gloves today. So ready, as it says on his shirt. I think there's just an issue here. I think he might have something in his eye. I think is what's the issue there. it's just making sure he's getting everything out of his eye that shouldn't be there. Well, who is excited for the Euros of cricket? Can't wait to see the new teams. Plenty of cricket, of course, coming up here. We're coming towards the end of our mini Belgium break before we lead up to Cartamania, which starts on Monday, 3 days away. Time slowly ticking until Vinny and Rico will be taking you through that first game, Spain versus Austria. What a game that'll be, and what a way to open up the tournament as well. Subhanullah is the man coming in at number 4. Again, they have got some big hitters in that middle order who will just go from ball 1. Full toss, and it will be a dot ball to finish the over. So another wicket falling in the second, and it was Nasir who went at the end of 2. Mechlin Eagles 18 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yeah, so again, this is really good start from the bowling side, ICCB here, taking 2 big wickets of Yard and Nasir. And of course, they still have batsmen that are able to take the game away from you. So this is where Eagles finished up at the end of Group A. They finished top by quite a fair distance as well, by 4 points, only losing the 1 game in their group campaign as well. And Birka saying, would love to have me in the comments every now and then. I'll be involved with the ECC. You just won't see or hear from me that often. I'll be in the chat every now and then as well. I'll be involved in some way, shape or form. Don't you worry about that. Sanjit Kumar is going to continue here. 1 for 11 off his first, bowling us out of the power play now. And was there a bottom edge? And it is! And Saran has to go. It's a big wicket. There was a little bottom edge. Another catch for TP behind the stumps. And it's the second for Sanjit Kumar. And a little nick, little feather. And Mechlin Eagles, again struggling. 18 for 3 here in the third. Yet again, we're seeing the batting side struggling. We're just waiting for confirmation just to make sure that it's carried here. And yeah, he certainly has, no question about it. So he will go. It will be 18 for 3 now for Mechlin Eagles. And once more, we're seeing the first batting side really crumble under a bit of pressure here. So the new batsman will make his way to the middle, and well, now he's just got to stay in here because they're running the risk of being around about what's that now? 25 for 5 if they keep losing wickets at this rate. So really need to keep things going here and really, you know, kickstart their innings. So Kumar continuing here. Yet again, another wild swing from the new incoming batsman. Shakarula doesn't quite get to the pitch of this one. It's not Shakarula, it's Shazad in fact. So a bit of a change. Hatiyatullah Shazad coming in at number 5. Again, another wild swipe. Well, 2 fresh batsmen to the crease now, and ICCB are certainly on top here in the 3rd quarter-final of the day. Yet again, teasing him. It's that corridor of uncertainty, isn't it? Because they're just asking, he's just saying, well, look, what can you do here? Because, you know, you're not really sure whether to go forward or back, and just get stuck in no man's land, really. And again, it's another dot ball. Outside edge and taken. And it's going to be another wicket. As Shazad, he was looking to hold his ground, but I think he knows that it's carried. My initial instinct that it carried pretty easily. Yeah, and he does, and he gets the fingers underneath it as well. And it's the 4th wicket down. It's another duck. This time it's Shazad. Mechlin Eagles 18 for 4 here. So Shazad coming in a little bit higher than anticipated, but he has to go. And wow, Mechlin Eagles, once again, the first batting side of the game struggling. So he'll come out to the crease now with the new batsman, and he's just, it's one of those, it's an unfamiliar scenario really for Mechlin Eagles, because they did play so well in the first half of this tournament in Group A. Clattering into the pads and turned down pretty much immediately from the umpire. Looked as if it was certainly going down leg. That was my initial reaction here. Swinging down, and yes. How far does he step across there is actually the question. Anyway, it will be a dot ball to finish. So again, an excellent spell comes to an end from Sanjit Kumar, who finishes with 3 for 11 off of 2 overs at the end of the 3rd. At the end of the power play, Mechlin Eagles 18 for 4. So this is the story. 4 wickets falling. Well, that just goes to show why it's such an incredible over, because that over has been a double wicket maiden from Sanjit Kumar. Very rare that you see one of those on the European Cricket Network, but he can say that he's done it, and it's on TV as well. But it's going to be Barry who's going to bowl us out. He's going to bowl his spell out here. 1 for 6 off his first over. This is wide up, driven by Subhanullah, and he'll eventually get off the mark. And he brings Ismail on strike. And Ismail, the skipper for Mechlin Eagles, and he's probably just thinking, well, what's going on here? We're just imploding on ourselves here. And he just sort of nibbles at this one outside off. And again, it's Barry who's asking the questions this time. I think he's just happy that there's no left-hander, because he doesn't have to adjust his line. Excellent delivery yet again. Squeezes him for room, really. Nips in as well, so cramps him up for space. And yet to get off the mark is the skipper Ismail. The opening bowlers have done an excellent job here. They've taken 4 wickets already with 3 overs left here, 3 deliveries left here in the 4th. Fuller, an inside edge. We'll get a hand on it, will the fielder. Eventually, does Vivek Bangarambandi. And Ismail will get off the mark with a single. Ismail finally gets off the mark after 3 dot balls. Single into that leg side, brings Subbanilla back on strike. These two just need to bat all the way until at least the 6th over just to steady the ship. Nice shot, and well, gets through the man who you almost thought couldn't really do anything wrong. And this time, he got a back heel on it, but it was a little bit too late as it ends up running away through the man, and it's 4 more. We've had to wait over 2 overs until that boundary since the last one. That last one coming right at the start of the 2nd over. Again, Subbanilla just needs to just try and steady the ship here. In swinging delivery and clipped nicely. Will be collected by Pratap Ambati. And a single to end the over. So at the end of 4, Mechlin Eagles 25 for 4. Struggling. That run rate now just at a mere total, really. So this is the story so far. Both teams from Group B have made their way into finals day tomorrow, into the semi-finals. Antwerp losing to Gent in what was a very, very tight game this morning to start us off, and then it was an even tighter game with Beveren and 12 Stars CC as Beveren beat 12 Stars by 2 wickets, and that was only on the penultimate ball yet again. So that's two games, 2 quarterfinals, both of them going right down to the last half of the last over as well. So both of these groups are pretty evenly matched as they come out of the group stages, but we're now going to see Goli, Rajasekhar Goli, and he'll start as he's pushed down the ground by Subbanilla for a 1 run. Good afternoon to Tala as well, to Archie, to everyone in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, get involved in the live chat because there's plenty of chat about what's going on at the moment in terms of the cricket on your screens. Good to see the weather staying away as well. And this one does everyone because it dips at the last moment on TP. So they will come through for the extra one as well as the wide. Yeah, there was serious concern this last night when we checked the forecast. There was a big storm overnight. Fuller, oh, wow, going for the big swipe across the line into that leg side. There's plenty of protection out there, so he's obviously backing himself to clear the rope. Golly goes for 3, technically off to the 1 single legal delivery. This one will just be another single. So that's now 29 for 4 here. Again, I feel as if these two can stick it out, ride out the struggles at the moment. That one is again a fabulous delivery from Golly. Does them all, ends up once more. Ismail just hasn't been able to get going, and it's due to the manner of the wickets that have fallen. You can't really ask the question of whether or not you want to try and think about retiring batsmen out because you'll end up running out of them. He does well to get his bat down, and this will just be another dot ball. Like I was saying, it seems to be a lack of application from the Eagles, not necessarily excellent bowling. I think there has been, a couple of deliveries that have taken a couple of the wickets have actually been really good, but I think you're not far off it with Eagles just not being quite at the races with the bat. Oh, that's going to be a wide as well. So Golly can't quite see himself out of this over just yet. Again, yeah, I think it is just more so a lack of application and intent, which is strange because normally in the last 2 games we've seen the lack of intent more so from the team batting second. again, you know, just didn't start well, but they were able to steady the ship. Wild swing. We'll finish the 5th over with a dot ball. So, halfway stage, Mechlin Eagles struggling at 30 for 4 after 5. And I can welcome a man back into the ice cube. Myself here, Charlie Hunt here, alongside Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Wow, it's been a bit of a low-scoring day, hasn't it? There's a bit of debate in the chat about whether it's due to substandard batting or good bowling. I think maybe a mixture of both. I mean, it's easy to kind of criticise the batters for, I suppose, not knuckling down enough, but that's the way the series has been played. You know, you come out and you play your shots. If it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. And you can see no one hitting double digits yet. Shazad Subhanullah is the top scorer with 8 not out. He's still there. Also think someone like Sanjit Kumar is pretty good with his accuracy. And I think that the bowling's been pretty good in that they've held guys down that have been struggling.
Diore comes into the attack and he gets punished down the ground. 6 from Subhanullah. And they need a few more of those if they're going to get up to a decent total here. But not the start the skipper would have wanted. Yeah,
doesn't get all of this, does he? But just kind of clunks it. It's just enough to get it over the fielder. So Subhanullah will get a badly needed Maximo. You see, in the first half, they've struggled to get enough of those big shots, haven't they, so far? And so, yeah, Subhanullah, maybe he's the man that can take them forward.
Just pushed into the leg side for a single. Rotating the strike after getting the boundary. Sensible batting. That's all they need to be right now because a couple more wickets and they running the risk of not batting out the overs. Well, this isn't sensible. The skipper has been dropped. It pops out of the hand of the fielder and Ismail gets a life, but he's still chewing deliveries.
Yeah, it's disappointing with that. I mean, 3 men could have reached that, probably including the keeper, but I think he just tries to take his fingers up and it wasn't a good option because it ended up being a bit more in front of him than he thought, and so that's why it's an uncomfortable way to catch the ball. The misjudgment results in a life for the batter. Now we'll see another opportunity. Well, this is only a half chance, and in the end it's going to go for 4. So, wow, we've seen a bit of everything so far, haven't we? The Eagles living dangerously. Dore will be tearing his hair out soon. This is almost a very good stop, I think, on the boundary, but Potom Shetty couldn't quite keep it in the field of play in the end.
Yeah, that's another drop. And these could be costly because Subhanullah's going well. 19 off 10 now. Gone for it again. And it's another drop. It's 3 in 3. And it's Potom Shetty again. And Subhanullah, he's banking on the lives.
It's not the kind of hat-trick you want. You've got to say that last one was the easiest of the 3, weren't they? I think he had the hardest one and the easiest one here, Potom Shetty. And yeah, you just would have put your money on that one.
That's a live action. Diore, well, the skipper as well. Yeah. Dropping them off the skipper. That's one way to get yourselves in the bad books, but this time, just okay inside that line up.
Yeah, it sneaks in. But Dore, like I said, he's got a beautiful head of hair, but he might not have much left if he has too many more overs like that. As we get to the end of the 6th over, the score is 43 for 4. I remember the first ball of the innings got absolutely smashed by Yar, and I thought, well, here we go. Finally, a team's going to come out and put some big runs on, but then he went very next delivery, and that was a good catch by Potom Shetty. But to be honest, that was even one which kind of ice cream coned a bit and almost came out of his hands. But how about Sanjit Kumar? 3 for 11, including a maiden. Hello, Maiden Waters, if you're watching. The other wicket, of course, going to Gangabari. Now we're going to see Konduru.
Down the ground, and this will clear the rope. So no need for a drop because this is going to go all the way. 6 more, lovely shot. And this is, well, what possibly could have been a wide, but gets the treatment, 6 more.
Yeah, goes for it. You can tell they're going for that wide hole kind of line. And so the keeper setting up for that as well. Side TP, but yeah, the batter was waiting for it and put it away.
This time. Drops this and runs, gets a foot on it. He's very lucky to get a foot on it.
Oh, no.
Could be a mix-up. Oh, this could be close. It's through the legs of TP, so he doesn't really know. They don't look very confident. I think we are just going to check on this one just in case.
He's fine. But I tell you what, this is almost a complete disaster. Have a look at the running between the wickets here. And, yeah, Ismail, number 23, gets sold down the river, but I think he just gets back in time. We'll have a look at the replay from side on. Well, he knocks the bails off first, so that's one thing. But then he does knock the stumps over, so Yeah. Because, yeah, actually, it's pretty tight. But I think there. See, he does knock the bails off, but he does knock the stumps over. So at what point are these stumps removed? See, I think legs in the way. Hard to tell. I'm going to say not out. Just because at the moment that the stumps are essentially tilted off their axis is then what you're going on.
Not out.
I think they're going to have to go with not out here.
Not enough conclusive evidence. Survives, does Ismail. He's 2 off 9.
Oh, everything happening here.
It's all happening. And now this will go into the offside. And it's one-way ticket to Adventure Island and 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. And see, I think that Konduru, he's quite predictable here for the batters. I know it's generally a good plan, but it's exactly what the batter's setting up for. And he's never even thinking about going leg side with that. And, well, I wouldn't advise that, Potom Shetty. I know he can see it. I would have said it might be time just to get a new one. And we'll get some of the kids on that one later. Come back, AJ. We need you. All right. So, but that was a good shot, though, wasn't it, from Ismail? Almost got run out, but then bangs next ball for 6.
Yeah, needs a response, Konduru, because this over's going pretty big so far. 13 off 3. And now it's leg side, and it's the same result. 6 more. And Konduru, well, he's just letting the Eagles get back into this one.
Yeah, Mohamed Ismail kind of has a thought now that this might be a bit straighter towards him. So yeah, he just seems one step ahead of the bowler at the moment. The batter here, Ismail. Again, that's 2 good blows. 1 offside, 1 leg side, both for 6.
Yeah, nice shot both times. This time he adjusts himself and it will just be a single. Single's a win, really, for Konduru at this point, but the over's already gone magical.
ICCB, what kind of ICCB will we see in the second half, though, of this game? Sundaram's back in, but he's listed 6. I mean, would you go back to just plan A with the openers that got you that record?
Fishes at this one. It will be a dot ball to finish the over. 63 for 4 after 7. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because
they've got Ambati opening, and they've listed it. But he was very good at 3, but we haven't seen too much of him because he's carrying a bit of an injury.
Yeah, so, yeah. I'd go back to what works, surely. I mean, well, I'll tell you what does work. It's taking a look at the schedule, because this is what's coming up. Obviously, 3 days to go until Cartomania. We've got the Monday to Friday international cricket all over the world coming into one place, and then on the Saturday, Sunday, T10 domestic cricket.
Here's something that's crazy. There's still over 3 months left in the season. Still 3 months left in the season.
Long way to go.
Oh, I can't wait for Cardamom to start, obviously. We'll be travelling on Sunday, some of the crew, and then 5 weeks there. But then we will have another 8 weeks of ECS action at the end of the year. Here's Raja Goli to bowl the next over.
Good first delivery. Right in the block hole. Does well to keep this one out. I think it's the old shovel out. Yeah, that over going for 20. Doesn't help the proceedings here. But again, yeah, ICCB are just... They're a team that... They're probably frustrating to watch because they can do so well. And then the pour is really poor. Leg side, 6 more. Lovely shot. And Sumanali's banking in on the opportunities that he's been given after some drop catches.
Yeah, it was large, wasn't it? In the slot, middle stump, but pretty correct stroke. And yeah, transfer weight was perfect there. Hold the pose. Sumanila gets 6.
Yeah, that's my concern is for ICCB. It's a lack of consistency for me, because I mean they are obviously so good because they got 80 for none after 3.
Well, they have been consistently losing lately, 5 in a row. Probably not the kind of consistency they want, though.
True, it's very true. Fuller again and slapped hard, and will be 4. Unlucky for the fielder. That's Sundaram, who was able to get a hand on it. It's a slower ball, but he gets slapped.
Second one like this, if you take the one of Potom Shetty as well, that he was able to get a hand on earlier, but just trickled across the line. This one's pretty similar. I've got some advice for ICCB, though, if I had to give him a mantra for the second innings of this game.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Well, and it's going to be a wide.
Where was he going there? There's backing away, and then there's this. I mean, you're really struggling to reach more on the stumps then.
No run.
I would say, to use to twist a common phrase, bat like no one's watching.
Okay, I see what you mean.
The second half.
Don't worry about it.
Just do it. Do your thing.
See what you mean.
Chasing teams have let the pressure get to them today.
Again, offside. Crunched hard. And it's another boundary. And, well, this is a big period of the game. But it's the Eagles that are on top 4 more.
That was crunched, wasn't it? I mean, there's not that much of a gap between those 2 fielders, but they had no chance. Powerful cricket shot, proper cricket shot from Shazad Shumanullah.
Yeah, really nice shot. He's 41 off of 17 now, but he probably should have been gone for about 10. But he's cashed in. That's what good players do. If they give you an early opportunity and you miss it, you'll come back to regret the time there. And this is going to be another glorious cricket shot. One step down the track, meets it halfway, 6 more.
This is absolutely smashed. The goalie's trying everything here. Nothing's working. He's trying to go wide, just not quite a wide. And this is happening to him. He's getting straighter and he's going over the leg side. This is what I'm talking about. People saying boundaries are hard to come by. Well, not if you're in. I mean, batters that have been in have been able to find them, but just not so many batters have gotten in today.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's complete opposite to what we've seen for for 10 days straight. Yeah. It's completely different. Completely different.
Supernorth's taking this game away pretty quickly now, despite those early jitters. They're on 109 pace, and they're only increasing it. I mean, they could still get something like around about 120 here.
Finishes the over off. Add more, because it's going to be another 6, and what a way to bring up the half century. Again, he was given a couple of lives, but he's just cashed in, and golly, gosh, he's gone the distance.
Well, 28 come off that over. It's a big one, isn't it? A magical over. 91 for 4 after 8. And that has been a big couple of overs. 48 runs have come off the last 2 overs. And if you want to go further, 61 have come off the last 3. Oof. So it's been crazy stuff. You want to see a worm take a turn? Well, surf's up, Charlie, because his innings is getting out of control.
That is a steep, steep mountain that the Eagles have been able to climb here. Still not over yet, of course. That over. 1-6-4 wide. 4-6-6.
Ouch.
Incredible stuff. Diore trying to stem the flow, and he doesn't, because it's leg side again, and it's 6 more, and it's a really good shot. Shakarilla puts it down, but again, it's another boundary.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about that. Yeah, go back to the last over of Golly. Okay, it went for 28. But that came off the back of his first over that only went for 5, and only 2 of those were off the bat, and they were the same batters. So it showed you once Shumanullah got on the heater, he's been so good. And his 50 came up, by the way. It happened so quickly in that last over.
This is down the track. And, well, that's going to be right on to us. 6 more.
That'll do. Well, don't worry. Spring Productions, everything's safe.
Just.
I tell you what, that one was cube bound. We were under attack. And, well, wait for the thud. Bang. Luckily, we had the protection on the monitor. Oof. And everyone's under attack now, not just the bowlers.
And again, offside, and it's going to be another boundary. No, it won't be.
Oh.
It will be collected.
Oh, maybe that ball hit Charlie. He seems to be malfunctioning. Clearly.
Oh, dear.
Well, don't worry. I've got you here. I'll keep you safe.
I think we're all safe now, aren't we?
I'll keep you safe.
For now. At least there wasn't a camera there.
It shows you how strong that case is. It's on the back of the monitor. See, look at my monitor. I went to emergency position.
You're all right.
100's up.
And it's going to be a wide. It's a wide. It's all happening here. Boy, oh boy, it's been a serious couple of overs. What's that now? That's 15 off this over. So add that to the last 3 overs. Go on, Mr. Maths. Not Mr. Maximo, Mr. Maths.
How many? We're doing last 3 or 4 overs. What do you want?
3.
Last 3 overs are up to 63. That's only 2.5 actually. And now we're going to have a wicket. So, well, amongst the carnage, they pulled something out of the fire here. Diore hasn't had too much to smile about, but this one is borderline wide, but takes a little edge, and so that partnership is broken. And I know they came together with a score at 18 for 4, and they leave with a lot more runs on the board now. 106 for 5 breaks the partnership of 88.
Yeah, what a partnership that is, by the way. But you've got Shakarilla coming in now. He can hit a long ball.
Yeah, he's got his iron as well, because then he had 2 catches in off the field already.
No, he dropped 1.
Who caught the other one though? Wasn't that Shakarilla?
No, I don't think it was.
That's what it might have been.
Might have been actually. I'm not. I'm sort of lost.
Are you okay, Charlie?
I might need to take an innings off.
Can understand that.
Oh dear.
Wow.
I'm just glad everything's okay.
Could you hear that bang? Let me know in the chat if you heard that.
Serious.
Yeah.
Impact. I want to check the other side of the
I want to see if there's a mark.
Anyway, Diore. Oh, Shakarilla comes out. There's only one way he's going. He's going to go for the big shot. Doesn't get it though. The thing is though, imagine if we had comms cam today.
Yeah.
That would have been gone.
Yeah.
That was shattered. No way.
It's a good point you
No
make
way
there.
that camera was surviving.
Yeah, we're just using the equipment we've still got up and running.
Pass delivery, and it will be a dot ball. So, a very interesting over. They get the wicket, but he also gets dispatched for 2 sixes at the end of the 9th. All happening in the 9th.
Thing is, yeah. Sorry, the score is... We're all
Go
throwing here.
ahead. Go ahead.
106 for 5. Now, yeah, the thing is, this innings was 30 for 4 after 5. At the halfway, they were 30. And since then, we've had 76 runs in the next 4 overs. But look, even if, say, they have a quote-unquote normal over here, say 12 to 14, say 14, 120, it's a par total. You know, it's a par total for ICCB to chase. So even though there's been this crazy 3 or 4 overs, because of their good start, ICCB is still in the contest. Yep. You just had checked it out. What was the damage on the back of the monitor? All right.
Nothing. Fine.
Nothing.
Absolutely.
Kookaburra proof.
Not even a mark. That's some serious, very protective gear.
Anyway,
Anyway,
you know when the president travels around it, they should make the car out of whatever that's made out of.
Potham Shetty to get us underway.
Oof.
Well, gets out of the way of it, does well.
Wants to.
Should just be a single, and it won't be. Gets a kick off the pitch. They'll come back for the 2.
Yeah, you've got to be a bit smarter there, I think, in the field. You know that Subhanullah wants to get back for 2. You need to attack it and throw to the keeper. I think they're a bit slow to realise what's going on here. Doesn't get a good start. Sundaram kind of takes it casually, goes for the bowler's end.
Archie's, I don't know how to take that comment. Potham Shetty continuing.
I hope not.
And leg side crunched and taken. They finally take a catch out in the outfield. And this time it's Rajashekar Goli who takes it. And, well, a little bit of fun has to end for Shahzad Subhanullah. He goes and it's 108 for 6.
He batted so well for his 55. In fact, he brought his 50 up so quickly we didn't actually notice until a couple of balls later. But
I did.
Yeah, I didn't because I was too busy trying to count up the runs in the over. But what I will say is that Subhanullah, he's batted his team in a very strong position. Still a pretty handy one to get at this stage, though. That could save you 10 or 12 runs because you've got a new batter coming out, and with 3 balls remaining now, up to 4 balls remaining, I should say, is 108 for 6.
Yep. So he goes, and he will walk off with applause from everyone there. Just wasn't able to quite get the elevation on that one, but the damage has been done because they're getting up to the highest total that's been set here on quarterfinals Friday. High in the air. It's another opportunity. And it's taken. So 2 in 2. And we're going to finally get a rare opportunity of a hat-trick. Good catch in the end, though, from Richie George.
Richie, could he be the hero again? And he's almost set a record. Well, he set what would have been a record had we not seen Zahid Hussain get 49 on out at number 11. But he scored a very good score down there. And another thing we've been waiting to add to is the hat-tricks Hall of Fame in 2022. We've had 25 hat-tricks. Of course, we had one a couple of days ago with Rohan Fires and a sneaky one in his 5-putt that went across 2 overs. Anyway, here we go. 108. I told you that was a big wicket, the previous one of Subhanullah, because it just, the way he was going, you feel like he would get him to 120. As it is, not going to be easy. I tell you what, it's a big hat-trick chance, isn't it? I mean, you've got number 9 coming out in Abdul Rahim Idris.
By the way, one of the nicest men involved in Belgian cricket.
100%. 100%.
He's been helping in around the ground, doing the boundary, but he's facing a hat-trick ball here now. Oh, well. And they miss out on the run-out opportunity as well. So it will be a bye, and it won't be a hat-trick.
Still can't work out how he missed from here. Got to say,
Three
seems
subs
surprised
to
that he has to throw, and then he's a bit off balance. Idris gives it the old the thumbs up. I don't think it was thumbs up. It's actually gone over the top here. Anyway, 2 to come.
Slapped and carved away, and it's taken. So they catch them now. This time it's Sanjit Kumar, and it's a duck for Shakarullah. Mechlin Eagles now 108 for 8.
Shakarullah, despite being on the batting team, has 1 more catches than runs in this innings because he'd take one off the field. But yeah, again, it's turning out to be a pretty good last over. Just stopping the bleeding. We just had 3 runs, including one of them. It was a bye. We've seen 3 wickets as well. So 3 wickets in 4 balls for Potham Shetty. And again, he's just keeping it down to something that may be just below par based on what we've seen so far in this series.
Yeah, of course. I think you might have to say that the first 2 games this morning were possibly anomalies because they were something that we've very rarely seen in this tournament, where the average score's been around 80. Anyway, Potham Shetty continuing here. Last ball of the over. It almost takes out Idris. They turn and go. It's good fielding because it's at the right end. And it will just be a single to the total. So we will finish on 110 for 9. And, well, after the start they had being at 18 for 4, I think they'll take that.
Yeah, I think they will. But they also might feel they left a few on the table, considering how they were looking when they were kind of 2 balls into the 9th over. They were 103. And in that last 10 balls, they're only able to add 7. So it was really an innings of fits and starts, wasn't it? But I think when it comes down to what we've seen runs on the board, certainly in the history of ECN, generally holding up. We've had 2 quite low scores almost hold up this morning. 110. Mechelen Eagles, that's what they've got on the board. The top team from the first half of the tournament taking on the team that finished 4th in Group B. And although that was a nice shot to start, it was going to change pretty quickly. Potham Shetty took the first catch, and it would be a few early jitters for the Eagles, who lost 4 early wickets.
Yeah, I know. There was a really nice shot into the leg side from that one. That was a catch there. As Vinny said, he's 1 catch, no runs. But yeah, no, Saran got a nice shot, and eventually he was caught. But that was a change in the game, as it was going to be Barry alongside Kumar, who would change the game right at the top of the order. And that was a bottom edge. Good catch for Sai TP taking the gloves this time. And then that one, that also carried. So it was 2 in 1. Double wicket made, and we don't see that very often.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it's been a day to see some rare things. Sanjeet, who guessed the wrong way, and there were just a few of these ones that were teasers. I can remember 3 of them during the innings that just trickled over the boundary due to misfields. But yeah, when it came down to it, you've got to say ICCB. There are a couple of moments here where they could have shut down this counter-attack. That was one of them. Really should have been caught. It was. In fact, there was a hat-trick of drop catches in the middle of this innings as well.
Yeah, it was. They proved to be really costly as well, because Subhanallah went on to really punish them for their mistakes. And he ended up making a very well-made 55 off of 21. And he is really crucial. He scored exactly half of their runs, in fact, and he's why they've been able to get up to 110 off of their 10 overs.
Played a very good innings, though. I really like the way he attacked the offside. This was a close-ish call, but I think the right decision was made. Keeper dislodging the bails first up, and then it was really close on the second time the stumps were uprooted. But yeah, he just seemed to have this run. And in particular, he was vicious on Goldie in the 8th over, ended up going for 28. And he just seemed to be able to swing through the ball, was very comfortable, just with his shot selection as well. This one's a bit too spicy for Sundaram to handle down there as well. But wow, look how hard that's hit. This is a guy that was really finding his timing.
Yeah, he got in and he was going to make them pay. It's exactly what he did. Yeah, those 2 overs, 7 and 8 going for 48 together. But they were also backed up by 13 and 15 either side. That was how he brought up his 50. It was a very nice 50, of course, after being dropped twice on not very many. But then he was also joined by Mahad Ismail, who also played a pretty helping hand, as he ended up 30 off of just 17 with some really nice shots. Well, this was cube bound, and luckily for us and for Spring, there were no damages.
Yeah, it was a sonic boom that we copped, wasn't it? But in amongst it all, the Mechelen Eagles, well, they've got, I think, a serviceable score on the board. I thought they may blow them out of the water batting first here. That was always the risk. But ICCB, again, they need to snap their own losing streak. Don't forget, they haven't really been setting the world on fire. Their batting hasn't been clicking for long enough, with 5 losses in a row to finish the group stage. But it'll be a big upset, but certainly one that's within their reach at the halfway point of this 3rd quarterfinal.
Yeah, no, it certainly will be. As we come towards the end of the highlights, there were just some swinging from the hips, really. Just trying to see if they could go ahead and get any more onto the total. But they actually caught really well in those final few overs. This was the last ball of the innings, though. As Idris, he was certainly going for 2. He made his ground. He possibly could have come back for the 3rd as well. But they will end up on 110 for 9 after 10 overs, setting 111 for victory for ICCB. And we can take a look at the scorecards here. Well, this is a story, as there was a big collapse right at the start, but it was supported by Subhanallah and the skipper, Mohammed Ismail, who were able to get them up to 110. Really good hitting from Subhanallah. 55 off of 21, going really, really well.
Yeah, and Taylor 2 collapses, really, because they had 4 early wickets. They had 5 late wickets, but in between, a very, very good partnership there between Subhanallah, who scored 55 off 21, and Mohammed Ismail, the captain, 30 off 17. But yeah, like I say, they were 103 with 10 balls remaining, and from that point, they actually lost 5 wickets for just 7 runs in the last 10 balls. So I guess they're happy at 18 for 4 to get to 110, but also 103 with plenty of wickets in hand. They would have thought they could get to something like 120 plus. So all things being considered, I think it's a fairly even game. ICCB, well, they are a team that blew the competition out of the water when they first joined the competition last Saturday. Can they do something similar again? They'll need 111 to win this quarterfinal and be the 3rd team through to the semi-finals. As far as the bowling went for ICCB, Sajid Kumar 3 for 11, the best of the bowlers. I think Barry was very good earlier as well, and he conceded 13 off his 2 overs, picking up a wicket. And a wicket to Diore, but the real hero for me was Poddam Shetty, who in that last over takes 3 for 3, only gets the 1 over in the end. Maybe it's a bit of a misstep not to give him an earlier over because Konduru was expensive. Hindsight's 2020. Look, all things considered, ICCB, if they bat well enough, they're good enough to get through to final state. Yeah,
only time will tell though, because we're looking forward to seeing that, of course, coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere, as we will return, as it's pretty much been set. The scene's been set. 111 for victory. You're watching the 3rd quarter final here at the Rival Cricket Ground here in Mechelen, as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series with myself, Charlie Hunt, here alongside Vinny Sandhu on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Belgium. It is third quarterfinal time here on QFF. Quarterfinals Friday, day 11 of 12 playing days here in Belgium. First time we've had a European Cricket Series here since 2020, so it's great to be back playing this form of the game here. It certainly is a tournament which has engaged the hearts and minds of our community. These guys have been putting it all out there. 10 teams started this journey. Only 8 survived to quarterfinals day, and only 6 are still in the running for the trophy, which will be decided tomorrow evening. But right now, it's going to be ICCB International CC Brussels who are out there, and they're a team that finished 4th in Group B with a 3-5 record. They're taking on the table toppers from Group A, the Mechelen Eagles. And in the first half of this game, Mechelen, they won the toss. They elected to bat, and they have put 110 for 9 on the board. ICCB will need 111 for victory. Right now, it's anybody's game. It's going to be Abdulrahimzai Idris, who's going to get us started here. And he's bowling to a guy that really could be the key in this chase, Saitipi, who does like to attack pretty much every ball he faces. So that's what's going to be happening here, I think, in the first over. 111 to win for ICCB. Let's roll. TP attacks, doesn't get it right. He mishits it and it's dragged out to the leg side for no run. So Ambati's the man out there with him. He's a man we haven't seen play too much. He's been carrying a little bit of an injury, so they've been managing him. But when we have seen him, he's looked pretty good. So I'm in the number 3 position, batting well. They decided to open with him here and keep Sundaram up their sleeve. Full toss, blasted 4. So Idris gets it slightly wrong, and it's Ambati. It's not Ambati, in fact. It's still TP who's on strike. And so it'll be 4 to the total. The first runs of this second innings. There's some confusion about whether TP had taken a single off the first ball. He didn't. So TP will get those 4 runs. Well, gets it wrong, and this is going to be a no ball +4. Just stretching for this kind of Yorker length, deep in his crease, but that's very high. It's about chest high. And so, not ideal, because the free hit's coming up as well. So again, it wasn't really intended, I'm sure, from Idris, but TP swings hard at it, gets enough of a bat to get it to the boundary. Idris, what's he going to try here? Will he try maybe a change of pace, something different? Free hits on now. And TP, he's going to be going for it. He does, but it's a pretty good comeback ball. Now he's almost going to run his partner out off the free hit. We've seen so many run outs off free hits because batters get carried away with the immunity cloak. They think they should be scoring runs off it, and you probably should be. But again, you can be run out. Quarterfinals Friday, we know it always throws up a few surprises, and there's normally the odd upset in there. Could this be one of them? Another full toss, steps across. You will get one here. So basically 10 come off the first 4 balls. This is no ball as well, is it? Again, it's pretty high. Pretty wide as well. It's called a square leg, so let's have a look at it. He's back in his crease. Yeah, it's probably fair enough. If you're not sure it's under the waist, you're meant to call it. And that's why it gets called. So it's going to be a second warning for Idris. He has to sort it out and fast. Again, we talked a lot about Group A teams having a few days rest, but also it can just throw you off your game a little bit. Group B teams with some more recent form, although ICCB's form has been pretty dismal. 5 losses in a row. Free hit again this time. Once again gets away with it, and Barty gets his first ball. I think he just gets home here as well. Going looking for a run early. Direct hit makes it interesting. He gets home. Close-ish, but not close enough. His over's going forever. Another thing they might have to worry about is the is the time aspect of it. You're just confirming that he does get home. And a marginal game, you don't want to give up any time penalties, that's for sure. Nadeem saying any chance of rain? Yep. There's been a chance all day, but it hasn't materialised. It's good news for you cricket lovers out there. Looking pretty clear at the moment, but yeah, we just have to wait and see. Hopefully we get through the schedule and then the rain can come after play. There's no problem at all. Another full toss. This time it won't be a no ball, but still, Idris has just gone overboard really with the full deliveries here. And remember, he's on his final warning already. So, yeah, if this is above the waist, which I know it's not, but he's got to be careful. He's somebody they'd want to get 2 overs out of as well. If he bowls another high ball, which is waist high or above, then he won't be able to bowl anymore in this match. What an interesting start this is. Slower ball this time. Dug out. TP has to hustle, and he does. Well, there's a bit of everything in that over. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's 13 without loss after 1 over. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. And Charlie, a strange kind of a match, but now I can tell you that we have gone 1 full week without a golden ball. Will we see one here before we leave Belgium? I guess only time will tell.
Yeah, you never know, do you? You never know, Vinny. Again, I have to say, though, maybe I'll get a tingle.
Oh, yeah? You feeling it?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
All right.
Mind you, I think I've had a tingle almost every other game.
Yeah, it'll happen. I mean, I got like there in the 270s, and I think it was over 400 games when it went off. So, look, I just think we want to see some close contests. We've seen 2 really close contests so far. Games that you probably wouldn't have thought would have been close at the halfway point. This is one we do think could be close, I think. This kind of 111 target, but yeah, we'll have to see. Here we go with second over now, and it's Ainuddin Zakel who's going to bowl. This is hit straight. This one's cube bound as well, and that is going to be 4 runs. And what a good start to the over. Maybe a little bit over pitched, but he goes through with a shot. Proper cricket shot, that one.
Yeah, nice shot yet again from Side TP, who's looking pretty comfortable at the crease at the moment.
Got a question from Mohammed Shaheen asking where Rico is. Well, Rico, he's in Spain because he lives there, taking a couple of weeks off. Of course, you also live in Spain, but Charlie's here, filling in for Rico for a couple of weeks. Doing a great job. Yeah, sometimes.
I try my best.
So, yeah, Rico took a couple of weeks off because the ECC just around the corner. He'll be doing all 5 weeks there with me, and also Corey will be joining us. But you've done a fantastic job, Charlie, I have to say.
Cheers, Billy.
I'm not surprised.
Pleasantly surprised.
Not at all.
Continuing here, though, Zakel. Big step across, goes big into the leg side, and gone. And the tall left-arm action of Zakel works, it pays off. As TP was going for the big shot, misses out completely, and it's going to be the first wicket. And ICCB 19 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about TP, a bit like the flavour on my favourite bubblegum when I was growing up, is that it's good while it lasts, but it just never lasts long enough. And TP ends up going for 16, only faces 9 balls and has a bit more of a top edge than anything else. So he is the first man to fall now, 19 for 1.
Yep, big wicket. TP goes, and again, I always say that he sets the tone really for ICCB with the bat. So him going early will change how they're going to go ahead and negotiate this chase.
Pretty good catch, though, by Tejinder Saran. Wasn't it going back, kind of over the shoulder kind of catch, really?
Very good. Very good catch.
Still got Sundaram up their sleeve, who was their regular opener at the start of the series. He's went a bit off the boil towards the end of the group stage, and then we didn't see him for the last couple of games. But there will be Ganga Barry, who's coming out at the number 3 position, and here he is facing up for the first time. So, yeah, just got to stay with that rate. I said earlier, bat like no one's watching. Play a natural game here. Should be an interesting little contest.
Here's Zakel. Shorter delivery. I'm asking the question.
There was a little noise there. It didn't seem woody, did it? It just seemed... Yeah, I think there's a lot of moving parts to that. Could have been the gloves on the handle or something like that. But Barry, bit of a nervy start for him, really.
Yeah, I don't think that was Woody. You've got a friend in me though, Vinny.
Very good. Toy Story reference.
That's a great film, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a really good
Rank
film.
your Toy Story franchise films. 4-2-1-3.
This time. Opens the face, runs away, and it will be a boundary. It goes all the way. Barry off the mark with a very, very nice bit of touch cricket there. 4 more.
It's a deflection, isn't it, really? And there's normally runs in this corner of the field. Something I said a lot in Germany, actually, when we were there. If you can manoeuvre the ball in that quarter of the field, because bowlers are bowling there a lot of the time, there's normally value. And so, yeah, pretty low-risk shot to get 4 first up.
It's a shot that's very often played in T20 cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to run it down to third man. Normally, it's not really looking for the boundary, but
yeah,
but it's come off a couple of times here in Mechelen. Finishing the over now. Another shorter delivery, and Barry misses out completely. So they'll finish with the dot ball on the second over. 23 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, well, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Not quite as catchy as Meatloaf's hit song, but anyway, 2 overs down, and gives us a chance to look at the story so far, I suppose, of these teams in the group stage in particular. Yeah, we can have a look at ICCB, who started with 2 very good wins, but then, although they won a 3rd game, they lost their last 5 to end up finishing all the way down in 4th position. They weren't even sure that they would qualify for this phase, depending on what happened yesterday with Royal Brussels. But yeah, they end up getting there in the end. You can see Mechelen Eagles topped Group A with a 7-1 record. Okay, over to Dries for over number 3.
He's obviously really trying to ensure that he doesn't have any issues with no balls. Obviously, he's on his last warning.
Yeah, exactly.
Good slower ball though.
He does have that good slower ball, doesn't he? Yes, I mean, they're at the rate at the moment. I mean, attack's the best form of a defence here, I think. ICCB, they normally like to attack. Have relied a lot on their top order, though. That's the thing.
Again, rolls his fingers down the side of the ball. Will be a single. Yuvraj is asking, Vinny, do you know?
Yuvraj's got a lot of Cardamom questions. I like it.
I like it.
I like it too.
It's a good question, actually. Do you know if any of the teams have arrived yet?
I don't. Well, Spain's the only one, maybe. But I think most of them, they'll just be travelling across the weekend.
On the Saturday,
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah, so probably most of them will get there on the Sunday.
Would make
And
sense.
they get set overnight, yeah.
Idris now. This will be should be a leg side one, and is eventually.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a whole production. That's what you got to understand, actually. That's why normally, well, actually, even in this series, with these Cardamom tournaments, there is a 2-day weekend. It allows teams to come in and teams to go out. Because obviously the capacity, the accommodation, the Sunset Beach Hotel, we take a lot of it. So we've got to get 1 lot out, 1 lot in. And I mean, everyone, when they turn up, they are super excited. I'm sure this will be no exception.
Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? Idris continuing now. Full up and hit down from Barry, and a direct hit. Would have been close. I think he just makes his ground in the end, though.
It's going to be a tight one. They just decide that they're getting bogged down, so they take on a marginal one. Let's have a look at this when it comes past. Oh, I reckon that could have been out.
I don't know.
Throw was pretty wide, so it's hard.
Very wayward.
It's hard to work it out.
Very, very wayward.
Yes, they'd want to be 33 off this after this over. Yeah, just don't want to fall behind. I feel like Eagles, it'll be hard to catch those runs up if they fall behind.
Oh, it's another slower delivery, not picked whatsoever. And really playing around the complete wrong line was Mbati there.
Yeah, he picks it, but then just tries to smack it regardless.
Plays about 5 different shots.
Yeah. It was unbalanced, I'd say.
Just a little bit.
But he's a good batter, though.
Very capable with the bat in hand. And just a single off the toe of the bat. Yeah, so this is, again, promising from Idris. Again, he's as I mentioned previously, he's been a real helpful hand here in Mechelen at the ground, here in Vryburg, the Vryburg cricket ground, hasn't he? He's been busy in the mornings doing the boundary line due to the rain. Often washes it away. Batty again. This time it's Barry, and it will be a boundary, a very much needed boundary to end the over. So Barry gets in on the action. He moves on to 9, and it's a really nice shot. 4 more.
Yeah, just had to get it straight enough to beat that man who was in the circle, and he does. And a bit of a steadier, isn't it? At the end of the power play now, it's 31 for 1. And still, for me, anybody's game here in quarterfinal number 3.
Yep, it always is. And again, yeah, so what's that now? So 3 games down today. One last game coming up this afternoon. What's coming up later this afternoon?
Yeah,
Vinny?
so later on we'll get to see Liege and see that they actually topped Group B. They'll be taking on Austin Exiles, who finished 4th in Group A, but that was a bit of a surprise. You can see that was how Group B looked. Bevan and Gent tied on 5 wins. Both of those teams surviving to finals day. So far, it's been all Group B. It's the Eagles trying to fly the flag for Group A here. Let's see what happens as we go into the 4th over, and they're going to continue with Einadin Zakel.
Going to bowl out his overs, inside edge. Also gets the right hand on it.
Yeah, if he's looking at the other end, he could have actually thrown it, I think.
It's very, very long arms, by the way. Serious wingspan.
Yeah, you're not
wingspan
joking.
for the Eagles.
Yeah, true.
Sorry.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Don't know about the beak on him, though. And Barty can't get going here, can he? 3 off 6.
Struggled so far. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. I think.
Yeah. And you can't really appeal for this because he hasn't. Has that hit the helmet?
Yes.
Well, that's good if it has hit the helmet.
That's why he's okay.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
he tries to basically throw the ball through Ganga, who doesn't really change his line in a way to try and impact the throw. He's always running there. He turns around, runs straight back. But if you want another good reason to wear a helmet, imagine he wasn't wearing a helmet there.
Oh, no, don't. Don't even put that picture in my head.
That's point blank range. But he survives, and, well, I'm just happy nobody was hurt in that play. Ganga's fine to continue.
Zakel continuing again on this one. It's called a wide. It's an interesting call because it moved away certainly after the batsman. Take a look here.
Hard
And
to see.
it's a tough one though, isn't it? The ones that always come across.
Once again, Ganga's head's in the way. 2 balls in a row.
The poor man.
So we'll reserve,
the poor man.
We'll reserve judgment on that one.
So glad he was wearing a helmet. Oh, my
me too.
lord. Oh. Anyway, Harry still on, and Patty still on strike, and down the ground. Taken. He was so good in Group A. Was it Camilla Nasir? He didn't put many down at long off. And well, this is another example of how to take a really good catch. Another wicket goes. It's the second one's for ICCB.
It's a cutter, I think. And so you can see Ambati just couldn't get anything going really there, could he? So he has to step aside now. He'll be the second wicket to fall. And the score is 32 for 2.
Yeah, 32 for 2 now. You can just see, though, they're ahead of the rate, aren't they? Because at this stage, I reckon they were 19 for 4. They always had a really good couple of middle overs. Obviously, 48 off of just 2 overs. I remember that one. That's some serious hitting. Yeah, and as you say, at the end of 4, they need to be, what's it, at 44. So
yeah, 44. So not miles behind. I mean, yeah, if it wasn't Ambati's day, probably good that he steps aside at this stage and gives plenty of time for someone to try and change the narrative. A little bit like Majid did in the first quarterfinal. Now, you just got to hope someone is going to have a good day, maybe have a bit of luck. But nice catch taken down there, got to say, by Nasir. He's got a pretty good pair of hands.
New batsman faces up for his first over. It's a wild swing. Belgian ball, baby. Doesn't quite connect, though. Be a dot ball.
Yeah,
Belgian ball's...
Belgian ball. It's very
gone.
last week, isn't it, at the moment?
It's not trending anymore, is it?
I mean, yeah, even went into Group B with
serious Belgian ball.
That was a record-setting day. Over 1,100 runs in the day on last Saturday's matches. But
is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Good over so far. Not this time, though, because that's definitely going to be a wide.
Well done, Charlie.
Thanks.
Full and wide. Just misses the tram line. One thing that all the quarterfinals so far would have in common is that there are a couple of twists in the second innings.
There's a lot of collapses as well.
Yeah, a few twists and turns. I'm sure this will be no different.
Plenty of collapses on the order, on the menu. Collie again facing up. On the money, could be an opportunity, and is taken. That's a really good catch by Ismail, the skipper. Well, he led from the front with the bat, but also he's now doing it in the field because that's a really good catch over his shoulder. 33 for 3 now.
Yeah, nice catch by Ismail, and Golly goes without scoring, and it's that rolling off cutter. You see he's trying to hit it leg side, I think. I'm not even sure he knows where he's trying to hit that, but that little bit of cut away from the batter takes it to the outside half of the bat. And Mohamed Ismail makes no mistake, makes good ground to get there. So 2 wickets fall in quick succession now, 33 for 3.
Yeah, it's another wicket to go. And again, this is what we've seen from ICCB, though, is that when those wickets start to fall, they really do tend to implode. So they're going to try and avoid that. It's going to be Pottenchetty.
One thing that is different, though, is with Sundaram coming back into the lineup, he's batting 6, so he provides a bit more stability there. Maybe that's why he's there, as a bit of an insurance policy. They opened with Ambati instead. So I think they do bat a little bit deeper, but still they're going to have to bat well. His last ball of the over.
Been a great over so far. Up in the air. And luckily for the new batsman, for Pottenchetty, doesn't middle it. Oh, what an arm that is. It's that man again. It's Nasir. And that will bring us to the end of the 4th. 34 for 3.
Yeah, serious player Nasir, isn't he? But they need a partnership from somewhere, don't they? And we hope we have your partnership over the next 5 weeks, because guess what? There's only 3 days to go until we start the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It starts on Monday. We have 5 matches every day. Monday to Friday is the ECC International Cricket. Saturday and Sunday is the ECT 10 domestic cricket from Khartoum. So you actually get to see 30 different teams over that 5-week period. Should be huge. It's going to be something, really, even for us, something that we've never quite embarked on, something this ambitious. So hopefully you can be part of the adventure and join us on Monday for the ECC. Right here, it's going to be Hediatul Shahzad who's going to bowl over number 5. Game in the balance.
And slapped hard, carves away. Pottenchetty right into the money. Starts with a lovely boundary, 4 into the offside. Really nice shot, carves it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's no half volley. He's done really well to hit that where he hit it. And so don't count him out just yet. That's all I'm going to say. I did say also that ICCB don't want to fall behind, which is kind of what they've done. The run rate required is up, nudging 13 and over before this over. But with shots like that, they could very well bat their way back into contention.
Yeah, they just need to have a solid couple of overs in these middle overs here. Down the ground again. Will just be one bounce to Ikram Nasir again with a very, very strong arm.
See that Lazy Boy, cool name. Is that you, by the way, in the chat?
Lazy
Boy in the chat.
I see how it is.
Looking pretty comfortable over there, saying that England 11 were the strongest team that he had seen in the previous season.
I mean, that doesn't take a rocket science to work that one out.
Yeah, no surprises. They won the trophy.
And this one stays low.
Be interesting to see what kind of a team they bring this time. I know that almost all those guys want to come back.
Can't you blame them?
Yeah, maybe a couple of changes in there. Harrison Ward, I think, is expected to return. I think Dan Lincoln as well. I think what I was hearing is a lot of players in the county system were calling the England 11 manager saying, hey, I'm available and I'm keen. I don't want to be part of it.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Who they'll pull out.
Halfway through the over now. Full toss. Driven nicely by Barry. And it's Nasir again. He's been pretty busy.
A few people reminding me, might have been Sandori, that in between matches, Papa was bowling at me and whacked one back at him and he caught it.
Oh, I remember. You sent me that, actually.
Did I?
You did send me that.
Sounds silly.
Don't know why you did.
Are you sure it was me?
It was definitely you. Outside edge, and it will race away. It's a fine little nick, and Pottenchetty, well, he's getting a bit of luck, needs to cash in. He moves on to double figures. It's a boundary, nonetheless.
I don't care who you are, but luck is going to play a part in most cricket matches, and that's one that the edge is a little bit thinner. It's catchable, but Saran had no chance, really, when it came down to it, and so it's going to be 4 more to the total, and helpful runs.
You've read saying, imagine Rico bowling, Charlie batting, and Vinny keeping.
That'd be fine.
Corey shouting from the sidelines.
Yeah, you wouldn't miss anywhere though, would you? To Rico. Rico's a good bowler though.
Rico, I have faced Rico before in a league match.
Is that right? Okay,
Years ago.
I want to hear more about this. Last ball of the over.
And squirts away. And it will race away towards the boundary, and it will be 4. So Pottenchetty goes bang, bang. And it's a pretty good over with 14 coming off it at the end of the 5th at the halfway stage. ICCB 48 for 3.
Yeah, so, okay, they need to make up a few, but, yeah, 12.6 and over. Can't afford too many bad overs, that's the thing, or really any bad overs, I think, ICCB, if they're going to win this. One of the issues, no one's gone on with it. TP made 16 in quick time. And Barty, they might rue that decision to open up with him. You've got Sundaram up your sleeve. Sundaram and TP scored 80 against Royal Brussels in 3 overs at the start of the tournament. So I do rate Ambati, but yeah, just couldn't get going at top of the order.
At the moment, no one's faced more than 10 deliveries, and that's something that's sort of come to my mind over the last couple of days. If no one faces more than 10 deliveries in your batting lineup, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, true. I want to hear about Rico bowling to you in a second. But first, let's have a look at Shakarula.
Driven nicely, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 more. And again, this is the big partnership for International CC Brussels. It's a slot delivery, but it still has to get punished, and that's exactly what he does. 4 more.
It was a laser beam, wasn't it? And it went really quickly to the boundary.
Is that 4?
I think it's 4. You see, you actually don't even catch the bounce because it's in between frames, but I'm pretty sure that's 4.
Okay.
I'll say that way.
Certainly given 4 on the field.
That was smashed, wasn't it? Shakarula just kind of rocks in, bowls the slot delivery and gets punished straight away. And Barry trying to get things moving.
And that one is going to be a dot ball. Good comeback from Shakarilla. Look at this one. That one for me is a wide. That's a wide for me. He's touching the line. There's been a couple of those today.
Didn't hit my spidey senses first up, but Shakarula up the comeback.
Full toss. Driven nicely. Again, will just be a single. Bit of a Tortuga, but Nasir's equal to it. Yeah, no, it's faced... this is going a long, long way back.
Yeah, go on.
What am I now, 20? It's got to be 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah?
Probably a little bit later. I can't remember.
So Rico would have been about my age then.
Probably.
Bowling a 12-year-old.
Probably.
Oh, maybe I do need to take up cricket again. It's the next one.
It was development cricket, I think, is what it was. Just a single onto the offside.
Going to get a masterclass in sledging.
Yeah, I used to get in so much. I still do.
I heard this on the grapevine. Don't ask me from who.
Oh, I can already guess who it is. Huh?
I heard that you were quite the sledger behind the stumps through your teen years.
Oh, I had a few moments. I had a few moments. Carves away, and this will split the field, and it'll be 4 more. And it's again a really nice shot from Barry. Gets this away, and it's a nice 4.
Yeah, nice shot. See, reaches for it. Again, full toss makes that shot a bit easier, but still had to time it well and had to place it, and did. 4 more runs. So a resurgence coming from ICCB. Yeah, so okay. What sort of sledger were you then? You're sledging. So let's to be clear. I heard you're about 14. You were wicket keeping, and you were chirping men. Is this true?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, big time. Big time. I was chirping since I was about 12. I was honestly chirping behind the stumps since I was about 12.
Give us some of your better ones.
No, they're not safe.
Okay,
which is probably the reason why I got in a lot of trouble as a kid.
I'll tell you one that I used to use on teenagers.
Okay. Shakarilla finishing off. Well, he's not going to finish off because that will be a wide.
I'd always be mentioning that, well, 2 things. They'd probably have homework to do. Is one that I would always, some variation of it.
The thing is, it's true.
And the other thing is, if it was school holidays, I'd say school holidays and you're spending your time here.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. What's wrong with that? That's poor sledging.
It's all contextual. And again, that's a little bit watered down.
Yeah.
It's the end of the over, and the score is 59 for 3. Game on. And that run rate required is hovering in the 12s at the moment, but ICCB have built a little bit of a partnership here. Don't think they've still got Sundaram to come.
Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do. Have you ever had a match ban?
No.
Huh?
You?
Yeah.
Wow. It's pretty hard to get banned in cricket. Really?
Yeah. I don't think I served it, though.
That's even worse. What was that for?
Dissent.
Wow, okay.
Oh, dear.
Do you have a video of this?
No, I don't have a video.
Is this when you got given out or something?
I have the email still.
The worst thing I would do is, it didn't really happen at the higher level, but if there was a square leg umpire that was a member of the batting team and he didn't give a stumping, I would keep bashing the stumps over to make him come and set them up for the rest of the day.
You're horrible. You're horrible. I don't have the email. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was right at the end of the...
He's giving himself evidence.
Last game of the season.
A few people talk about the England 11 side, and if they do win... we'll just get off that for a second. Yeah. If they... whoever the pros come in or something, I just say, bring them on. Well, I mean, that's how you get better as well, playing better players.
Left arm spin, and he gets the breakthrough, and it's Barry. He has to go. Poor shot, really. Went back to a delivery that wasn't back of a length. And Nasir gets the breakthrough. It's the 4th wicket down, 60 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think it's that smart to go across the line first up. to Nasir because you don't quite know what it's going to do off the pitch, how much it's going to bounce. This one slides on a bit more than the batter thinks. So a key moment here. Nasir with immediate results with his left arm spin. And so nice effort from Barry, but he goes for just 20 in the end. The score 60 for 4.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I don't know if I sledged. Nowadays, I'm just very loud, very vocal.
Yeah, that's good.
But I haven't been keeping as much. But this is a really good delivery, by the way.
Is that the higher level? Okay, there's a bit of a curve to how rough the chat gets. Once you get to first class cricket stuff that I observed, and just off players around me and stuff as well, there's a lot more mutual respect most of the time between those players. And even international cricket these days, you know, they all play together in franchises and stuff. So it's not quite what it once was.
Respected. Inside edge. Should just be a single.
But I played at a level of cricket where there were 16 clubs feeding into one first class side. And so that was pretty brutal, to be honest. Yeah, when you have 16 clubs trying to feed into one side. Anyway, let's come back to the action right here, and it's Nasir doing a good job for his team.
And it's just a single. Mikael Yard.
Had a few lookalikes in this innings, according to our chat.
Huh?
I think that Nasir looks a bit like Mitch Santner when he bowls from New Zealand.
I see it. And it's another wicket. And this time it's the big wicket of Pothenchetti. So Nasir comes in and removes the 2 in batsmen, and that just changes the game once again. It's the 5th wicket to fall, 61 for 5.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you see once again, the batter's not able to deal with the spin of Nasir. He's a bit of a weapon, just continues his good performances. Didn't even look that surprised when that one crashed into the stump. So Pothenchetti had a bit of everything here in quarterfinal 3, but he's going to have to go for 15. So both cogs of that partnership are out of here in the 7th over. The score is 61 for 5.
Yep, certainly is. And again, the 2 main batsmen going as well. 2 in batsmen as well. Now, there's people asking some questions about me, which is very rare.
They just want to see the video of your descent.
No, that's not a thing. But, but there's a live stream. There's only one live stream that I played in because the reason we set up the live stream is because I was injured, so I was doing it.
Well,
that's not that
funny you mentioned that.
This will just be down the ground.
Pretty sure we have the 2 balls. If I really want to look up the 2 balls you faced.
You know what? If you really want to go that far back, be my guest.
Maybe something for finals day to look forward to.
If you're that bored tonight.
Right now, though.
Should be bored tonight, by the way.
Things are going pear-shaped in this chase for ICCB.
Big time.
But look who's out there. It's Sundaram.
Wow, this is a top edge, but it will fall safely. Not even Yard can come round and keep that one to just to take the catch. It would be a single to end the over. 63 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, so what are they going to be able to do here? They need pretty much, what's that, like 48 off 18, 16 and over. That'll be tough. And this afternoon, hopefully the weather holds. It has so far because it will be the final quarter-final. Liege versus Austin Exiles. News from the toss is that Liege won the toss. They're going to buck the trend. They're going to bowl first. And I wonder about that just because they struggled a little bit chasing a lowish total yesterday, but that's what they've chosen to do. And Austin Exiles, they underperformed in Group A, finishing with only the 2 wins out of 8 matches. They will get the chance to set the pace in the 4th quarter-final.
Well, starts with a dot ball there for Mazhar Mashal.
And yeah, how quickly can cricket change, basically? Sundaram was part of that 80-run power play and scored a 50 in their first match of this tournament. But now he finds himself batting at 7 with the game spiralling out of hand.
This is a top edge, and it's going to race away, and it will be another boundary. So just keeping themselves in the game here, ICCB. A couple of lucky boundaries, but they'll still take them. It's another 4.
I'd love a magical over here, really. You can see this is Mazhar Mashal, who's come out, and the angle completely deceives the batter there, but he does get a bit of bat on it, and 4 welcome runs to ICCB.
Yeah, really are hoping to get any runs that they can take at this point in this game here at the moment, in this chase.
What's next?
Around the wicket. This is going to be called.
Has he touched this maybe? There might have been a little noise on it. It's called a bite. So he's saying it's gone over the stumps. Tell us what you think. Has it gone over the stumps or has it missed the leg stump?
Missed.
Probably should have
It's
been
tough.
a wide.
It's
Yeah.
tough though. In real time, that's tough.
Yeah,
Because
true.
there's a lot of moving parts in that
But
in
it
that
hurts,
sequence.
doesn't it, at this stage?
Oh, and then again, this one would have been a wide, but it's off the pad.
Yeah, well, that one's self-inflicted, really, isn't it? Sandaram should have spotted that and left it alone. So
Yeah.
ICCB, they've won their first 3 games, lost their next 5. The way things are going, it's looking like they could bow out here unless something dramatic happens. We're up to that point of no return of 18 and over now.
Need a big over. Oh, that's going to help. That should be a wide, and is signalled as a wide.
5 changers, as Corey would call it, would be handy right now.
What's 5?
Big 5 wides.
Oh, okay.
Just to try and get things back under control. That was
Why?
pretty wide.
Why 5 changes?
Just
Inside joke, is it?
colloquialism.
Okay.
No, anything.
Lash out. And this time down the ground.
It's
Hasn't
just
middled the bat again, and it will be another one.
It's just a fun sound to make. Doesn't really mean anything.
Okay. Very interesting. Oh dear. Wind's picked up again though. Could be a sense of a change in the tail.
Yeah. Staying dry though, it's good.
This is going to be again clothed into the leg side. Just another single. Just haven't been able to get those boundaries going. It's Sundaram, of course, who's in there alongside Kumar at the end of the 8th over, 72 for 5. Just haven't been able to get going after a couple of men have, but wickets being the key issue really.
Sundaram looks like a player who won an Oscar in his first movie and now has just got stage fright. You know, it's hard to believe it's the same player, but that's cricket, I suppose. And look at that. Look at the way that worm took off in the first innings. And that's the other thing. They they did let Mecklin Eagles off the hook in the first innings in those last few overs.
No, that's true. Of course,
48 came off over 7 and 8.
That's incredible. Left arm spin continuing. Slapped for what should just be a single. Chakarilla this time. Down at long off. Yeah. Yeah, and it was just that big couple of overs in there. Continuing here, left armour. Oh, wow. That's a really good pickup, and it's going to be a wicket. Well, it will be Kumar who has to go, as that's an incredible bit of work from Mikkel Yard. He clutches onto it with one hand, gets the throw in, and the 2 batsmen are sort of at the halfway stage saying, well, how have we got here?
Neither one of the batters thought this would be fielded. In fact, they had no idea it would be. You see, Kumar, he runs straight away, thinks it's an easy single, and then he's like, that's the problem. Sundaram already crossed through, and a bit of sorry, but really, I think that both of the batters, they went thinking that was just going to be an easy single to the outfield, as it was. It's fantastic range from Yar. And so, there's a wicket from nothing, really. 73 for 6. Got to say, quick hello to James Leslie in the chat. Great to have you in, James. Tell us what's on your mind today. James is safe, by the way, for a whole game.
That's it. Oh, well, this is actually hit really well by Sundaram, as it looks as if that might be Richie George.
Wow, you need a hero.
What a promotion.
Come to the right place.
What a promotion. Here we go then. Richie George on strike. Oh, well, he's not going to get any bat on this, but he's still going to affect it. And he's just sort of got the magic touch, or maybe not even so, because it's going to be 4 byes, and that gets through everyone. Even Tajinder Saran wasn't able to get enough on this one. And it's going to be 4 byes to the total.
Yeah, just slides on, does the keeper as well. And, Saran won't be too happy with that one, sneaking past him for 4 byes.
Again, they need a couple more, though, don't they? Because that run rate's just creeping up to it's in the 22s now. It's a conservative shot from Richie George.
Leaving themselves a lot to do here.
Just a bit, just a few. Need a flourish of boundaries if they're going to get near this total. So, yeah, what's that now? So that's now
too many.
Correct. Do apologise. There's a bit of an issue on the old scoring. Many apologies.
We've got 32 off 7.
I think so. I think that's round about right. Down the ground, hit well. Idris will collect this and will just, eventually be a single. It clatters into Sundaram.
Cricket continues to surprise, though, doesn't it? 80 for 6 after 9. And look, when we first saw this field, and the first match of Group A and the first match of Group B, which actually featured the ICCB, you would have said there's no way, 110 is standing up. There's no way you could get away with defending double-digit scores. But especially with finals pressure, we have seen a lot of the batters struggle and maybe lose that carefree approach. Maybe it's that, or I don't know. I mean, a lot of have been playing attacking strokes. They just seem to not quite have their time. It could just be a coincidence. Could be anything.
Sun's out.
Sun's out now.
Sun's
it's
out.
a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, they'll need to set a record here. They need 31 off 6 to stay alive. Mechelen Eagles bowling, and it's going to be an easy.
No, it's not.
Well, should have been an
Still
easy
could
one.
be. And now it will be. It could be a run out here. It's all happening, isn't it?
Richie didn't bat like a number 11 the other day, but he,
running like he is.
yeah, exactly.
Oh dear. Bit of a promotion for Richie. I like it though. Swings all around this one. Clatters off the knee of Sundar, of Saran even. So again, still requiring quite a few though. Leg side. Oh, that's incredible! What a catch! That's incredible bit of work from the man out on the leg side. He take the catch, diving to in front of him, and he will get the wicket of Richie George due to an incredible catch, and it's going to be 81 for 7. Take another look at this.
Yeah, it's a showstopper, isn't it? Just goes across the line, and the fielder, well, how about that?
Bit of air
He's
time.
suspended him in air there, isn't he? So what a fantastic catch that is. And yeah, look at that. It's very acrobatic stuff. And so it will be a 7th wicket. Richie George has to go, 81 for 7.
Yeah, really good catch out in the deep there. Yeah, really good work in the end. Finesh saying, is it a bird, is it a plane? Nope. It's a Mechelen Eagles fielder.
Well, it is a bird, actually.
It's an eagle.
If you
Oh, I missed out. That's poor. That's
all
a
right.
really... He's got some serious airtime on that one. Anyway,
Well, he's basically planning his landing before he lands.
Marshall continuing. Dot ball.
Yeah, he's been pretty good here. I think at the end, Marshall just held his nerve, made sure that nothing was going to happen that's going to throw them off the scent. It looks like they're just a few balls away from victory.
Slower delivery. The old grunt on a slower ball. And taken. And it's Idris with the catch. Really good down at long on. Hasn't really that much go through him.
PK had a question in the meantime as we see the replay of this again. That angle, taking the ball down across the batter, down the bottom of the bat. What was my best memory from last year's ECC was PK's question.
I have one.
Okay, you tell me yours first.
Mine
if it's
was
specific.
It's a little bit.
Go on.
Spain's defence against Italy.
Yeah.
Was it
Against
a
Sweden? Oh no, against Italy. You mean in finals week?
Italy,
Yeah. No, that was a very good
Defended
one.
like-
Spain performed really well in
Yeah.
Championship week actually.
There's a reason why they're favourites of Group
They
A, I think.
also pulled off good defence against Sweden earlier
Yep.
in the tournament.
Did indeed. Well, this is going to be a dot ball.
It's hard for me to go one. I would say just probably all up the run of Belgium, like Belgium beating England and Italy beating England. I mean, the fact that continental European cricket nations, it showed you that the bridge wasn't as much as maybe you thought. Anyway, here's the last ball of quarter-final 3.
There's an appeal, and I don't think it's going to be given, so they will finish with a dot ball. And, well, congratulations to Mechelen Eagles, because they will go through to semi-finals, and they'll be through to tomorrow's finals day, as they will be winners by 29 runs here. ICCB just never really up to the task.
Yeah, it was one of those ones. It was going to go one way or the other. I think when we look back at this innings, I said someone's got to go on with it for ICCB, but nobody could pass 20. Barry was the top scorer. You had Tupi with 16 and Pottomshetty with 15. But that was the thing. Whereas in the first innings, they had that very, very important innings from Shirzad Shubhanullah, who scored 55 off 21. And then there was also support from Mohamed Ismail with 30. So they got in and stayed in. Even though it was only about a 4-over blast where I think they win the game, it was enough because ICCB, they couldn't recapture the form of last Saturday when they started the tournament with a bang. But unfortunately, they ended with a whimper. And they are eliminated here And it means that Mechelen Eagles, they're the third team through to finals day tomorrow. They'll be joined by either Liège or the Austin Exiles. Quarterfinal 4, just about 20 minutes away, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, the only representative so far of Group A that we'll see tomorrow. Of course, Liège will be taking on Austin Exiles. Austin Exiles, they've got a tough game up against the winners of Group B, of course. Go ahead and take a look at the highlights of the chase, as ICCB will fall short by 29 runs. Again, just the proof that about a par score was all that was required. And again, due to the start, it was a good start for TP, but he wasn't able to kick on. He went 16 off of 9 with some really nice shots. That one came cue bound, wasn't quite as destructive as the previous one, and then he just went for one too many. He was eventually caught by Shazad Subhanullah. It was a really good bit of fielding that we'll see from him as well in the highlight towards the end of the highlights package. But it just bowled pretty well at the top. He did concede 21 runs off of his 2 overs, but again, he bowled actually pretty well. Well, that was a very close moment, but luckily so, the batsman there, Barry, was actually okay, which is always good to see, because he took a serious hit on his head.
It's pretty unusual to get hit from that close a distance with a full-blooded throw like that. But yeah, this was the thing, wasn't it? And they're not alone, really, ICCB. A lot of the batters have struggled to get going today. We've seen a lot of cheap scores, haven't we? Batters trying to force the issue, but I mean, the bowling and for the most part the fielding's been good as well. They got a few lucky ones behind the wicket that kind of kept them in the game for a while. Ultimately, the Eagles were too good. They were 7-1 through the group stage, and now they're the third team through to finals day.
Yeah, they are. And again, they of course will be the only ones from Group A so far. Looking forward to the final game this afternoon. Of course, that will be coming your way very, very shortly. But yeah, just wickets at the right time, and they just weren't able to really kick on. Only 3 batsmen getting into double figures, and once again, only 1 batsman facing more than 10 balls. So that really is a key element of the game, and I think it's one that's slightly been ignored by a couple of the teams here today.
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, the thing is, they're going to play this way regardless, aren't they? So it's almost whether it comes off or not. They could probably all bat more balls if they wanted to, and if they wanted to be more conservative. So it's just finding that balance. Well, speaking of balance, how about that? He absolutely stuck the landing with the army roll there. What a fantastic catch that was. A Subhanullah down there. What a game he had. And then ultimately, it would all be over before too long. It was Idris that took that last catch to get Konduru for a duck. And, well, sorry to see ICCB go, because I think they were a team that certainly started with a blaze of glory, didn't they? And they really entertained us. Just a shame that it seemed that as the competition hotted up, they kind of fell away a little bit. And ultimately, they won't be making it through to semi-finals, but we do wish them the best, obviously, for the future, and hopefully we see them again at some point here in the European Cricket Series. Coming up, we have the 4th quarter final. It's Liège versus Austin Exiles. This is 1st versus 4th, but I think this is a lot closer than that would suggest, because Liège, they did, of course, lead Group B with a 6-2 record, and Austin Exiles 2-6, but they're much better than that, really. Never got going. Austin Exiles represented Belgium in the ECL earlier this year, so you know that they're a very, very good side. They've got someone like Manpreet in there who took a hat-trick earlier, but just have a look at some of the names they've got. Wakas Raja, he'll be a lot better after a week's rest as well. He looked so tired last week. I know he had some medical issues. Sultan Diwan Ali behind the stumps is pretty handy as well. So Zahid Hussain, think about anywhere. He's batting up at 3, it says here. He made runs at number 11 the other day. But for Liège, they've got a lot of good players as well. Umer Butt's been in good form for them. Harjot, bit hit and miss. Hussein Khalil is one guy to watch. He is so dynamic with the bat and the ball as well. Ali Raz's got a safe pair of hands, had a good day yesterday. And they've got Razak, who's a T10 kind of bowling specialist or a short form specialist. He can bowl Yorkers at will. Look, he's one to watch as well. So lots of players I'm looking out for in the 4th quarter final, which is only about 15 minutes away.
Yeah, no, certainly looking forward to that. But looking back at this, at the ICCB, of course, we'll be looking, we are very sorry to be seeing them go, but they will forever be remembered as the record holders so far for the highest power play, 80 not out off of just 3 overs. That really takes some hitting, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to take it into this game as they were bowled out. Well, they finished their 10 overs on 81.
This is what I would say, yeah. The start of the tournament, 80 in 3 overs, and finished the tournament 81 in 10 overs. So that kind of sums it up for ICCB, who did make it into the quarterfinals, but unfortunately, they're not going to go any further. Like I said, Barry with 20 was the top scorer. TP, like I said, many times, he just couldn't really go on with it often enough in this tournament. I think his team needed him too. Potom Shetty fought hard for 15, but it fell away towards the end, and they fell 29 runs short. Looking at the bowling, well, a few good forwards there. Aina Zakel with 3 for 13. Pretty important early, taking some key scalps. And then identical figures of 2 for 7 for Ikramullah Nasir and Mazhar Mashal. Mashal snuck a maiden in there on us. I don't know exactly how. I'm going to have to go. In fact, it was that last over. There's only a bye, and then there were 2 wickets and 3 dots. So a bit of a sneaky one, but still a double wicket maiden. So Maiden Waters will be happy. But a pretty complete bowling performance that from the Mechelen Eagles, who we will see in the semi-finals tomorrow. We'll have a quick break. When we return in about 10 minutes, it will be the 4th and final quarter-final right here from Mechelen. And this Freyberg Cricket Ground has been host to some very exciting cricket. I'm sure this clash around the corner will be just as good as Liege will be taking on the Austin Exiles. They've sent in the Exiles, so Austin Exiles will be batting first. Until we see you next, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt's with me too. Join us at the other side of this break for the final instalment of Quarterfinal Friday. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we are almost ready for the fourth and final match here on quarter-finals Friday. It's been a pretty exciting day so far. I've seen a few twists and turns along the way, that's for sure. It's been kind of low-scoring thrillers, which is a bit of a surprise. Right now, we are getting ready for Liège versus Ostend Exiles, two teams that had varying fortunes across the group stage of this competition. But ultimately, it all comes down to this. Both teams will be playing a match to keep their tournament alive. We now know 3 of our 4 semi-finals for tomorrow. This match will determine the 4th one. And you can see the news from the toss is that Liège, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. So it is Ostend Exiles that will bat first. And I still remember how they started the series way back on the first morning. And it was Sohail Kalim who was really dynamic. And they were smacking the ball all over the place then. Likely to be joined by Mohamed Suleiman at the top of the order. You've got someone like Wakas Raja in the middle order. There's Sultan Diwan Ali, also very experienced. He'll be behind the stumps for the Exiles. In fact, no, it's actually Fawad Chinwari that'll be behind the stumps this time. I see that he's snuck into the lineup down the bottom, but see Sultan Diwan Ali does provide some stability to their middle order. For Liège, though, I think Kel Forcanula has been excellent, I think. Everything he's done, really. Such an attacking player. Also, very useful with the ball. Harjot Singh's been a bit hit and miss, but when he hits him, he's been good. And Safi Majid is listed as the opener for them. Mentioned Adnan Razak. He's a very good bowling all-rounder, and is one guy that can get it up in the block hole a lot of the time. So lots of players to watch on both sides, no doubt about that. See Faisal Mahmood for Ostend Exiles. Always love to see him out there in the middle as well. Looking at the bat versus ball, well, you see Liège are 5-run favourites, but only 5-run favourites over the Exiles. But just have a look at the group stage win-losses. See Liège started with a couple of losses, but came home with a wet sail, winning 6 in a row. That's for Ostend Exiles. Well, I suppose on that pattern they're due for a win, but yeah, they certainly underperformed. And this is a team that went all the way to the ECL, of course, and just to end up finishing 3rd in their group behind Albi Zalmi and MSC Frankfurt. But obviously a side with immense potential. So almost ready to get going here. Just want to say a warm welcome to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's always great to have your company. Well, it's been a bit of a sobering day here, of course, no doubt about that. It's been a big 24 hours in the world, but already said it before, we'll say it again. Our sympathies to all those affected by the events in the last 24 hours that have been happening in the UK, but we're continuing respectfully with our coverage here, and hopefully you're enjoying it. Right now, we can see that Keanu has popped into the chat. Keanu's got a question about the Hungarian team for the ECC. Well, I can tell you that Zemus Deploy is in the squad. Well, he's planned to be in the squad. I don't think it's been 100%. In fact, I can probably tell you if it's been released because it'll be on the website, ecc.cricket, if you go there. But I think that Les has some issues with his first-class commitments. So Zemus Deploy should be in there. If you go, I'll even put it up there for you, Keanu, because I know that we've now got the page sorted out for ECC squads. Group A and Group B are in there at the moment. So Zemus Deploy is in there. Les Deploy also listed on there, but I wasn't sure that he'd be available. So maybe he's been able to juggle things around. I see they have listed 15. Maybe that's a late breaking story that I wasn't aware of. Anyway, we're going to get going here with the 4th quarter final. Starts with a pretty spicy delivery. And it'll sneak through for a dot. So it will be Sohail Kalim to open up. And so, of course, just the one spot left in finals day. Now, another swing and a miss. So, just a slightly inauspicious start for the Ostend Exiles. yeah, give us your thoughts, Keanu, on the squad. I've got to admit, I've been combing my eyes over them, but probably haven't taken them all in just yet. Down the ground, this won't carry. And anyway, Ali Raza can't find the handle on it, regardless in the end. So, yeah, it might be a late breaking story there for Hungary Keanu. Always on the pulse. My last information is he probably wouldn't be able to get free from his other commitments. Goes leg side, in the air, hacking a long time, but he just couldn't work out which way to turn around, and now he's made himself a bit of an issue here. Right, he'll get there in the end and stop the boundary. You can see he's saying, to be honest, I didn't know which way to turn. Yeah, none. Went all the way back to the rope, but made sure he did keep it in the field of play ultimately. Just a long single. And so now we'll look at Faisal Mahmood, who's leading the Exiles today. Again, very experienced player. But, yeah, the bowler here, Ahmadzai Khan, not afraid to go upstairs, is he, at the moment? That's another one that, it's around about shoulder height. I think that one will be called the one for the over. Of course, get one of those. Faisal proudly sporting his ECL cap that he would have got playing for the Exiles earlier this year in Spain. Goes after this. This is really high and it's really far back. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Now the backward straight drive. You saw it here first on the European Cricket Network. That was dug in. And that's going to somehow go all the way. Faisal, to be honest, he's lucky not to wear that one. That'll be the end of the first over. The score is 9 after 1 over. Having a look at some of the top performers here. You can see that Harjot has been very good for Liege, as well as Umair Butt, who I think has been excellent. And Falconulla with the bat and the ball for Liege. But Austin Exiles, again, Kalim, he started the tournament on fire on the opening Monday morning. And closely followed by Shinwari and also Syed Shah. So we'll keep an eye on those names as we head into the second over now. And it will be Adnan Razak, who looks like he's going to open up for Liege. And joining me back in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Thank you very much. Yeah, good first over of the Exiles, just quietly going about their own business. 9 off the first. And it's an interesting matchup this is. It's a big game. Good way to finish off quarterfinals Friday for sure. Looking forward to this one. And this one goes away. Gets a bit of away movement. Good start for Razak here. Yeah, no. Thank you to everyone for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. You're all well. And again, it's actually quite a nice Friday afternoon now after this morning's weather. A wild swing again. And gets this one all wrong. This one. A bit of away movement.
Yeah, there's been a few beat the mat so far.
Yeah, no, good start this though for Razak for his first over.
He's a player. He played so well for Belgium last year in the ECC. More of a death bowler, or middle overs death bowler then, but yeah, he's getting the new ball now. Just seems to be able to roll out Yorkers whenever he wants, but maybe it's not that kind of length of bowl first up here.
It's a big skill. And this one is lofted over the infield, and it will be 4 more. It'll just trickle over the boundary, and it's Kaleem who gets his quarterfinals Friday boundary count open. And it's with a flourish into the offside, 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, the Exiles just kept misfiring, didn't they, in that Group A. But they're very capable, and they'll just know they're 3 matches away from the trophy.
Not far away. Needs a response though, Razak. Good response, as Kaleem was trying to open up the offside yet again. Couple of skips down the track, but he follows him, squeezes him for room.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky that doesn't knock him over, really. Remember how Kaleem started Monday morning, though?
Oh,
certainly woke us up.
60.
Yeah,
in very quick time.
Super quick time, yeah. Hasn't found it yet, though.
Well, this is going to be another one, because it's going to be a leg side wide. Yeah, Khalid, yeah, he had that explosive start Monday morning. That certainly woke us up a little bit after a travel day. Yeah, it certainly got us going.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But ever since then, though, not really had much of the tournament he was hoping for. Outside edge, dropped, big drop, and it's going to bounce off the knee of the fielder there. That's Senko Forcanilla, and it's going to race away.
Jeez. I mean, how are you going to score this one on the wagon wheel? I mean, it goes that way, and it's a proper knee capper that's going to go all the way to the other side of the field for 4. Well, that's remarkable.
That's incredible to see that bounce off his knee. I think he's in a bit of pain as well because he's rubbing it. Here he is, Forcanilla.
Wow.
Oh, dear. All here on the European Cricket Network. Last ball of the over. And he'll finish with a dot. Oh, dear. Well, Khalid going on a bit of a walkabout. I think he forgot that it's not a net session. He has to go back. And at the end of the second, Exiles are 18 for none.
Yeah, so the Austin Exiles player, we expected big things out of them, didn't we? But you see that they didn't really impress, did they? For the most part, had some issues with their form in the first week, but they did finish ending up in 4th place with that 2-6 record. But you see, there was a long way to the top 3. But having said that, I mean, that doesn't really give it the impression of how good a cricket team they are, the Exiles.
No, I don't think it does because, of course, they were previous representatives for Belgium, of course. So, yeah, just didn't quite have the group stage that they were sort of planning on because, yeah, finishing 4th, only just scraping into the quarterfinals Friday here. Good to see the sun's out. No risk of rain. Keeps getting pushed back, but we don't mind that.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. I mean, this is the nicest it's been all day right now.
Very nice. Proper weather. Anyway, continuing. And big into the leg side. 6 more runs, and it's a lovely shot from Mahmood as the bowler gets the treatment. 6 more, good start to the over for the Exiles.
Yeah, what a good start to the over as well. Faisal Mahmood is a very experienced player. Again, national team representative. Has played a lot of this form of the game. And so, yeah, we haven't quite seen the best of him either, but that's a really promising strike.
Yeah, big start there. Needs a comeback though, doesn't he? Just can't after that first over, going for just 9. Does he have a response up his sleeve? Faisal's deep in his crease. This is might have clipped the pad, and it also gets a glove on it, does Harjot Singh. It's going to be wide, so no pad on it. So it's going to be 5 wides. Gets a glove on it, does Harjot Singh, but it's not enough. And it's going to be another boundary, and it's off a wide ball, so 5 wides.
Yeah, so not what you need at all, really. Leash, who did top Group B, but they had their moments along the way. They weren't always convincing. Right now, this isn't the greatest start to this over.
No, of course. 4th game of the day, though, here, Vinny. So hopefully getting some random question times in at some point.
Yes, I was going to say, throw the random questions in. We'd love them.
Leg side again, too short from Khan, and it's going to be another boundary. This time it is off the bat of Faisal Mahmood, and we'll add 4 more because that's running away. Nice shot in the end from Faisal Mahmood.
Yeah, nice shot as well. So you feel like they're up and away now. Can they really do something they couldn't do often enough in the group stage and get a decent score on the board?
Yeah, that was their issue, wasn't it? Just putting runs on the board was an issue for them. Yeah, there's a bit of chat about Faisal Mahmood being a national team player, of course. Seen him represent Belgium before. But yeah, this is interesting because Exiles, as Vinny just said, struggle to put runs on the board a lot of the times in Group A. And that was really where they struggled. That's many of the reasons why they lost the games that they did lose. But they've had a good start here. Faisal Mahmood is going pretty well at 18. 18 off of 5. And this is going to be another boundary. And this one will be all the way. 6 more runs. And Mahmood, well, he's getting off to a flyer. He's into the 20s now.
He's not mucking around now, is he? This is a very, very good shot. Again, He knows exactly where he wants to put it. He knows the shot he wants to play, and he gets the timing just right. Right now, Austin Exiles, they're flying in this power play.
Yeah, they are making the most of the restrictions, aren't they? Even though there's no one out on that offside. They're just bowling on and short as well. So they're just able to flash their hands at it. And that's exactly what he's doing here. This time leg side into the pad. They take him on. And he will come through for the leg by. Good running in the end. Faiz Mahmood, 24 off of just 7.
Yeah. So Austin Exiles, I think they're a confidence team. I think once they get cracking again, I see them doing good things, but just will they sort themselves out in time for this final series? Well, right now, they made a very promising start.
Yeah, big time. And I'm very much looking forward to Wakas Raja as well. Of course, we had a couple of conversations with him. He just was very, very fatigued due to domestic cricket before last week. But I think hopefully he's made a recovery. He's in. Looking forward to seeing it. And this is down the ground. Hasn't quite got a lot on this. And it is taken. And it's probably the man with one of the safest set of hands in Belgium. Ali Raza takes the catch. First wicket falls. And it's going to be Kaleem. Wasn't able to get going, as it's now going to be 40 for 1.
Yeah, it's another one of those cases where Kaleem was probably the exception. He was the guy that did get it done for a lot of the time, especially up top of the order for the Exiles. But yeah, he just looks a bit cold here, doesn't he? And he ends up going for 9 off 10. Nice catch taken by Ali Raza, who's caught really well in this series. And that's the first wicket of this quarterfinal. It's 40 for 1.
Yeah, certainly is. There's a lot of questions about the UCC. I'm assuming because we've obviously got the teams up for groups A and B.
Yeah, so we'll can probably show you Group A, the teams that we're talking about. And I had a question about Conrad Greenshields. Will he actually play for Portugal? I believe so. I believe he's qualified under the criteria. That's the information I've got anyway. So we should see Conrad playing for Portugal. But I know they've got a couple of outs that obviously has thrown them a little bit, with no Najam Shahzad in particular, which will hurt them. But I suppose with Conrad Greenshields being in there, he provides a bit of stability with bat and the ball to cover that. So yeah, keep those questions coming.
Obviously the news breaking about Hungary as well.
Yes.
About some recruits.
So Zemus Deploy is in the squad. Lias is listed, but and Lias is desperate to play, but he has some commitments in England that he'd have to juggle.
Some tough commitments that you've got to juggle, isn't it?
Exactly. But he's really wanting to play.
He really is desperate to get involved. This is clipped off the pad, so it won't be a wide, and it will be a dot ball to end. So 40 for 1 after the power play, and they'll be happy that they got the wicket. Otherwise, the power play would have really been in the favour of the Exiles. So yeah.
I think Shrug is asking about Deploy for Derbyshire, but I believe there's 2 deploys we're talking about. Zemus Deploy isn't playing county cricket, and he is definitely in the squad.
Yeah, Zemus is definitely in. Lewis is he's on the list, as you said.
Yeah,
I think he's hopefully. It depends if Hungary get to the
championship week.
Even
then, I think he's got a couple of issues. But anyway, keep the questions coming about the squads. I mean, I'm looking at them. There's been a few tweaks in them, but the A and B squads are on the website right now. I might even put them in there one more time in case you missed it.
Just because why not? Just because you can. Look, Sweden, looking forward to seeing Zakir Takawi. He was an incredible force in the T20.
Sweden have so many players to watch.
This time, leg side. There's a fielder out there. He will collect it. Will just be a single for Faisal Mahmood as the new batsman Suleiman. And this is the Group A.
And we're going to go through the situation. During this game, let's get through all the groups. So this is the one, a lot of us are focused on it because it's the first one. So Czech Republic missing Aaron Ashokan and the Beast, Wickrama Sakara. That hurts them a lot, but they do have someone like Dylan Stain who is leading the side. You've got Portugal, I mentioned, no Shahzad, but they do have Greenshields.
And he's got him. Ibrahim Mikel gets Suleiman. He has to go for a duck. Second wicket falls. Really good delivery. Simple cricket, you miss, I hit. And it's another wicket, 41 for 2.
Yeah, just swings all around it, doesn't he, Suleiman? So it just wasn't his day either. So Austin Exiles, they're going to lose him for a duck. And Mahmood is to be joined by another partner right now. The score is 41 for 2.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be Wakas Raja who'll make his way out now. But yeah, no, so that's obviously Group A, but Group B.
Go back to Group A one more time. It'll be interesting to see how Ireland, the youth of Ireland, who are inexperienced in the format, but they're really good cricketers, take on particularly Spain and Austria. Okay, flick us over to Group B. Now, we were talking about Sweden, they're being really excited. Hungary, we were just talking about, they're the lowest ranked side, and we're just going on T20 international rankings here, and that's how our teams get invitations for the ECC, so that's why we use those. But, I mean, they're every chance to do anything there, but Netherlands 11, they've got a bunch of players who are always keen to impress because they're on the verge of selection for the senior Netherlands team who are going to the T20 World Cup. So who knows? I mean, there could be injuries in that squad. They might be looking to the ECC performance to kind of determine any injury replacements. You got player of the series last year, Clayton Floyd, who will be turning out for them. Anyway, it's Wakas Raja to bat.
And this is confidently pushed down the ground to get off the mark with a single. Yeah, but that Netherlands squad is pretty packed, isn't it?
Yeah,
Viv Kingmar in there.
Quiet. I'd say quiet achievers because a lot of people talking about Ireland and Scotland joining, and here is Scotland 11 who are in Group C with Belgium, who are ranked 40, but in T10 cricket I think that they'd be a lot higher than that. You got France and Malta newcomers to this competition. You got Luxembourg who will have a stronger side than last year, but still won't be an easy group at all.
Down the ground and 4, and it's that man again. Falconilla gets this one all wrong. And well, he's been moved to long on to see if he can have a better bit of fortune, but it doesn't go his way. He, in fact, gets out of the way, and it's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, it will be 4 more. And so, again, it's just he's had an interesting time so far for Canula.
Yeah, so
he had the kneecap one that went for 4.
Yeah,
this time, luckily it doesn't hit his kneecap.
It gets out of the way. Yeah, that Denmark team has actually got a few Farnholm players in there as well, which is going to be interesting to see. And he's got him. And it's the big wicket. Faisal Mahmood drags across the line. He goes for 29. 3rd wicket falls, Exiles. 46 for 3 now.
Yeah, so things just going a bit pear-shaped. And now this is the big wicket of Mahmood. And he's been the one that has done most of the heavy lifting so far. But the only thing he's lifting here is his head as he tries to whack that leg side, little edge onto the stumps, and now 3 wickets down. Set batter gone now, 46 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket as well, because he looked like as he was going to just really start to take the attack to the bowlers, but he's not going to be able to do so. He has to make the long walk back to the shed.
Yeah, he will. So yeah, no, Scotland obviously into the ECC for the first time. So I think that with Ireland and Scotland and a couple of the new teams coming in, Netherlands, there hasn't been too much chat about them because a lot of people are just kind of wanting to know what the unknown sides will do. But I think Netherlands, they're a known threat. I mean, you look at that side, and they will be better for the run from last year as well. I'm sure about that. So yeah, don't count them out at all. Someone like Musa Ahmed at the top of the order. We talked about Viv Kingmar, Ryan Klein. You know, he just missed it. These guys just missed out on the T20 World Cup squad.
Exactly.
They're going to be there to prove a point.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Klein, obviously, he faced New Zealand earlier this year, so he's certainly a...
Oh, they've got some really good cricketers.
Good.
So, yeah, let's see how they go in Group B. That should be a pretty interesting one in its own right. Saeed Shah is the batter coming in at number 5. As we get to the end of the 4th over. We'll just knock it down. Maka sends him back, even with the ball not getting fielded. So it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 46 for 3. I know that Mandrake's joined us, and he brings this up at a time that if you have just joined us in the coverage today, we did want to express our condolences, obviously, to the royal family in the United Kingdom and to everyone around the world that's been affected by the events of the last 24 hours with the death of Queen Elizabeth II. So from everyone here at the European Cricket Network, obviously that is in our thoughts today, as it is of many people, not only in the British Isles and the Commonwealth, but also all around the world. And we are continuing our coverage respectfully today, of course, in light of the events and going forward. Obviously, that will be dominating the airwaves over the next few days, Charlie.
Yeah, no, it certainly will be. And again, to express our condolences to the royal family. It's a loss that will affect many people all around the world. I know there's plenty of tributes that have been flowing already, all online, social media, and also at Buckingham Palace as well, and up in Scotland, of course. So, yeah, we continue our coverage respectfully here in Belgium.
This will be knocked down the ground. Well, I've noticed in the chat, I mean, shrug. I hope there's some keen-eyed umpires around when Kingma is playing. But I will say, if you were trying to do anything with the ball here, probably not going to work because the balls don't stick around too long in ECN cricket. You're probably going to have a new one every minute or so. But take your point there, Shrug.
That's a very good point.
This one's hit to leg side as well. Bit of work for the fielder. Ibrahim Kelm does the work, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, that Netherlands squad's very, very experienced in T10 cricket, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though it's a Netherlands 11, obviously, it's still there's so much talent.
Strong.
I mean, Clayton Floyd, for example, he's got a T10 century to his name. So.
Yeah, look at some of the players that missed out on that squad. You got someone like DeMay, for example, Julian DeMay. It was so good for them last year. It couldn't make the team. So, yeah, watch out for them. But, yeah, obviously the Belgian group. There's a lot of chat about that, of course, because we are in Belgium at the moment. As we see, Sarkani, who's into the attack here, just goes for a single. Has avoided any damage so far. You know, Belgium are going to be in there. France, Malta and Luxembourg. France, okay, we know how dynamic their club team, Dreux, were in the ECL. And Malta, they're very experienced in T10 cricket. But how are they going to mix it in that group? I guess we'll have to see. I know they fancy their chance against Luxembourg. Those two guys are pretty closely ranked in T20 cricket. This is a bit of a teaser, but it is called wide.
Side sharp on strike. He can hit a long ball.
Yeah.
He is really capable of destroying a decent delivery as well.
I think that's a wide. I think it grabs a little bit of the line. Got Anish asking Corey Spain to punch above their weight. Yeah, well,
I don't think it's punching above
what is their weight?
That's the question.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Dropped. That was a tough one. Gets a finger on it. This will probably run away. Not quite to the boundary. And, well, it was a tough one. That side sharp gets a little bit lucky here. You see, well, to be honest, I don't know if Harjot could have done a lot more to get to that. So he probably saves the boundary in the end. An acrobatic attempt to get over there, but it's right off the fingertips, and it was a good chase down by Ahmed Zahir Khan.
Yeah, good work in the end. So, yeah, it was a tough chance for Harjot Singh, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It flew it in pretty quickly.
Tough one. We had a couple of those, but I suppose he doesn't start low, so it's hard to get any spring in that jump. It's more of a reach, I think, from Harjot. 50's up now. Full toss. Down the ground. Yeah, I like all this ECC discussion, though. I think it's very, very healthy.
Not far away, is it? Yeah, so
here's the one which I think is wide open. You got Italy, Germany, Romania, Norway, and Switzerland. And, yeah, Italy and Germany, I think, probably equal favourites in that for me. I mean, what do you think there? I mean, Romania...
Romania, yeah, I'd say Romania probably dark horses in that group. I mean, Switzerland.
Don't count out Norway. I mean, last year they had a slow start, but they really showed that they've got some good attacking players like Mohamed Chessahat, for example. Switzerland, newcomers to the competition. They've also got some good players. We saw that from Alton, their club team. So, yeah, but Italy and Germany, they had some really good tussles last year, particularly the first time they met in the ECC last year, and they're drawing the same group again. Block hole. This will just be a single. Sakani only went for 6 in his over. It's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, this is good from Sakani. Good start again with just a single. Rakesh Raj has been kept pretty quiet so far.
Yeah, he talked about some of the players that you liked and some that I've liked. Maybe you tell us in the chat who you're looking forward to seeing. This is in the air, but it's a slight miss hit. It's hanging, but it's into the gap. I think that's fine.
There's a little dig in the line.
Yeah, I know. I still think he's all right, but just have a look how the line. It's the shortest part of that boundary. Look here.
Look, you can see it
this
before.
Step here. This step when he skips.
Look, he goes right into that little gap. I think he's fine because it's not a straight line.
Yeah, I don't think he actually touches anything there, so that one's going to be fine. Great camera work, guys. Anyway, this one is going to be the other side of the line. Maximo. And, well, the first one was stopped. This one wasn't. And the Exiles still swinging away despite those 3 early wickets.
Good to see Rakesh Raja getting into the full flow of things. Looks as if he's a little bit healthier and more around. He's got one of the cutest dogs as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Danny?
Danny. I feel like if there's a Danny, there should be a Sandy.
Oh, true.
I think. Yeah.
Very true.
Not great chats. I'm having trouble catching up at the moment.
Shrug saying hopefully Spain coach leaves catching practice to someone else.
Agree.
That's quite good. Oh, this clatters into the pads. It does. I mean, what was one of Corey's jobs in Pakistan?
to have the mitt to Dale Stain. No wonder he's scared of catching.
Oh dear.
We had some coaches that were so bad with the baseball mitt.
Oh really?
Oh, we had some that were so bad, and it was a running joke.
Okay.
Almost like we thought there was a hole in it. It's meant to be easier to catch with it. Yeah, we had some that were terrible. Anyway, back to the now. Here's Brimkel's got 2 wickets. And this is a leg glance that'll go for 4, so just gets a bit too straight. And look, Wakas Raja didn't see the best of him, that's for sure, in Group A. But this is a good shot selection as well, as he just clips it off his pads, and with nobody in that quarter of the field, it was always running away for 4.
Yeah, I think really in the last week's action, that was the sort of delivery he'd play across the line and probably get out. So playing with a straight back gets rewarded. Question from Kiani saying, with Sweden, any chance Jonty's go? I don't think Jonty's actually involved in the Swedish setup anymore.
Don't he's in the setup.
Not involved in the setup anymore because he wasn't there in Germany in Krefeld a few months ago.
Yep.
So yeah, I think he's moved on from Sweden. That's been the situation for a while as well. Yeah, get your questions coming in. I'm liking this. Questions just about cricket in general is quite fun.
Yeah, we do. That's what Random Questions is all about. Last game of the day. Goes after it, but doesn't clear the fielder, and he's going to be caught. And this guy just hasn't been dropping catches. Ali Raza, he decides to go down, catch it, fingers up, and Wakas, after hitting a boundary, hits this one hard, but just doesn't get the elevation, does he? And so he's going to have to go for just 15. A promising innings is nipped in the bud. The score is 64 for 4.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. The Wakas Raja has to go. He was coming in a little bit low in the order, I have to say, but he has to go nonetheless. Austin Exiles now 64 for 4 after 6 overs.
Got Mandrake asking, is Ravi Paul playing for Italy this year? Well, I don't think he's in. He hasn't been in Italy recently. I know he messaged me actually a little while ago. But just saying, yeah, he's been missing being part of the action, but he's had a few personal things to take care of. So hopefully that answers your question, Mandrake. But yeah, obviously sending you best wishes on this day as well. And yeah, Shrug's got a bit of a feeling about Spain, but he might change his mind when it gets started. Well, you can have a look at the early games and see what you think. One thing I think for sure, particularly in that Group A, and particularly from Spain, we're going to see some innovation. I think in the management of the teams.
Yeah,
Corey has said he won't hesitate to give people the hook if it's not their day, and he's going to be pretty unhappy if his batters aren't all showing intent. Well, it goes after this, a little bit short, but it's higher than it is long. It's a steepler for the fielder who won't catch it. In the end, I think he saves the boundary out there. Sakani, get a load of this one. I mean, it's right in front of the officials. So they probably had a better view of this than maybe we even do on the replay. But this is one the batter gets away with. So he just got himself in an awkward position, and he had to turn sideways at the end, you see here, rather than just stand and catch it. I don't see any evidence there that he touches line or the ball touches line. So I think the boundary stop will be okay.
He's fine. It's actually really good work in the end after dropping the catch.
Yeah.
2 runs to Sharp.
This is in the air, and the fielder, once again, isn't going to turn into a catch. Backs off and makes sure he stops the boundary. It's Munawar out there. Yeah, he's got in a weird position there. It's almost like he didn't know exactly where the boundary was. I think because he takes a step in, he gets himself in a muddle. If he stood just inside the boundary, he could have got his shoulders square to that and caught it. This is hit pretty hard, straight down the ground. Again, the fielder, very quick to come around, then hits the stumps. Makes them think about an overthrow, but it's not quite there.
It's all happening. It's all happening.
All happening in the chat, all happening out there.
Tell you what, that first game for the ECC, Spain versus Austria.
Yeah.
That's a serious...
A lot of people like Austria, including me. I mean, they're missing a couple of people like Sahel Zadran. But, I mean, the guys that are there, they're all... We use the term T10 specialists, but I don't think that necessarily does them justice as how good cricketers they are. Because they're playing good cricket shots. Speaking of that, this is a pretty good cricket shot, and it's going to get over the line. Maximo! It's a little bit of length from Falcanulla. And the batter, Side Shark, goes bang and sends this one over long on just and 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, we've seen it already in this tournament from Side Shah. He's a really handy all-rounder to have in your team. Well,
in the air, dropped. Another one that is a bit of a teaser. And that's Minas in that position who goes back. And yeah, it was a pretty good effort to get in the right spot. In fact, he does all the hard work, but he just can't hold on to the catch.
Yeah, he almost just parries it down, and realistically, I think that could have been a catch for Zulkarnain Manawa, but wasn't able to come around. So again, another drop catch off of Falconilla here.
Well, this is going to be 4. That's top edge. You play your shots and you get lucky occasionally, and Shinwari gets his first boundary. Backwards straight drive for 4.
Yeah, well, take them however they come at this point. That's Fahad Shinwari, of course. Keeper for Austin Exiles. We've seen him at the top of the order as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a nice way to end the over. 79 for 4 after 7. Going at around 100, 112 at the moment. Well, this is what's coming up tomorrow, of course. Finals day.
Finals day. It'll be our last day of ECS cricket all the way until the 17th of October, because we have the ECC starting Monday. But we do have semi-finals. We already know semi-final 2 is the Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren. That is going to be such a grudge match. Those two are such big rivals. But in the other match, whoever wins this match will play Gent. Starts at the same time tomorrow. This isn't a good ball. It'll be called a no ball. It's just too full. And so it's going to be a free hit coming up. Have a look at this. If it's waist high or above on the full, it'll be a no ball. And I think that's a very good call.
Yeah, makes sense.
Spain snuck in, though, last time to the championship week. Despite a pretty... Well, they didn't have a great start to the week. They kind of worked out as they went along. They lost to Belgium in the first game. A first ever team international, actually. But they played pretty well when they got there. To finish 4th in the end. But they were patchy, Spain, last year.
I think that's probably what Cora will be asking, is consistency, won't he? Because he's got a talented squad.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we got sidetracked. It's still going on here. I don't know what's happened here.
I just heard a lot of shouting. Trying to go and catch up on the chat. So, all right, there's one. Yeah. They think about it. They say no. There's people diving all around the place. Thanks, Andres. Imagine if you watch the whole match on that speed. Yeah, definitely some of that about it. Yeah, you can do it on the YouTube if you ever miss a whole day and you want to watch it in 4 hours instead of 8. That's one way to do it.
Don't think I could keep up.
Hello to Steve Cook. Hope you're well. Had a few other questions, which we'll come to in a second. Steps across, gets his pass. The square leg should be handled on the boundary, and it is.
Good intent note from both teams, pushing everything to the limit. Yeah, I'm looking at that Spain team, of course, right? I know that there's obviously fan favourites because it's Corey's team, of course. But I'm looking at that team, and there's a few players that I look at, and I'd love to know what their role is. That's what I'd love to know.
Okay.
That's my question that I'm sure will get answered.
Well, this is driven. It's going to be a long chase, but he does well, the big man, Munawat, who... Well, he'll have a role to play, I'm sure, in the second half, but make sure he stops the boundary there. I've got a quick one. I think it was asked what's the worst pitch we've ever played on. And I got to say, for me, cricket on ice. In 2019. Oh, that's a nightmare. They worked it out in 2020. I just started bowling on it. And they had, I can't remember, one of the county bowlers was bowling.
Oh, really?
And it's basically with a plastic ball on a frozen lake, but just carpet over it. So his field was 2 backstops and a keeper, because some balls would just go over the keeper and some would roll.
Who were the sort of players? Oh dear, hang on.
It's a real mixture. That's clever batting, because he basically induces a throw there, but Saeed Shah was never going to get stumped. And so that'll be a bye to finish the over. 8 overs down. The score is 87 for 4. Yeah, so you get a bit of it.
Who was involved
it's a traditional one. There was the kind of the big names one a couple of years ago as well. But the cricket, that's called ice cricket. Cricket on ice is a very traditional tournament that's been played since, I think, 1988. And yeah, just a real mixture. Normally there's a team from England. There's a school team from Switzerland there who are the hosts. But I got to say, let's just say they're still developing. For example, they had 17 players, and once 10 were out, we let them all bat, and it didn't take a lot longer. But They were really enjoying it.
That's all that matters.
They were really enjoying it. It's good to see. So I think they had an English principal in that school in Switzerland, and that's how he really got me involved in cricket, and they got a proud history of that now.
Nice.
Here we go with the 9th over. All happens in the 9th. Austin Exiles on track for 109 here.
Yeah, but on that Spain squad though. Yeah, that's
who are the players that you're not sure what their role is?
I like batting lineup. it's an interesting one because obviously Mohamed Babar we saw for Pakakar right at the top of the order.
Yeah. Shot. Really good shot. I don't think this is that high, you know, but he goes across. It's the look away ramp. And, well, Shinwari inventing shots as he goes along. And what a shot that is before.
Yeah, he did well to also not hit that onto his head. But he's done really well. Couple of bounces, 4 more. Really nice shot.
At the moment where he starts looking away, which is about here, he's just hoping the ball finds the bat. Well, it did. And a useful boundary for Austin Exiles.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help proceedings here. It needs a response, though, from Sakani.
Now, beautiful looking square drive will test Munawar, who has the staggers. They're going to go for 2. Munawar just launches it into the clouds. And it'll be 2 runs. Shinwari keeps the strike. Question from Steve Cook in the chat. Hello, Steve. Hope you're well. Said, having got soaked to the skin at the walking rugby session yesterday, what are the worst weather conditions we've ever played sport in? What have you got? Got anything?
It's probably when I was back at prime, like sort of before I went to Spain, rugby. In the horrible weather in England.
Red dot ball here. Yeah, for me, probably something similar. Hockey, when we used to play on grass fields when I was growing up, it could get pretty muddy. That's what I would say.
It's either that or I reckon some of the wind that I've seen at La Manga.
Yeah.
Is because we're riding a bubble in a bowl is what we call it.
I used to like playing in the mud though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I used to like that. Feel like a real tough
dive
tough
around.
guy. We had hail in Krefeld, but I wasn't playing there. I was just
doesn't
commentating.
Doesn't count.
And also you went out there in the field. Probably the other one is occasionally, I think once kept 110 overs in 44 degrees.
Yeah, that's the thing. The heat is probably the worst.
The other end of the scale.
Yeah, it's the killer.
Anyway, last ball of the 9th. Going to be hit leg side. Just a single. So Shinwari has been inventive. He'll retain the strike. He moves to 15. Hits 95 for 4 after 9 overs. Keep the random questions coming in. I'm just trying to catch up as many as I can. Shrug saying his birthday in Group D is in the Group D week. So that's good. Well,
get the old cake out.
Frederic Constant. They are our official timekeepers.
Did a countdown.
Yeah.
Not the
we
midnight
should do
for
Frederic Constant countdown.
For sure.
Well, we are planning to do something a little bit like that during the games. You know that.
But
we're working on it little by little.
So, on this squad, I'm looking at it here, right?
Talk to me.
I'm not gonna.
I've got my theories, but I don't know.
Yeah. I'm also not going to go into detail, but I just want to. I'm looking forward to finding out some roles. I think that's my question. Anyway, 10th overtime.
Yeah, 10th over, and it's number 10 to bowl. Falconulla, swing and a miss. I think they'll open with Baba, and they will try out a bunch of other options with him. That's what
I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I mean, I'm looking at the squad right now. Okay.
Yeah, me too. Spain squad we're talking about.
Yeah. Spain squad. Hamza, Salim Dar.
Yeah.
Can open. Can hit a long ball.
Yep.
That's going to be a wide. Yeah, I think they
Gurvinder like
Singh
him
as
about 4.
Yeah, but it's T10. You don't have time.
Yeah, but he. That's what happened last. I'm just going on what I saw in the T10 last year. This is going to be squeezed away. It's running away. It's 4. So Shinwari gets another boundary, gets them to the 100 with 4 balls remaining. And so, you can see, not the worst ball really. Low full toss, just lifts the head and hopes. And he gets enough bat on it to get it to the boundary. Yeah, so I just think, I'm not saying they won't open with him. I think Baba is like a lock for an opening spot unless he suddenly hits them awfully. And I think they'll try a few things and they won't be afraid to tinker with their order.
They shouldn't be either.
Another inside edge. I think they're going to play a bit of Belgian ball, to be honest with you.
The thing is as well, you've got Doyle Kaye as well.
Yeah.
He's in there, but he's... My concern is strike rate. If I'm going off records and if I'm going on stats, it's strike rate because it's T10.
Yeah.
You've got to go from ball 1.
That's true, but I mean, don't judge them by, I guess, their T20 strike rate if they haven't played T10 either.
But why not?
It's in the air, and it's flying out of the ground. Maximo! And it's going to be a big 6 to Syed Shah. Picks this up in the slot. Abracadabra. That one disappears. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again. Told you, Syed Shah. Remember the name because he's really going well here, and he's also going to have an opportunity with the ball, I'm sure.
To go back to your question, that if you're more of a top-order batter, situationally, your strike rate might be a bit lower. Doesn't mean you're not capable of it.
Okay.
This one's in the air, and it's probably going to run away for 4 more. Let's still test the outfield. In fact, that's the rain for you. Just holds up a bit.
Wouldn't have seen that last week.
Yeah, that was always running away 4 last week. It'll be 2. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. I mean, Gurvinder Singh, who has the highest individual score for one batter of 156 not out, he's in there. He's one guy that a lot of our viewers wanted to see in there getting opportunity, and he does get it here, which is great. Adam Alga's another one. Okay, this is in the air, and Ali Raza, he just doesn't drop catches at the moment, and that'll end the innings. In fact, it'll be 109. So once again, very middle of the road total. And if you consider that batting first today, every team that's batted first has not put an above par total on the board, have they? I mean, early in the day, we saw 80, high 80s, then we had a score in the 90s, then I think 110, 109. So it just shows you that it hasn't been the batting paradise we thought it might have been. Let's go back to the highlights as the Austin Exiles, they were sent in, and well, they weren't all out of the textbook, but they were trying hard to get things moving. A team that only won 2 games in Group A, but they were trying to get the score on the board. And Liege, well, they didn't do themselves any favours there. Falconulla just kicking that one into the pond, but I mean, they did enough, I suppose. What they did do well, they were able to remove the batters. I think that looked like they were getting set. They were able to get them out before they could do too much damage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, it was an interesting innings really from both squads, because Liege were in the game at one point, looking like they were going to keep them down below 100 because they were taking wickets at pretty decent intervals, especially in that sort of period of the 3rd to the 5th over. But again, Ali Raza, he caught really well, didn't he? He was able to cling on to a couple of catches that were crucial. Yeah, again, at the top of the order, well, so Helkalim not quite coming off, really. Again, 9 off 10 for him. So a mixture in the bag for him in this tournament so far. Faisal Mahmood was the big wicket. He went for 29 off 10. Really good bowling from Ensanula. Ibrahim Akelt, 29 off 10, 2 4s, 3 6s for him. But that brought Waqas Raja alongside Sulaiman. Sulaiman only went for a 2-ball duck. And then that brought Syed Shah and alongside Waqas Raja. But Waqas Raja eventually was caught by Ali Raza. And that was, again, a really good bit of fielding from Raza. Again, that's 3 catches in this innings for him. And then Syed Shah, well, he was doing a lot of the destructive work towards the back end of the innings. He hit some really nice boundaries. That was actually only 1 of 2 6s for him. But again, he was also just able to keep the strike rotating and ensuring that they were getting the runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they basically, the way I'd put it is they cobbled together a score, didn't they? No one really dominated. Or they looked a bit dominant, but not for too long. But we saw all the party tricks coming out towards the end. You see that Faisal Mahmood top scores with 29. There's also a score of 25, a 20 not out and a 15. But no one really got that big score that you felt could get them something above par. And look, credit to Liege. I think that for the most part, they held their chances. I think this guy's got a very safe pair of hands. Ali Raza, who, once again, comes to the party with 3 catches. He's got to be leading the league in catches here in Belgium. And that was the end of the innings, 109 for 5 off 10 overs. Yeah, you can see what I'm talking about there. I mean, they had 4 significant contributors there. Faisal Mahmood leading the side, 29. But again, he got out only his 10th ball. If he could have kept going a bit longer, then they could have gotten a few more. I thought he'll look back at that shot. He won't be that proud of it, I don't think. Suleiman went for a duck soon after. Kalim never got going at the top of the order either. That was the other thing that didn't really click for them. Waqas Raja actually looked really good a couple of times, but found a way to get out, blasting one to long off and getting caught. Shah was out off the last ball of the innings for 25 off 16. But Shinwari, like I said, he was pretty inventive. And no one really setting the world on fire for an extended period, but they do have 109 valuable runs on the board. And Liege, well, they're close enough if they're good enough with their bowling. Esanullah Ibrahim Kell with 3 for 18 was the best of the bowlers, but I've got to say Sarkani was excellent, who only allowed 14 of his 2 overs. Likewise, Razako only allowed 16. The other wicket takers were a bit more expensive. That was Falconulla and also Ahmadzai Khan, who bowled 2 overs, 1 for 30. Quick turnaround, last game of the day, but we will be back. And when we come back, we'll determine our final semi-finalist that will take part in finals day tomorrow. And it will be Liege that require 110 runs for victory here in match 44, quarter-final number 4. See you in a few minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network with Charlie Hunt. We'll see you just the other side of this break for the final innings of QFF right here on the European Cricket Network.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to not so sunny, still a little bit of sunshine out here though, in Mechelen here in Belgium for the final innings of quarter-finals Friday. And the scene has been set, hasn't it? 110 required for victory for Liège if they're going to make their way into the finals day tomorrow morning. And it's an interesting chase. It's a below par total. It's one of the higher ones we've seen today, of 109 off for 5 after their 10 overs for the Exiles, mostly due to Syed Sharp and to Faizan Mohammed, of course, both getting scores in the 20. And we're looking forward to seeing what's gonna come of the chase here for Liège, as it looks like it's going to be an interesting opening partnership. We'll get to that in a moment. But again, a huge thanks to everyone for tuning in here on Friday afternoon here in Belgium. And a good afternoon to everyone in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and get involved in the live chat. But a good afternoon to everyone watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Or if you're watching on FanCode in India, very good afternoon. Good evening to you as well. Again, looking forward to what is going to be a very interesting finish to quarterfinals Friday. So my first ever quarterfinals Friday here on the European Cricket Network. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage alongside Vinny Sandy, who will join me very shortly, I'm sure. It's going to be Faizan Mahmood. So he's a man who could do it with both bat and ball, but he's got Umar Butt, the president of the Belgian Cricket Federation. He's opening the batting here for Liège alongside Harjot Singh, and he's had an interesting time of it with the bat, hasn't he? Has Harjot Singh, because he's been up and down in the order, had a really good start, hasn't really been able to kick-start or keep that going, keep that momentum flowing. He dropped down to 5 or 6 in a game as well, but he's now back up the top of the order. He's been entrusted with the job to do here. The keeper will be Sultan Diwan Ali for Ostend Exiles here in game 44, the last game before finals day. Only a day and a quarter, or an eighth really, a day and an eighth of cricket left until the European Cricket Championships will get underway on Monday morning. It will be Faizan Mahmood here to get us underway in the response from Liège. Clatters into the pad, not given. Well, there's a big amount of appeals. This will be interesting to take another look here as he steps across onto middle stump. And it's an interesting one. I think realistically, it was probably missing leg. It's a little bit different to the one we had a few games ago. Well, that would have been a big early breakthrough for the Exiles. Of course, looking to make it level playing field in terms of Group A and Group B representatives in tomorrow's play. Down the track and adjust well does Faizan Mahmood. Again, Exiles, they just had a couple of interesting games in Group A, didn't they? They, of course, are a very talented bunch of players because, of course, represented Belgium in the ECL earlier this year. Just didn't come off for them in the first opportunity, but they've got an opportunity to get into finals day now. Off the pad, and it'll be the first runs on the board. Won't be off the bat, will be down as extras. It will be a leg by. Brings them up on strike, who has had a very interesting tournament. There's no doubt about that. Highest score of 77 against Beveren. That was a very good attack as well. So the chairman for Belgium cricket, he can certainly hit a long ball. Could do with him getting going here. Met with the full face of the bat. Bit of respect to Faizan Mahmood, of course, Belgian representative as well on the international stage. 109 required for victory here now after that single, that leg by. Run rate already creeping up towards 12 and over right from the start. So a couple of quiet overs from an Exiles perspective, and they'll feel that they're going to be right into the swing of things here. Well, I'll tell you who is swinging things. It's Umar Butt, because that's going all the way. 6 more. Well, what a way to open up your account here in quarterfinals Friday, and what a way to get off the mark. 6 runs leg side. That's been punished. It's too short from Faizan Mahmood, and he swings, and it's a one-handed shot from Umar Butt. And it goes the distance. It travels a long way. He certainly found the middle of the bat there. Of course, a lot of chat about the ECC, which we are
a full day's play plus an 8th away. This one cramps him up here. And it will be a dot ball to finish the over. So at the end of a very interesting first over, these are 7 for none. I can welcome back Vinny Sandy to the Ice Cube alongside myself, Charlie Huntley, on the European Cricket Network. Well, we're over a week now without a golden ball, Vinny, and do you feel like we're going to get one before the ECC?
Yeah,
that one.
Say, I think I'd love to see one.
Yeah, that one.
Odds are we won't get one, but that's what's so beautiful about the golden ball. A bit like the old golden ticket in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
What did you think of my maths? It was right until the first over.
You said I said it a day and an 8th, which is a full innings, but there was already 5 balls bowled.
Oh, I said that before. So I actually said that at the start of when we came back on air.
When I heard it, it was 5 balls in. So I'll give
Watch
you
it back.
Watch
marks. It back.
Probably won't have time. But
do you know what? That means I've passed my maths test for the week. That's fine by me. Wakas Raja, he's going to be coming off now.
Oh, here we go with Wakas. What kind of Wakas will turn up? Pretty good one, because he's going to hit the top of our first ball, and he gets Harjot for a duck. I don't know where Harjot was going, but now I know where he's going, because he's going to have to go back to the dugout. Just walks and wafts across at that one. And Wakas, he does not miss. What a way to start his bowling spell. And the first wicket falls 7 for 1.
Poor shot from Harjot Singh, especially in these sort of circumstances. It's not a difficult chase. They just have to hit the bad ball, and that was not a terrible delivery. That was top of off. And Harjot Singh, well, you never know. That could be the last we see of him here in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Belgium. And, yeah, it's just a poor shot. First delivery of the over.
He'll be hoping it's not. Yeah, he won't be happy with that at all. No doubt about it.
Pure rush of blood.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly nervy as well. I mean, it's one of those shots you look back and what he had in his head and what it turned out, I think, were 2 very different things. Anyway, here comes Ali Raza at number 3.
But what a start for Wakas Raja. You can just tell it's a different Wakas, isn't it, to what we saw last week, because he's coming into it here, and yeah, he just seems a lot more rejuvenated, and he's got a lot of energy about himself.
So Wakas, what a perfect start for him. He just rocked up, hit the top of off. Now, spell Ali Raza, and this could be another one. It's hanging in there a long time. Fielder's coming in. Faisal Mahmood takes the catch. So 2 and 2 for Wakas Raja, and a dream start to his over. And they've got Leisure on the ropes now, 7 for 2. And suddenly, Wakas Raja's on a hat trick.
Yeah, what a good first 2 deliveries. And well, this is the Hall of Fame so far for hat tricks. How many have we had? 25 is the total.
We're due. It's been 2 days since we had one. Rohan Fires is the last man that took one. But how about this? I mean, he went so high that you look at where Faisal catches it, he's just about 1 metre outside the circle. But, yeah, you can see he went so high that most of his team had run halfway to congratulate him. They knew that Faisal's got a good pair of hands down there. And in the end, it's Ali Raza. He's got to go first ball. Leash being tested early.
Munawar is the new man coming out to face here. He's coming in at number 4, already in the second over already. So he's got it's an unprecedented task of steadying the ship here, because it's such a difficult scenario, isn't it? Because, well, if we're going off Belgium ball, you swing from the hip, see what happens.
The line between aggressive and
stupidity.
Reckless.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that definitely I know that Harjot crossed it. As for that shot, okay, maybe it's on, but it's on very first ball. It's tough if you're not judging the pace just yet. All right, here we are. Hat-trick opportunity for Wakas Raja. And that's about as close as you can get. This time he misses the top of the off stump. Well, you know what Munawar's approach is going to be? It's going to be aggressive.
Belgium ball, baby. No surprise, really, is it? He was stand and swing and see what happens.
A bit of Belgian ball withdrawals, actually, because it's been more of an arm wrestling kind of a day. Hey, I just want to say quickly that Mandrake won't be around tomorrow, so he wanted to say farewell to you now. Charlie, you've done a magnificent job.
Very kind.
Thanks,
very,
Mandrake.
very kind, Mandrake. Thank you very much.
I agree.
Well, I'll be in the chat. I'll be in and around on next week. Looking forward to it.
Good to hear. Munawar faces up again. This time he does swat it. And he's going to get a fair piece of it. One bounce for So maybe a slightly slower ball from Wakas. That one ends up in the bushes, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, really. And yeah, look at that. One bounce 4. Well, he's going for it, isn't he? Belgian bull, baby!
Yeah. Munawa's like a rock, but he's like a rock that's running down the side of a hill pretty fast. He's out of control. And yeah, I like this. Sultan just probably saying a few words. A few mind games there.
I like it.
It's a late keeping change. Sultan D1 only does take the gloves in the end instead of Shinwari. Maybe Shinwari pulled up a little bit sore after his innings. So still 2 to come in this over. It's been a very interesting one. Once again, wants to slam it. He's on the back foot. Munawa knows his limits, and so decides there's no run there. James Stewart also saying last day coming up for Charlie. He feels another creepy fanboy moment is on the card.
Have I got to get a
I
restraining
want to know
order?
what you did to James, because James was normal before you started commentating.
Hey,
Tell me what's going on there, James. What is it about Charlie that makes you a bit goo-goo?
That effect on people. Oh, dear.
Anyway, hello to all our great viewers out there. Uh-oh. Crap. Hopefully nothing more.
I don't know.
Because he doesn't do it landing or anything. You see, it's not like an impact thing. Look, see, he doesn't. It's not from landing. He just starts running and then,
This one hit.
He was even in hospital with some issues last week, like us. So he's out there. He's had a few days rest. A very charismatic player. Kind of a fan favourite as well. You can see why. His last ball of his over. Now this one hits Munawa. Hope the ball's okay after that. It'll be the end of the second over. The score is 11 for 2.
Yeah, interesting start here for Liege, losing 2 early wickets and 2 big wickets as well. So yeah, so that's now 99 required for victory here in match number 44 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium.
Yeah, well, Liege ended up topping Group B. It was a pretty closely contested group, and we didn't know all the way until yesterday that's who would go through and who wouldn't. In the end, you can see that the Exiles didn't have as easy of a time in Group A.
Oh dear. Well, Faisal Mahmood. Was there an edge there? Was there a little sound? Well, hands on the head suggests that there might have been. Possible drop chance there from Sultan Dewan. I think it was as well.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this on the replay. It's into the ground first, so that's why.
Shrug's asking, when's my next time on comms? Next, I think due to arrangements and stuff, I'm back at university and stuff like that.
We don't know yet, but I'm sure it'll come.
At some point.
Yeah.
At some point.
Just keep your nose clean, kid.
Okay.
Here's Faisal Mahmood. Now this is going miles in the air. Well, this is holding up as well. It's another catching opportunity, and Wakas will take it. And it's the Exiles on fire early, and that's a key wicket because Umair Butt has been brilliant in this series, but this one, he just gets the timing wrong, doesn't it? It goes more or less off the middle, but it goes so high, it doesn't have the trajectory to get it over the boundary line. Wakas is a man who has been brilliant so far as well in this innings. He takes the catch off Mahmood. He returns the favour, if you like. And the score now is 11 for 3.
Can I just say that the Exiles, they've got the best energy that I've seen today. The best energy, team spirit in around the entire competition so far. Every catch, every missed field or every single aspect, they're up. They want each other and you know, really backing each other through every single every moment of a game. And you can just see they're up for this, the Exiles, and I'm really proud to see it.
Yeah, I think that's a lot to do with how their group campaign went. I mean, they're a pretty close-knit team. Don't forget they went to ECL earlier this year. But you know how we were talking about Group A versus Group B, about, okay, it's tough for Group A to come back after a few days off. That's not always the case. And Exiles are a team that needed a few days off. They had a lot of sore bodies out there. Case in point, Wakas, who looks completely different to how he looked when we last saw him a week ago. New batter out there is Harun Sakhani coming out at 5. And he's going to whip this one away first up, and that is out as well. So another hat-trick opportunity. Well, maybe Faz Mahmood saying, whatever you can do, Wakas, I can do. And maybe he'll do it better because he's on a hat-trick as well. 11 for 4. Liège in disarray.
They are imploding here in match 44, the fourth quarter-final. And, well, we've already had one opportunity. Could we finally get it this time? Because we've had 25 so far. Nearly time for possibly the 26.
Well, cricket's such a different game when you're on top. And right now, you've got to say, Exile's well on top. Liège just seem to be picking out the outfielders, don't they? I mean, they're sometimes getting a bit cute trying to hit high. I'd be trying to hit harder, I suppose. And also, they seem to be targeting areas of their outfield that do have outfielders there. And remember, it's only the power play, so there's only 2 outfielders. But that's one maybe to put away and target other areas. But here's a guy that can change the game back pretty quickly. He's also the kind of guy I'd want to bowl to if I'm on a hat-trick, because it's Hezekiah Forcanula who is going to face up to the hat-trick ball from Mahmood. And let's see what his approach is. Tries to smash it straight, and he does, and he whacks it for 6. Maximo! Now, hat-trick ball facing Belgium style. Again, he takes on the fielder. This time he wins. He goes straight, he goes long, he goes strong. 6 runs to Liège.
Belgium ball, baby. That is how you take on a hat-trick delivery, isn't it? You slap it back over his head. Say, well, anything you've got, I'm equal to it. Bring it on. And I think Forcanula's going to be up for the challenge.
The thing is, in his head, he's saying, I know I should be a bit more careful, but that's not the way I play. Everyone expects me to be careful. I'm not going to. I'm going to play my way. That's exactly what he does. And once again, he tries and he almost loses his off stump. And so Belgian ball's back, baby. It's back with the bang, just in time for the last innings of the day.
Oh, look at this. Look at Twinkle Toes Faisal.
That's Merv Hughes, like in the middle of his run up. Remember him?
Oh, dear.
Wow. Mandrake saying, can we imagine the Exiles going on to win the whole series?
Look at this.
Yeah, probably.
Look at this.
Get
the dancing shoes on. Oh!
No wonder that ground's torn up. Now this is in the air. Almost caught. Might have got a fingernail on that as well. Esanullah Babar. It's a good effort, to be honest. He couldn't have done much more. He times his jump. He gets up as much as he can, but it will be a boundary. And right now, a bit like James Bond, I think that Forcanula is living dangerously. It's the end of the 3rd over. The score is 21 for 4.
Oh, this is exceptional, Vinny. What an afternoon we're having now. And it's just proving to be incredible. Well, there we go. This is a story for Group B.
Yes, so Group B, it was pretty close for the most part. Didn't end up that way. In the end, it's kind of 3 teams that run away with it and 2 that are left behind. But Liège did end up 2 points ahead of Beveren and Gent. And Royal Brussels with the team eliminated from that group. Yeah, but Liège, I said they're on a bit of a winning streak. But are they a team that's getting tired? I don't know. They do have that recent form. I think all things considered, it's anybody's game heading into this quarterfinal, even though it's a 1 versus 4. Now we're going to get Saeed Shah. So interesting that they haven't gone back to Wakas straight away. Maybe they feel they can sneak it a few more overs first. This is going to be hooked. It's going to be hooked for 6. Well, case in point, the change hasn't worked well. Maximo, and that one is huge.
That is the biggest one I think we've had so far, because that has gone a long, long way. Look at where it hits the trees, by the way.
I wish I could tell you.
It's not there.
I couldn't
You can't even see. You can't even see.
That's Munawa. Got to say, got to question. Not going back to Wakas straight away. I mean, he's on fire, wasn't he? In that previous over.
Lost the ball. She's fighting wasps. That's not enough.
Now he's going to go offside. Sends back his partner. Well, Karina, go give us a little love heart in the camera if you're okay up there, because we were thinking of you up there. I know
she's too busy.
There we go. That's how you know it's Karina, because I don't think Andres gets his nails done that often.
Oh dear.
Karina passed 500 games recently.
What am I on? I'm gonna. Can I take an over to work it out?
Nah, I'll work that for you. You concentrate on the commentary. We need the auditors to go through this.
All right, because I can't do maths. Saeed Shah. And this is going to be another boundary. It's going to be 4 more. This time, tracks this one over the offside. And it's going to be another boundary, 4 more. Nice shot from Manawa. Yeah. And, no, Vinny, do numbers.
Yeah?
I've got it. You take your time.
How many games were there in Krefeld?
Oh.
Is it 6 or 7?
7.
Don't believe you. I'm going to go to the
I'm guessing 7. I could be wrong.
You should know that if you're doing your job. Just saying.
Doing what?
Can't even tell me how many matches there were in the series.
Shah. Continuing. Offside again. Gets a really good hand on it. Excellent work this time from the fielder in the covers. It's really good. Really good from
7.
Sail Kaleem.
You got lucky.
I told you it was 7. Don't doubt me. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you're going to love this.
Oh, gosh.
No, you're going to love this.
Am I? Okay, okay.
All right. Wait for this ball.
Side shot. Oh, wide ball. Come on, Em.
Congratulations.
Oh, no, is it not this one?
This is your 101st match. Congratulations, Charlie. There we go. That snuck up on us pretty quick. Too quick for Ennis to get organised. Do you want a retrospective 100 tomorrow?
Yeah.
You would love that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd love all the funfair.
All right. See what I can do. Wide. Well, hold on. Yeah, okay. Has to be wide if he hasn't hit it. Umpire.
Is that...
He just fell asleep there for a second, but he knew what he was doing. That was a wide.
Oh, yeah, wide.
This is match number 101. You did 18 in Malta, 32 in Portugal.
Yeah, but hang on, is that...
7 in Krefeld and 44.
I mean, okay, so T20s is just one game. I see how it is.
It's like that. Otherwise, it gets a bit crazy.
That's quite cool, though.
Yeah, congratulations.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I mean, most matches I've done today was 10 in the championship week of the ECL when we had the reschedule. That was 10 5-0 games. That was a bit tough because a different match every hour. I'd be walking through the crowd going, who's playing next? I'm like, I don't know. It was moving pretty quickly.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, last ball, the over. No, I don't think so. That's missing.
Yep, side shot like that.
Yeah.
That's really good. That's how a bowler should appeal. He tells his teammates, no, be quiet.
Yeah, everyone, just relax. But anyway, he kind of gets out of jail after going a mile off the first ball. The score at the end of 4 overs. It's Liege 33 for 4. 3 days to go. Well, time to get excited. Again, we're pretty focused on what we're doing here in Belgium, but I know that a lot of the European Cricket Network crew, they are in Khartoum preparing the ground. Again, it's one of our 2 marquee series for the year, along with European Cricket League. This will bring the 21 nations together for a T10 extravaganza over 5 weeks and 120 matches. And please join us for the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship starting Monday. Look, like we said, we're trying to try and keep it on YouTube as many places as we can. If it's not on YouTube, find out what it's on. And if you're not sure, let me know at Mr. Maximo, because we want you to get involved. And like I say, if it's a few bucks, spend it for 120 matches. And it's the marquee thing of the year. And we love bringing you free cricket. That's what we're all about. But obviously, there's something a little bit different about the ECC, and we want everyone to be a part of it. And everyone in the chat, I'll be trying to chat to you as much as I can get away with. You know that. I'll be typing away as well.
I'll be there as well. But I'm currently about to write my LinkedIn post for my 100.
Oh, geez. Just constant. Listen, you've got 6 overs to go.
I am joking.
The thing is, I don't think you are.
I am joking.
Anyway, here's Wakas, who is coming back, and he's right on the money first up. This one bounces back over his head, though. So what they've tried to do that is they're like, okay, yeah, we kind of want to bowl out Wakas, but we're going to try and sneak through an over while they're 4 down. Because we have a theory that the batters at the moment are in quite a defensive mindset. So they're thinking, okay, we're going to sneak inside sharp before we go back to Wakas, but we don't want Wakas to go cold. As it is, Munawar will just clip this away to square leg for 1. So yeah, they kind of get away with it, I suppose. The thing is, it was I suppose an average over in the 4th all up, went for 12.
How many was it in Malta?
In Malta was 18.
Is that it?
It felt like more, hey?
A lot more.
Because there were T20s.
Felt like
T20s is the ECN equivalent of a timeless test.
Generally,
because you don't know what the time. At least here we can keep an eye on what the time is, because it's basically 1 innings per hour on average. In T20s, you got no idea.
That should be 36 though, really.
That's not how it works.
No, that's how I work.
Games are games. All right. Nope.
It's a really good appeal from Point.
Well, I like the enthusiasm. You said it. I mean, Austin Exiles, they're a proud team, and they'll feel like they're really underachieved in the group stage. So, yeah, they mean business right now.
It's a really good appeal from Point.
Yeah, sorry. No matter how long the game is, a game's a game.
So...
Hey, relax, man. You'll catch it up in no time. Just give it another series.
Who am I catching up to?
No, but I mean, like, you're getting funny about, what is it, 7 games? Oh, no, 25 games? 25 games is like a week. You'll make it up in no time.
I'm fine. I'm chill, bro.
Anyway,
can only
nice that we're
apologise.
getting lots of nice feedback on your commentary, Charlie.
Maybe not the last over or so, but just ignore the anomaly.
I'm going to have to confiscate your keyboard because I think you are writing a LinkedIn post.
I'm not, I swear.
This is in the air, and it's hit pretty well, and it's going to be 1 bounce for. So Munawar is certainly fighting back here. This is such a good cricket match right now. It's in the balance. Wakas, for the first time, gives a little bit of width and good shot selection, good power there from the batter.
Need 1 big over to Liege here, because if they can get that run rate down to around 10, then they'll feel that that's controllable from here on in.
Good viewing numbers today, by the way. Quarterfinal Friday. No surprises there. Well, pitch is up, and this one is going a long, long, long way. Maximal! And, well, let's just say, this sounded like a gun going off. It certainly rattled me. And in the end, that's lost. New balls played, 6 runs.
That's a really good shot. You thought that was coming this way.
I had no idea where it went. I was a little bit shaken up.
There's no comms cab, unfortunately, today. However, if there was, that would have been very funny. Anyway, end of 5 overs, 47 for 4. They need a few more of those big
47
hits.
in the first half leaves them, what's that, 63 to get.
Quicker.
Looking at Austin Exiles in their first half, they scored 52. The second half, they scored 57. So, yeah, a little bit less, which you can understand given the wicket issues they had early.
Very true.
But look at who they got at the crease, though. I mean, this is a key partnership, isn't it?
I said that as soon as Falconilla walked out. This is the one. This is the one for Liege. It has to be now, because otherwise they might feel it's a little bit too late.
Hello to Prashant in the chat. Hope you're well.
Can I just say as well?
Yeah.
The chat for the last almost 2 weeks now, you've been incredible. You have been very, very good. It's been on fire, especially the last day of the game. Anyway, bit of spin now, Manoa. And this is going to be into the leg side. And it will just be a single. Correction, not Manoa. That's obviously Shinwari. We saw him with the gloves most times. However, got a bowl last time out. Actually went pretty well. Got a couple of wickets to his name.
Yeah. So, I mean, whenever a new bowler comes on, you know, it's kind of slight change in dynamic, and it's obviously when it's a change in pace like this. Love a wicket here, Exiles, to re-establish their dominance. They like this one. The bowler wasn't convinced. I'm just going on body language here, because he only goes for a big appeal because the keeper goes up. You see here, not quite a wide. He's just very late to appeal. So I feel like if the bowler's not convinced, the bowler's actually pretty close to the umpire. So it means they see and hear the same things. And that's why I think the umpire had the element of doubt as well.
Yet to see hat-trick Manpreet Sandhu.
Yeah.
Yet to see him, obviously holding him back for the last couple of overs for sure.
Potentially. Goes after this, and I think he likes it. It's out of here. Maximal Munawar trying to swing his team into the semi-finals. Brings up the 50 with another big blow.
Yeah, Munawar, he is crucial to this chase now. Him and Falconilla, if one of them goes now, then I think it's lights out, because they just stopped the flow of wickets, but they've also continued the flow of runs here.
This one hits him in the head. And I guess this just shows you, even if you're facing a spinner, he's a bit embarrassed here, because look at this. Bounces more than he thinks, maybe takes a little something on the way up.
Can I just say, I wasn't laughing at the fact he got hit in the head, I was laughing at the fact of how you called that.
Yeah, well, called as it is.
No, 100% for sure. It was, glad he's okay.
Now it's a false shot. He's going to get lucky. And Shinwari can't believe he hasn't got a wicket there. It's the end of the over. So despite the 6, he doesn't go for too many more. And the score after 6 overs is 54 for 4. Now here's something we haven't done just yet. And it's the lurker call out. Left it very late in the day. But if you are watching, no matter where you're watching from, we'd love to get you in the chat, even if you can't normally do that. So come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us. I know Prashant is appreciating that I read your name out. Well, Prashant, I'm just excited that you're watching. Maybe let us know where you're watching from, Prashant.
Tell us where you're watching from.
And everybody else, this is your chance for us to thank you for joining us and to say our appreciation. So AVD's watching from Malaysia. I like that. Yeah, I've got family in Malaysia. AVD, let me know what part of Malaysia you're watching from. What are you going on about in the background? What's going on?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
It's all good.
Well, speak of the devil, here's Manpreet Sandhu.
Hat-trick time.
Yeah, you think so? Well, hat-trick would be pretty useful here. Okay, they've left themselves a big mountain to climb. They're 56 in the last 4.
This over needs to be big. This
two guys that can do it though. Falconer gets a low full toss, hits it, runs, should have been out, but it's a poor throw, and it'll be 1.
Yeah, throw's just wayward, isn't it? It's a lot of work for Manpreet Sandhu to do. Just a single. He's asking. I think that's Simon, who's coming off the back of a duck as well.
Needed a better throw. Goes after this. Should be gone. Is gone. Manpreet does the trick. And so it is Faisal Mahmood that takes the catch. And a big wicket of Munawar, who contributes 13, but he'll go no further. And that one really hurts Leeds at this stage now. They're 55 for 5.
Yep. Goes for 31 off of just 20 deliveries. And yeah, it's a big, big wicket. And, well, he's just hanging around here. What's happened here? I think they might just be checking to see if it's carried. I think it's the question. Yeah, that's what they were looking for. And he's out. So he'll have to make the long walk back. He's still asking questions. Not sure as to why.
Carried easily.
Yeah, big time.
I think maybe someone off the field said, hey, go around, check that carried. And he turned around and the umpire said, yeah, you're out. And he's out by a lot.
I might have to... How do you do a restraining order?
I don't know. You contact the authorities. Don't ask me like I should know.
No, well, it's for a fellow Estonian.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. James. James creeping on you again, is he?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm missing out on it, but that's okay.
You can take over.
I'm missing out in the chat. Let's have a look. Anyway, here's Manpreet. And this is in the air as well, but it'll fall safely. It's into the gap, and it probably runs for 4. Yeah. Well, definitely, yeah. Now, I thought it was over the line already, even when he first touches it. So Ibrahim Kell comes out. And here's the thing about Leeds. They do play that brand of cricket, don't they? Where they bat deep. They all like to swing the bat. And they're going to have to right now because they're only just over halfway to where they need to be.
Yeah, not far away, though. And they're, again, just a big over. That's all it needs to be. But Sandhu's kept it pretty quiet so far.
Advances and misses. Yeah, AVD watching from Malaysia. Yeah, I think one day we'd love to have ECN abroad, maybe outside Europe. I still think it's European cricket, though, because it's like French cricket. Have you heard of French cricket?
Yeah, I used to play it.
Yeah, but you don't have to be in France to play French cricket, do you?
No, I played it in Essex, man.
Yeah, it's a type of cricket. It's a brand of cricket. European Cricket Network cricket could go anywhere. Probably will go anywhere one day. Anyway, keep the lurkish shouts coming in. Short, goes after it, and this is 6. Well, this is a remarkable shot. Maximo! Ibrahim Kell, still don't know quite how he pulled this off, if I'm honest. It's a back foot bludgeon, and it's kind of shoulder high. It's basically a tennis smash, but he does get full value.
Yeah, it's a swat, isn't it? Swatted down the ground. Gets enough on it, covers the 50-metre boundary. Another 6 to the total. Well, they need a couple more of those because that run rate's slowly creeping up now.
Yeah. Last ball this over. Tries the same kind of ball, and he's going to go to the boundary again. This was a teaser for the man in the circle. Sahel Kalim, again, this one struck better, if anything. Flatter, he'll get 4. And so Leeds fighting on at the end of 7 overs. The score is 69 for 5. Coming up tomorrow, we can tell you 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. Whoever wins this match will take on Gent in the first match of the day. And then the Mechelen Eagles will take on Beveren in semi-final number 2. Of course, the winners go through to match 48, the final, and play off for the trophy. The losers, they still have something to play for. The bronze final will be the 3rd match of the day. It all starts the same time again here in Mechelen, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Join us for the final day of ECS for around about five and a bit weeks.
5 weeks, and it certainly is. Yeah, Waqas Raja is going to be coming into the attack now. So again. It was going to be Wax Raj. They're actually going to go with spin.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I think I'd stick with it at this stage. So I don't think they can bowl Wakas anyway because he's bowled out, so that probably makes sense. But hello to AVD, who said he's watching from Kajang, just south of KL, Kuala Lumpur. Pretty boring place, he says, rather be in Belgium. Well, I'd say to you and all my family and friends in Malaysia, if you are watching, I hope you are enjoying the telecast. My Malay is a bit rusty, I've got to say. But terima kasih. Thank you. So this is going to be hit and a good stop. Well, these all matter now. It just builds pressure. Might as well go for 2 here. Are they on the same page? Well, they are, although it hits the stumps. They think about a third because no one was quite sure where the ball went. That's Falconer will get 2. He's the kind of guy that could just come up with a magical over, Falconer, isn't he? He's so powerful.
He's just going to swing from the hip, isn't he? He's just going to get that front leg out of the way.
I think he's fine here. Faisal's not doing himself any favours here. I mean, we can't see, but we don't see where that foot is. There's the bat may be in the air, but the foot could well be over the line. You see here, because his bat doesn't come down.
Right
see,
down.
There's this next foot when it lands. The next foot when it lands, if it's in, he's all right.
What you mean? I'd say so, you can't do anything with that. There's nothing you can do.
But I'm not sure his bat was down, but I think he's all right.
Yeah, but Faisal doesn't.
Yeah, Faisal, just get out the way. I know you like your camera time, but your team needs a better look at that. Yeah, probably fine, I think, based on what we see there. All right, Falconer back on the rack. And no surprises, swings away, and he's going to get a boundary here. Doesn't get all of it, but gets 4. And Liege, do they have one final fling at this target?
Yeah, well, Falconer, it's going to have to be him, isn't it? As he's joined by Ibrahim Mikel, of course, now. Well, Ibrahim Mikel's gone pretty well, 14 off 4. But yeah, Falconer now onto 20 off of just 9. It's got to be him now. Got to be him.
I just thought Archie asking, we want city and country, not just country. We're going to send a postcard, Charlie. I mean, Charlie, Archie. You guys related?
No.
Dot ball. I know your dad's in the...
He was in there earlier. He dropped one I think you ignored as well.
No, I said hello. I said hello before you did.
No, he then said good luck to all the crew and yourself and all the crew in Khartoum.
Oh, thanks, Ian. Another dot ball. He's hurt at this stage. Prashant's watching from Pune in India.
My dad tries, bless him.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. How long does it take him to send a message?
Don't ask.
30 or 40 minutes?
Don't ask. Oh dear. He uses post.
Goes after this, hits it, and hits it well enough. Maximo makes it 29 off 13. Falconer is a man you feel could take the game away from the Exiles, and he rolls the dice, comes up with the shot he needs to take his team close to that target. Still a long way away.
I had a feeling he'd be taking on the spin here. It's exactly what he's doing. It's coming off as well. Last delivery of the over. Well, if you're Shinwari, you want to keep it quiet.
If you're Falconer, you don't. Swings, hits it, great. Maximo! Back to back, and Shinwari, who'd bowled so well to that point, but he gets going bang, bang. The last 2 balls he bowls go for 12, and at the end of 8, it's 87 for 5, and that makes it 23 off 12. Makes it anybody's game, Charlie.
Tingle time. I'm putting it out there.
Whoa.
I am putting it out there. This is the most confident I've ever felt. I'm saying it now. This is how I'm feeling. This is how I'm feeling.
You are drunk with power now.
No, God,
you think your tingle is to be?
No.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. That's a pretty close worm.
Well, that's a worm that says to me tingle time.
Liege 87 for 5, and at this stage, Austin Exiles were 87 for 4. Well, your tingle might be spot on here, Charlie. But it all happens in the 9th, and this becomes the most important over of the tournament for both of these teams, because only one will survive to finals day tomorrow. It's Ibrahim Kell who'll face up, and he'll be wanting to go big as well. He's already 14 off 4, and it's Syed Shah to bowl. And it's a big swing and a miss, but they're going to get runs, at least 1. Will they try 2 here? They're going to take it on. Good throw might have him struggling. Well, he likes it. He likes it, but it could be close. Let's have a look. They're going to go upstairs on this. It was a marginal 2 buys they go for in the end. So he's a bit slow to get going because he doesn't realise the ball's been missed. Something T1 Ali. Let's see if he gathers it cleanly. Well, again, I think there's no problem with the take. I think he takes the ball. No problem there. And, well, it's going to be a tight race, but he's just out. Just out. And, well, he wasn't even looking Sultan, but he must have been confident. He must have eyes in the back of his head. So they take on Ibrahim Kell. Cannot believe he's done that. And I felt like it had to be a perfect throw to get him, but it was. He's gunned down for just 14, and the score now is 88 for 6.
Yeah, they do get the run though, of course. So it's not terrible, but it just puts a lot of pressure on Falkenilla now. Because I think if those two could have stayed out there, then they could have shared the allotment of runs. But it's a lot of pressure on Falkenilla.
Those two both bang it, don't they? That's the thing. It's not just losing a wicket; it's losing that wicket. I think hurts them quite a lot. Plus, of course, the new batter has to come out on strike. So, wow. It's a tough one. I mean, to be honest, it looked like it was there. It seemed like the fielder was taking forever to get to the ball. It pretty much went straight away. But the good throw saw him short. Now, we're going to see new batter out there. And it'll be fumbled for 4. Wow. I mean, the world is so weird. I mean, if they hadn't got run out, that wouldn't have happened. And they basically get 3 bonus runs here. Because it never should have been more than 1 here. But he just makes a meal of it, doesn't he? Ali Abbas concedes a boundary. And this game is a strange one. And you just have that feeling it'll go right down to the wire.
The joys of cricket here on the European Cricket Network today. What a display of cricket this is before the ECC, by the way.
Adnan Razak it is who gets off the mark first up. Faces up again. And cuts. Finds the fielder, gets 1. So 17 off 9. I mean, yeah, we saw one of those in the Antwerp game earlier as well. Ball that really should have been 1. Turns into 4. And that's what pressure can do as well to everyone. It's not just the batters and the bowlers. It's the fielders as well who are under pressure. Every single ball could be coming to you.
Falkenilla now on strike. 32 off 13. Here we go.
Wow, squeezes it into him and basically cramps him for room. So I guess that's good bowling, but I think it's probably bad batting from Falkenilla.
Gets down the wrong side.
Spoils a wide here. If he gets across, he can just spot that as missing the leg stump.
At least it's not a dot ball.
Yeah.
At least. That's what they must avoid. It's wickets and dot balls. They're the issues, really. So it's now exactly to a ball.
Such a good game. Here's Razak. Drives pretty well. Doesn't beat the infielder. Well, this is a real interesting one. He likes it. The bowler thinks he gets the ball onto the stumps. That's the only thing that I was unsure of because Razak took forever to get going. Here he's on the back foot. The ball comes in. Let's slow it down here.
No need to. He's gone.
Yeah, well, is the ball clean?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I got to say, that was my question.
Oh, no.
I didn't think he had the ball when he breaks the stumps. We'll try and get the exact moment the stumps are broken. I think the ball's gone.
Oh, no.
The ball's gone. He's not holding it there anymore. It's not out.
That's not out.
It's not out. You've got to be holding the ball. And, well, we'll wait for this again.
Yeah, no, I think he's just being told to wait here because it's changing here.
Yeah, see, the thing is, even if the ball's technically touching the hand, you're not holding the ball anymore.
It's not in control.
It's yeah. So I think we'll have a look at this again. Because, yeah, for me, there's no doubt in my mind that this isn't out. Because the ball is gone. It's not like the stump knocks it out of his hands either, right? The ball, when he hits the stumps, the ball is gone. It's already gone there, to be honest.
Yeah, it's gone. That should not be out.
Yeah, cannot be out. This will be a big call. I hope they get this right, to be honest. He feels that he's knocked onto the stumps, but he hasn't.
What's the communication here? I think they're going to see it once more.
Big moment in the game.
They really are. They're really unsure of this.
To be honest, I don't even think it's that close.
I don't think
I don't even think it's that close. I mean, he's dropped the ball before
not out.
The bails come off here. Look, it's already gone. You can tell that there as well.
Not out.
Yeah.
Good call.
It's good call. I mean,
great work from Stefan Gooch, tournament referee and TV umpire as well, because that's not easy, but you have to get them right.
Yeah, I mean, that's worth having a few extra looks because there's so much on the line here. So they'll get 1 run there. Razak will get the single. And, yeah, Said Shah, I mean, he's only got himself to blame there as well. If he holds onto the ball, it'll be out. Razak gets a bit lucky, so it becomes 15 off 7. Anyway, last ball of the over. Falkenilla, well, I'll tell you what's going on upstairs. He wants to hit this for 6.
Here we go, last ball of the over.
All happens in the 9th. And he's going to get 4, and he's going to get it with a French cut. Well, Forknuller swings so hard again. Look, he gets that leg.
It's the grimace of the face
gets
as well.
it so far outside leg stump, but he gets lucky this time. And so we're going to the last, 11 off the last over. And, well, I've got to admit, that tingle's contagious, Charlie. I've got it now. 9 overs down. It's 99 for 6. They need 11 for the win. They need 10 for the golden ball. Could we have a golden ball quarterfinal here?
No way could it happen. You just never know. It's just been... What a day of cricket this has been, by the way, because there's just been certain elements of the game that have been on pure display. And we've had low... difficult chases, which often cause a lot of issues. Now we're having par scores causing issues.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
I mean, look, if there is a golden ball, do you favour the bowling team or the batting team? I mean, the bowlers have had the best of it recently, but in the beginning, everyone thought it favoured the batter. It's pretty much a coin toss. That's what it's meant to be. Anyway, it looks like they're going to go to Manpreet Sandhu, the hat-trick hero, to bowl the last over. 11 runs required. Razak's on strike. I think basically what we've seen from him so far, you bowl well to him, you hope that you can sneak a couple of dots on him.
Bat on ball. That's all Razak needs to do here.
Yeah, Razak has to just concentrate on getting a single. I'd love to see that kind of in-out field with a short mid-wicket and short cover just to make it tough. You know he's not super quick either, Razak, between the wickets. You really should have run him out once already.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, and we'll only find out as to how disappointing that could leave side Shah. He's been so good as well.
Very different proposition having Adnan Razak there. Ibrahim Kell ran himself out. He'd love to still be there. But right now, it's Razak that can be a hero. 11 off 6. Swings, hits it hard, hits it well. Fielder comes around. I feel like they'll just settle for one here. Well, it comes down to this. This is where the rubber hits the road. Hussein Forknuller is 36 off 15 and he's 10 runs away. When in his mind, he's thinking he's 2 shots away from getting Liege into the finals. And Manpreet's got to keep him quiet. Can he do it? 10 to win off 5. Edged and gone. It's a good catch behind this done by Sultan Diwan Ali. The angle does Forknuller, and he's got to go so close to the target. Manpreet does it again for the Exiles. It's 100 for 7, and that one surely swings the balance back towards the fielding side.
Tingle slowly fading away here, Vinny, but what a really good catch. Don't get me wrong. It's a simple one, but sometimes they're the hardest one. But it's that man again, Manpreet Sandhu, with the all-important breakthrough. And Forknuller, he will be furious with himself. Yeah,
well, sometimes, you know what they say, you mess with the bull, you get the horns. And he got lucky a couple of times, didn't he? Had a little inside edge that went for 4. That time a little outside edge. Nestles in the gloves of Sultan Diwan Ali behind the stumps. So 100 for 7. They're so close yet so far now, Liege. They need 10 off the last 4 balls of this match. And the new batter, he's got to come in and he's got to be having a heartbeat that's dangerously high. It's Ahmed Zahir Khan.
Interesting here. Third man is in place, deep third man. He's quite square though.
I think that's a good position.
Very good call.
If he bangs one down the ground or square,
so
you don't mind, but you don't want a little edge going.
That's your field at the moment. That's where it is.
I'd have a bit finer, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
so would I.
Anyway.
So would I. Well, I'm not captain though.
Forknuller goes for 36. Very good contribution. Another thriller on quarterfinals Friday.
All coming down to the last couple of deliveries, isn't it here? Here we go, Manpreet Sandhu.
Ahmed Zahir Khan, the batter, misses. And they're not going to get a run here at all. Sultan sneaks up to try and maybe go for a cheeky stumping. So 10 off 3. This is what happens. I mean, you can be on target the whole way, but a couple of dot balls, a couple of wickets at the wrong time, suddenly it seems so far away. And now you don't have time to catch it up anymore. 10 off 3. You basically need 2 of these balls to go to the boundary. Misses. They're going to run. They're going to go to the bowler, and he's going to mess it up. Will they go for 2? They won't. And I think this is Razak saying, all right, I can't see you doing it based on those 2 swings, so I'm going to take the responsibility. Now they get a bye. I do like these tactics, but I don't think anyone told Manpreet it was coming his way. And so it's 9 off 2. Now you need at least 2 to keep the game alive. Yeah. So there's no point just going for a 1. No matter where it goes, if it goes to the outfield, you've got to go for 2. So that when you can tie it with a 6 at least in the last ball, barring some sort of wides or no balls here. Well, what do you think here? Manpreet has really come and shut the gate.
Needs to be a maximum.
Razak on strike. Edged, and that one is going to be dropped, but it's a good drop from Sultan Diwan. You've got to go for 2 here. Well, they probably wouldn't have made it, but now all Manpreet needs to do is his bowl legal delivery. And that might be the best drop catch ever, because this was heading for 4, but Consultant's so tall, he knocks it down out of the sky, and he keeps it to 1. Essentially, that piece of play could win the game for the Exiles.
He does enough. He gets a glove on it, and he'll be thinking, oh, I've not caught it. But in the hindsight, he's done enough here, because this has to be.
That's why they needed to go for 2 there, though, because, okay, you might have been out, but now you're almost definitely out. I mean, Manpreet, as long as he puts this
on the pitch,
on
within,
the pitch
within
and not
reason.
for a wide, they're going to win. So they need a 7 to tie. Manpreet just needs to bowl a legal delivery, and he does, and that's all over, and they've done it, the Exiles. This is the upset of the day based on the group matches so far. Liege, the tabletop, is a knocked out, and Ostend Exiles, well, they'll feel that's normal service resuming. The team that represented Belgium in the ECL earlier this year finished quarterfinals Friday as our final semi-finalists. What a match, and really what a day of cricket here.
It's been absolutely incredible, and credit where credit's due for Exiles. They have been outstanding out on the pitch. Their energy and the way they've carried themselves has been next to amazing. So they will take a victory here as they beat Liege by 7 runs here in the last quarter-final of quarterfinals Friday. So we can go ahead. We can confirm what the matches will be tomorrow. They are going to be plenty of exciting matches tomorrow morning, starting, of course, at the usual time. But again, commiserations to Liege, because they played so well in their group games, but just weren't able to do it when it comes to knockout cricket. That's the beauty of this format, is even though you do really well for 8 games, you go ahead, you lose 1 game, that can be your tournament over, and that's exactly what's happened to Liege here. But look at this. This is what I'm talking about. One of the best elements of team spirit for Ostend Exiles, because they are a serious team unit. They support each other when it goes right. They also support each other when it goes wrong, and they pick each other off the floor. That's what they did after a disappointing group stage, and they will make it through to SEP 2 finals.
Well, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and Ostend Exiles really has their best, or the most kind of hearty performance, the most gutsy performance, I think, of the series. But you got to feel for Liege as well, who certainly made all the running, didn't they? But they took a bit of a risk. They decided they wanted to chase, and we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? Things can just go awry in the chase. It did early on, and then it did towards the end as well for them. So 2 Group B teams, 2 Group A teams, and in the end, a team that was 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th make it through to finals day. So a little bit for everybody. I think it showed that whoever played better in the games won, and didn't matter too much whether they were Group A or Group B. And, well, Charlie, take us through the highlights. A lot of drama in this one. A topsy-turvy affair again. Started with a 1-hand job there, which ended up going all the way for 6. But then it was Wakas that came on and changed the game in the second over.
Yeah, it was that over, really, wasn't it, from Wakas Raja with 2 wickets and only conceding 4 runs. But it was also the over following that from Faizan Mahmood. He only went for 10, but he also still got 2 wickets in the over. And then that was where it was crucial for Liege. They started to build a partnership, and that's exactly what happened between Zulkarnain Manawa and Forcanilla, as Manawa ended up going for 31 off of 20, but he still did enough destruction to get them into that last over thriller, and that's exactly what they needed. But he was joined, though, by Forcanilla, who has to be one of the cleanest strikers of the cricket ball I think I will ever see.
Is he ever? And he can normally just go from the get-go. That's what makes him so special in this form as well. He comes out, he can whack it straight away, but I mean, this had a bit of everything, didn't it? The Exiles, they put themselves into a winning position. They ultimately would hold on, but you would say also there are a few moments that Liege, I think, will rue here. I mean, when Munawa was going, he was hitting the ball absolute miles. And you see Shinwari wasn't safe. He ended up going for a few Maximos in there as well. Bowled pretty well for the most part. Then Manpreet Sandhu, though, got to say he was brilliant when he came on. And you can see that's, well, it didn't all go his way, that's for sure. This one went to the boundary, but he had to have ice in his veins, didn't he, when it got down to the very last over. That one was a pretty remarkable shot. But this is where I just felt it was advantage Liege at this stage. You had Ibrahim Kell, you had Forcanilla there, and they were going so well. It seemed like they had the momentum to get their team over the line.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, well, how many times do you think Ibrahim Kell is going to go ahead and replay that run out in his head? Because that really was the turning point. Because those two were really the ones that were going to take him away.
I didn't mind the decision. It's a split-second decision. And, like, he's probably 15 to 20 centimetres short of his crease, if that. And so, yeah, it's tough when you You got to make all these decisions in the moment. But then it kind of worked out for them, the next ball. Because remember, the next ball, Razak hit should have been 1. It was 4. This was a close one, and I'm glad they got it right in the end because he definitely wasn't holding the ball when the stumps were broken. He thought he might have been, but I don't think that was the case. And then we saw the good edge and the bad edge, really. And that was a match-turning moment in the last over when Falconola had to go. Made it really tough from then on. They just couldn't get really anything going. It's a bit of chaos here as they decide to run despite missing it. Manpreet doesn't get the memo that he's going to get the ball back. He fumbles the ball even though it's stopped. But in the end, this was a really important stop. Maybe the best drop catch that Sultan Demonali will ever have beyond the stumps.
Yeah, no, Ken, I think at the time he was thinking, what have I just done? Have I just lost the game for my team? But it was a crucial stop. They prevented the boundary. Well, they eventually went on to take the victory here in the last quarterfinal of quarterfinals Friday. So it all comes down to tomorrow's play. Still 4 teams left in the tournament, but only one can go ahead and be the eventual winner. And this is what we have coming up for you tomorrow.
Yeah, there's our final 4. And Exiles, I mean, I suppose it's an upset. Anytime that 4 beats 1, it's an upset. But if there's a 4th team to be wary about, it was going to be the Ostend Exiles, wasn't it? Because they are a team that had a lot of success. They're domestic champions last year, a team that represented Belgium in the ECL earlier this year. They'll take on Gent. And so, look, they're all fantastic matches from here on in. Ostend Exiles versus Gent in the first semi-final. Then Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren. Well, Mechelen Eagles, they are always so close to Beveren. I think they've only beaten them once in the last 5 or 6 years domestically, and they're always the bridesmaids. But the Eagles, they'll want to get one over Beveren in semi-final number 2. Of course, the winners will play in the final later in the day. And whoever doesn't win, they will still have something to play for with the bronze final in the 3rd match. So join us tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for day 12, the final day of ECS action before we recommence in October. Of course, the 5-week break is for the European Cricket Championship. Looking at this scorecard, well, it's a case of what might have been really. When you look at the players who went cheaply, you had Harjot, as well as Ali Raza and Sakani all going for ducks. You had Umair Butt 6 and out. And really it was left to Munawar to try and rescue the innings along with Falconola. He did that. And then Ibrahim Kell with 14 but got run out trying to sneak 1 extra run. But it wouldn't work out in the end. They'd fall just 7 runs short. And well, what a match it was, really. Looking at the bowling figures, well, there's a couple to mention here. I think Wakas Raja was outstanding in the second over, 2 for 18, but also 2 wickets for Mahmood, who had a very good game and almost returned the favour, didn't he, Raja? Because Faz Mahmood took a catch off him. Raja took 1 off Mahmood. The other 2 went to Manpreet, who deserves a lot of praise for holding things together at the end of the innings.
Yeah, no, he certainly has been excellent, hasn't he? Of course, getting that hat-trick in week 8 in the first week of our Belgian break, but also for his credit where credit's due yet again. He pulls it out of the bag for the Ostend Exiles, and of course they will go on to finals day tomorrow. So in the last quarter-final, that is the result. Ostend Exiles winning by just 7 runs here, which has been excellent to watch, and we appreciate everyone tuning in here today. And again, we will be back tomorrow, won't we?
We certainly will. Well, hopefully you enjoyed that. I think it's going to go up another notch tomorrow in finals day. Just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to get your information about what's happening in the world of European cricket. And I can tell you the Group A and Group B squads are up on the website right now. If you go to ecc.cricket, or you can go to europeancricket.com and follow the links to Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Check out what's going on there because it's a very exciting time, of course. And just don't forget as well our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go to get some of the highlights from today. And there certainly were a lot of them here on quarterfinals day. One thing we didn't get a lot of was rain. It was something that we were worried about all day. It never materialised. I'm so glad that we got all 4 matches in. I think it's justice for these teams who have played their hearts out for 8 matches that they all got the opportunity. In the end, 8 was never going to go into 4, and it would be the 4 winners that we'll see again tomorrow on finals day. Well, this time tomorrow, we'll be playing the final and pretty close to awarding the trophy here in Belgium. And hopefully you can join us for that. Again, on a bit of a somber day around the world, we know that. And obviously, there was a situation which I don't think anyone would have foreseen, but the cricket did go on, and we're really happy that you decided to spend your day with us. For now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. On behalf of everyone here at ECN and Charlie Hunt, the Blue Crew, all of the Spring Productions crew, all the players, officials, and everyone in the cricket community in Belgium and across Europe, we hope you have a happy and a safe evening, and hopefully you can join us again for finals day. It's on the way tomorrow morning, right here in Belgium. Until then, we hope you have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series.